Hi, good morning, and thank you for joining us once again here at the JNS conference in Jerusalem, Israel, the eternal capital of the Jewish people. And in what we've been doing the past few days is interviewing guests who have come here and joined us at the conference. This morning I have with me here Andrew Keane, who's the founder of ESSEC. ESSEC is an Israeli name for business. And you're a new Ole who came to Israel to help Israel and its economy here. But I'll let you introduce yourself and tell us a little more.
Great. It's great to be here. And I come from the tech world, and we know Israel is a startup nation. And even this year, despite the war, there's been this incredible investment in high tech. But when you peel back that layer of high tech, this is a country of small businesses. Over 600,000 small businesses across.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know it was that big.
It's amazing. Across Israeli society, across Israeli geography and demography. And it is a larger contributor to the country's economy and society than high tech is, as important as that is. And the war has been really, unfortunately, devastating for so many small businesses. The lack of tourism, the beginning of the war, the displaced families who are away from the place that they make a living.
And people don't talk about that a lot, but hundreds of thousands of Israelis were moved from the areas bordering on Gaza initially, but also from the north. So they left everything.
They left everything, and we specifically work with businesses that produce products. And so if you're leaving the place where you live, that's often where you make the product that sustains your livelihood. And the third factor, of course, is the reserve duty, which is still a challenge even to this day, and that's what we came to talk about here, is the impact of reserve duty on family-owned businesses. And our mission at ESSEC is, as I said, to work with small businesses that produce products and to connect them with customers around the world, to support their livelihood, to connect them with new markets and audience and customers. Fantastic. One, for the financial piece, but also to show solidarity. And we have customers buying Israeli products from small businesses here in 47 countries now.
Wow. So you came here 3 years ago, before the war or after the war began?
Well, I was supposed to make Aliyah. I was supposed to fly the evening of October 7th.
Oh, wow.
With one plan in mind for my life, and then, of course, October 7th
everything changed
the way it did, and I ended up coming at the end of December of 2023, and we started ESSEC the first week of January.
Well, they say that there's nothing is by chance, so apparently there was a need even before, but especially since then. You told me to do this with the periphery and that's where many of these small businesses are. How are they receiving you? How did they...
So we say we work with the geographic and social periphery of the country, and this calendar year, we are really focused exclusively on the north, which is the slowest to recover financially. It's also one of the deepest concentration of small businesses in the country, and the social periphery, which are parts of Israeli society that often get left out of economic development efforts, and unfortunately that includes the reservist community. And so we're working with reservist businesses and their families who own businesses across the country, and they're amazingly appreciative of what we do, and we only wish we could do more with them and for them. Both the financial impact on their business, but also the notes that they get from customers, Jewish and non-Jewish around the world, who show their care.
And here's the question, you're saying the reservists, it's not that you go for, say, 90 days, it's usually 100 and 120, but say you do that period and then it's over. No, they can be home for 2 months, 3 months, and then they're called back up.
Correct.
So they don't have a lot of time to regroup. So you're working with these companies while usually the fathers, but also a lot of mothers are not around as well.
And children.
Right.
We're seeing a lot of second generation, if you will, who are stepping away from their businesses to provide childcare for their grandchildren.
Oh, wow.
So it's another layer of this that's not showing up in any of the data, but it's small businesses that are deliberately taking a hit on revenue to support their family in this time.
See here, even I as an Israeli, and I have a son who serves in reserves constantly, but I still don't have the grandchildren that I have to take care of. So these are elements that even Israelis aren't even totally familiar with.
Absolutely.
And so you came here to join Israel, and you've dived into the depth of things here. You realize a lot of Israel that a lot of Israelis don't even realize.
It's been an amazing, eye-opening experience. As I said, I come from tech, and so you asked about the conditions of reserve duty specifically. In high tech, they say patient capital. We want investment that is willing to be invested for a long time. We say we provide patient customers. So, we understand that these individuals are going to reserve duty, as you said, not just for one tour, but often 3, 4, 5, 6 at this time. And in the time that they're home, often their business is not the first thing that they're coming home to work on. They're reconnecting with their family, they're taking care of other matters, and we want to make sure that they're coming back also to some orders as well.
Fantastic. Andrew Keane, again, there's no chance in these things. There's always something around that. You came here for a purpose. You're fulfilling that. I can only express my gratitude and thank you for being here at the JNS.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, and thank you all for watching. We'll be back with other interviews as the day progresses. Well, welcome back. Thank you for being with us here in our live broadcast from the JNS conference in Jerusalem, Israel. My next guest here, she's a blessing, and her name is Blessing Matava. You're from South Africa.
Yes, I am.
And you're joining us here at the conference. Not your first time in Israel, I understand.
No.
You're with the Maccabean Task Force?
Yes, I am.
In here. So first off, tell us a little about yourself and then about the organization.
All right, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Blessing Matava. I'm a student at Wits University and I come from South Africa. I come here as a representative of the Maccabee Task Force. I'm currently serving as a student board member, and it's not my first time in Israel. Our organization seeks to fight against antisemitism, which is very rife on campuses, and we do that by educating people and fostering peace, justice, and understanding. We also have a lot of initiatives that seek to educate people, and we also have trips that actually brought me here to Israel that educate people on Israel, on Jewish life, the various groups that are found here in Israel.
You're not Jewish.
No, I'm
not.
not.
Assuming. What made you, did you have a connection before going to university, or did it, from what you witnessed, did that raise something within yourself?
So I'm not Jewish, I'm a black South African woman, and prior to going to university, I didn't know much about the Jewish community. And all I knew about Israel is that there's apartheid happening in the country. And obviously, where I'm from, you hear the word apartheid, it instantly triggers every single person because it's such a painful past.
Absolutely.
And knowing all of that, I just thought that there was apartheid happening in Israel, and I didn't want to hear anything about Israel.
Yeah, that's a funny thing because I ask you if you're Jewish. Here in Israel, we have white, black, of every denomination.
Yeah.
So to us, Israelis, you could be Jewish. To us, it's not something that we're not aware of. Around the world, they don't see Jews as being of different colors.
Yeah.
So here it's natural. And then the apartheid thing that we're always stunned by when people saying that, it's an appropriation of it's taking away from, you say that with very painfully, because it's something that affects your life, and here some people took that and used that for their political purposes, and they steal it away from you and from what's happening in South African history.
Yeah, definitely. And upon arriving, I was so stunned to see the diversity within the country. I didn't even know Arabs lived in Israel, I met the Druze people, I met Ethiopian Jews. It's such a diverse country with the different religions. And I just thought it was a Jewish state with only Jewish people. So I was very shocked to learn about all the different things because I had only learned about Israel through Twitter, seeing the comments. Obviously, the narrative is very pro-Palestinian, very anti-Israel, so there wasn't much information. I was actually shocked to learn about October 7th when I arrived, and I was like, where is this part of the narrative? Why don't we know about it? Why don't we know about the women and the babies that were kidnapped? Women were violently raped, women were sexually abused, and those are not things that we hear about in our media. So it became very important for me to speak about what I learned here and get people to truly understand that it's a very nuanced conflict, and that, when it comes to human lives, we shouldn't pick sides at the cost of silencing certain people's experiences. And as a feminist, it became really important for me to speak and write about the experiences of the Israeli women on October 7th. Wow. And what I speak about doesn't mean that I'm against Palestine or I'm against the Palestinian liberation. I just feel like those worlds can coexist, and we shouldn't really give in to polarization.
Wow, I'm flabbergasted. I'm amazed because a lot of people don't make that effort to understand that there's a bigger picture here.
Yeah.
As you said, they're influenced by social media. It has a huge impact, and sometimes by sheer volume of negativity, people are assuming that they know what's going on. You're here now, this is your second time back in Israel?
Yes, my second time.
When you go back, when you try to speak the truth or increase people's understanding? Do you find that people are interested in South Africa to hear, the students are interested, or is there an immediate block against it?
Initially, I received a lot of backlash for even coming on the trip.
Wow.
It even led to it affecting my SR student governance election. You know, a lot of people were like, "We're not going to vote for her. She went to Israel. She's a Zionist." You know, but after that experience, there were also a lot of people that were interested. They were like, "Oh, so why did you go to Israel?" And
Interesting.
when they actually spoke to me and wanted to get an understanding of why, we actually had so many beautiful conversations.
Fantastic.
And I got the opportunity to educate them, to actually show them, and some who were even against me going on the trip ended up going the following year through the Maccabee Task Force once again, because the Maccabee Task Force does give us the knowledge and the resources to be able to do the work that we do. So the people who some of the people who initially fought me are now actually proactive voices in the fight against anti-Semitism. So there are different reactions to it, but not everyone is completely against it, you know. And I just had to fight through that first barrier that existed. And after that, I have so many people who do come to me interested. Some are fascinated, and I don't ever try to change anyone's mind. I think we all have our brains, we all have different backgrounds and different views, and we all connect to this country and to the Jewish people in very different ways. So every experience is different.
I'm flabbergasted. It's amazing. Do you also encounter people on social media, which is, it's one thing when it's personal, when you're facing, but the moment that there's something as personal as it gets on social media, there's still that wall. Do you find people accepting there as well, or they're just coming to attack you?
Once again, both. Sometimes I receive very life-threatening DMs.
Oh, wow.
Some of I've made a video before just speaking on my experience, and some people really did receive my message and understand where I was coming from. Others attacked me personally. It really had nothing to do with the conversation or what I was speaking about. So I get very different experiences, honestly. Some are very bad, and then some are really positive. Like I have people saying, "Thank you so much for speaking on this. We really appreciate you being a voice for, you know, the Jewish people."
Wow, you definitely are a blessing. I'm grateful as an Israeli for your being here and for everything you're doing.
Yeah.
Continue with that important work and enjoy your stay here while you're here.
Thank
and
you.
I hope that blessing spreads to others.
Thank you so much.
I hope you've been as enlightened as I have. Thank you for being with us here. We'll be again the moment we have more guests that are willing to appear with us. It's a fascinating conference, as you can see. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. It's 9 o'clock. Please, everyone in the hall, come in. Of course, there's security today, different than some of the sessions. Will everyone in the hall please move inside and take your seats, please? Good morning. I'm sorry? I think that's dangerous there. Here? Yeah, maybe I'll put it up there. Yes, yes. This I'll put down there for me. Can you give me an assessment as to how backed up we are at security? Alex and Orly are fighting and checking. I'm sorry, what? No problem. Then I'll move my things so they don't disappear. Microphone is live.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. Would the people in the hall please come in? I understand there's a backup with security, but please come in, take your seats, and close the doors. Please, everyone, move away from the walls, take your seats so we can begin. I'm going to ask the last people standing on this left side to please take your seats, to be respectful for all of our speakers. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday morning plenary of the 2026 JNS International Policy Summit. We've covered a lot of ground, and I want to take this opportunity at the beginning of the day rather than at the end of the evening to thank all the professionals from JNS, to thank Orly and her team, to thank the people at the Waldorf. Over the next 3 hours, we will examine some of the most pressing questions facing Israel today: the future of Gaza, Hamas's goals of destroying Israel, Israel's evolving security doctrine, and the political winds blowing ahead of Israel's upcoming elections. Plus, we'll have a discussion honoring the Israeli Druze community and Israel's commitment to saving lives. We have a packed day again, and therefore, keeping voices down, doors closed, and everybody in the room is not only respectful, but you will miss out. And we don't want that to happen. We're so appreciative to each and every one of you for having joined us at this year's JNS 2026 International Policy Summit, and we thank you. Our goal this morning is not simply to discuss current events, but to also gain a better understanding of the strategic horizon ahead, where Israel's heading, what obstacles remain, what opportunities may emerge. Thank you for joining us. Let's begin. Ahead of October 7th, we all know that for quite a long period of time, Israel, as a matter of its policy, national security policy, in coordination with its allies, particularly the United States, actually ended up working with Hamas and other violent terror organizations. history will tell us if that was a right or a wrong decision. But those violent terror organizations built themselves up. When they held the Great Return marches, it was written off as civil disobedience, civil demonstrations. We can see now what was coming. Since October 7th, Israel has struck forcefully to beat down those enemies, to strike again and again with even every attempt by our enemies to rearm and threaten the home front. We have today a real expert who deserves your attention to his every word to discuss Israel's evolving defense doctrine. Accordingly, please join me in welcoming the IDF spokesman, Brigadier General F.E. Diffrin. And at the outset, the last words you should hear from me is thank you.
Thank you.
Because all of us appreciate what you and everyone in the IDF does to protect lives here and abroad, to protect people from 42 countries who were taken into Gaza. 42 countries, and where were those countries? Where are those foreign ministers? Where are those prime ministers? They left our prime minister standing alone. The IDF stands for all of us. You protect us around the world. You protect us at home. And we thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm embarrassed now. Thank you. Cheers. Good morning, everybody. I see Mr. Bennett is after me in 9:08. I can't commit on that. I'm the spokesperson. I like to talk, so I'll try to mind the time. So good morning. It's a pleasure being here. It's an honor to be here, to be sharing the stage with so many influential voices, all who are helping shape important conversations about the future of our region and this country. Over the past year, many people have come to know me as the spokesperson of the IDF, usually with the blue background and not red background. I'm getting used to it. Usually I'm there to share the latest developments, but today I'd like to share something more personal. My perspective on where we are today and why, after everything we've witnessed, I am very optimistic. Before this role, I spent 4 years as the head of the International Cooperation Division in the IDF. Literally, I was the military's foreign minister. So it was a dramatic and defining period of time in the Middle East, and I had the privilege of experiencing it firsthand as the IDF representative to countries I never dreamed of talking and visiting in. Israel was always seen as a small country surrounded by enemies, almost a modern expression of the biblical phrase, a people that dwells alone, Am levadad yishkon. Israel is a small country living in a very difficult neighborhood. You all know that. You know, as Israelis, we were raised on one simple idea. We will defend ourselves by ourselves. This was in our DNA and still is. It was ingrained deeply within Israeli ethos. But during the Abraham Accords era, when it started, it made possible, through the leadership of President Trump, something remarkable happened. Wherever I traveled across the Middle East, to countries I never thought I'd get to visit, I saw something that surprised me. I saw genuine respect for Israel. I met military leaders in this region who wanted to work together. And together, we began building a new regional architecture, built not only on shared threats, but on shared interest and shared opportunities. By May of 2023, it felt as though we were closer than ever to reach hand to Saudi Arabia. They even declared it. And then October 7th happened. What began as Hamas attack against Israel quickly expanded into regional war involving Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran itself. Since that day, the IDF has been fighting on 7 different fronts. An entire nation has answered the call to serve. This war has revealed to the world something significant. Iran's ambitions do not stop at Israel's borders. Its missiles, drones, and proxies threaten the stability of the entire region, and increasingly far beyond it. Many people wonder whether October 7 would mark the end of the Abraham Accords. But the real test of the Abraham Accords was never how they would survive in times of war. It was whether they would survive or endure in times of peace, and they did. At the same time, this war has reminded us of the kind of enemy we are fighting. Our soldiers, as we speak now, are fighting an enemy that hides behind civilians, builds tunnels beneath homes, and embeds its military infrastructure inside civilian communities. That is the battlefield we are facing. And despite it all, they remain committed to acting with precision and to values that define the IDF. Our enemies see our values as a vulnerability. We see them as strength. Over these past 2.5 years, as IDF spokesperson, I have witnessed something remarkable. During this unprecedented campaign, I have watched our nation adapt faster than anyone expected. I have seen innovation on the battlefield, resilience at home, and young soldiers finding solutions to challenges that seemed impossible. For nearly 3 years, the IDF has defended Israel across 7 fronts, on land, at sea, in the air, and on the home front. The past 3 years have reminded us that our size has never defined our strength. Our people have. For the past year, I have moved constantly between visiting our soldiers on the front lines, meeting civilians on the home front, and speaking to the media. Just recently, a young female combat photographer from my unit, 19 years old, was carrying out her mission in southern Lebanon, accompanying our forces and documenting historic IDF operations. She carried what are perhaps 2 of the most important tools in today's time: a gun and a camera. During combat on the front line, she was injured by an explosive drone launched by Hezbollah terrorists. I went to visit her at the hospital. I met her family. She is the age of my daughter, who is also a soldier. I expected to give her some words of encouragement. Instead, she encouraged me. She wasn't focused on her injury. She was focused on her mission, on when she would be back with her friends. I left that room in the hospital, thinking about how different the reality of this war is from the way it's often discussed. Most people only see headlines. I have the privilege of seeing the people behind them. This role has allowed me to meet every part of the IDF, from reservists and combat soldiers to the men and women walking quietly behind the scenes. Behind every operation are thousands of people carrying great responsibility. When I met these young soldiers, I often think back to the beginning of my own military journey. I joined the military more than 30 years ago in the Armored Corps. For 33 years, tanks were my home. I spent most of my career leading soldiers in the battlefield. In 2006, during the Second Lebanon War, I commanded troops in the Battle of Wadi Saluki, the same area where IDF soldiers are operating now. During that battle, I was severely wounded. My body was broken, and doctors were uncertain about what my future would look like. But a few weeks later, I turned to my soldiers. The IDF has changed dramatically since then. The threats are different, the technology is different, the battlefield in a way is different. But some things have never changed. The sense of responsibility, the willingness to step forward when your country calls. That same spirit exists in this generation. They are amazing. It can be seen, thank you. It can be seen by the reservists who time and time again report for duty. I often get asked, what is the strategy of the IDF? What I have to tell you, we have learned through painful experience that protecting our people cannot mean waiting for the next attack. A ceasefire cannot mean returning to the reality of October 6th. Today, the IDF acts proactively, takes initiative. We remove threats before they become attacks and deny our enemies the ability to rebuild. On each front, one lesson has guided us throughout this war. IDF soldiers stand at the front as a buffer between the enemy and the people of Israel, and we will remain there until this threat is removed. One thing I did not fully appreciate when I accepted the role of the IDF spokesperson was just how many different parts of this war I would witness. Many times I have the privilege of sharing good news, the return of hostages to their families, the successful operation or completion of an operation, and sometimes the responsibility is much heavier, standing before cameras after we have lost soldiers, informing families and the public on painful events that we will remember forever. This week, I stood the Shiva of Lieutenant Colonel Dor Ben Shimon, who was killed only last Friday while leading his soldiers in southern Lebanon. I spoke to his wife, who is also an officer in the IDF. Just a year earlier, Dor named his baby daughter, Gaia, in memory of his close friend, Major Guy Nizri, who was also killed after being wounded in battle in Gaza. To me, Guy and Dor tell the story of Israel. Between Guy and Dor, you can see something that is deeply Israeli: brotherhood, responsibility, and memory that becomes life. As I look back on these past 3 years, I know this war would have looked very different without the support of our friends and allies. To our American partners, the servicemen and women, men and women, who stood shoulder to shoulder with us on all fronts at all times. This is much more than partnership. Your support has saved lives across the region, and for that, we will always be grateful. And thank you to all of you in this room for speaking up, for standing with Israel, even when it was, and it still is, not always easy. After more than 30 years in uniform, I can say with complete confidence that Israel's greatest strength is not its tanks, aircraft, intelligence, or technology. Its greatest strength is its people. And when I look at the young men and women serving today, I see faces, I see Dor, I see Guy, I see Shachar, the young combat photographer, and I am filled with confidence, not only in the future of the IDF, but in the future of Israel. Thank you very much.
As Israel is set to head to elections this year, this season, The politician who unseated Prime Minister Netanyahu for 1 year from June 2021 to 2022 as part of a rotation alliance with Yair Lapid now seeks a return to the top office, this time with Lapid as a partner in a unified party. Naftali Bennett has served in numerous high-ranking portfolios, including Minister of Defense, Minister of Education, Minister of Economy, Religious Services Minister, and Minister of Diaspora Affairs. Before that, he had a successful career as a high-tech entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to address the 2026 JNS International Policy Summit, former Prime Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett.
Iran is rebuilding its nuclear infrastructure in order to acquire a nuclear weapon.
Iran's regime is a formidable regime that's been working on this for 47 years.
I hate war. I fought in many wars in Lebanon, in Judea and Samaria, you name it. We are the boots on the ground of the free world.
Alongside our old friends, we're gaining new friends in the Middle East and beyond.
We are in the toughest neighborhood in the world.
Welcome. It is such a privilege to speak with you, former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett.
Toda, and good morning, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here. Thanks for coming.
Great to be here. And for sartorial purposes, we're going to call you Mr. Bennett. I don't want to be presumptuous and go by first name, so we'll go with Mr. Bennett if you're comfortable with that.
That works.
Outstanding. Well, let's begin. The U.S.-Israel alliance has faced enormous and new tests over the last several years. Looking ahead, what does success look like 5 years from now?
First of all, you're right. The alliance is at a precarious moment. We have to look at the picture as it is, not as we want it to be. The main issue is that ultimately political alliances are based on public opinion. And the fact is that for the first time since the establishment of Israel, the brand Israel is a net negative in the United States. That's a disaster. It's a disaster. And it totally distorts good and bad, right and wrong, but it's a fact right now. And we're also seeing anti-Semitism manifest itself in ways that I could not imagine. I could not imagine that in our lifetime we'd see what's going on. It's crazy. Success, therefore, has to be bottom up. Right now we have a huge friend of President Donald J. Trump, but it's mostly based on his personal sympathy to Israel. And a nation cannot base its long-time strategy on the fact that currently there's a president who really supports Israel. That's not a robust strategy. So we have a huge task of reversing, and it'll take time, reversing the public image of Israel. It starts by replacing infantile ministers in the state of Israel, in the government, that day in, day out are saying really stupid things that benefit no one and create huge harm and exhaust and waste precious political capital. So by the time we actually need that capital, for example, for our soldiers to be able to defend themselves, we've spent it on those foolish tweets. Secondly, we have to fix our and build a national public diplomacy apparatus to fight back. Learn from Qatar, because they've done it to us over the past 30 years. we need to do that, but for the sake of good, not bad.
So are we looking at Al Jazeera Israel at this point?
We have to be very creative. Israel has a huge source of talent in technology, in branding, we have the best TV shows in the world, right? Fauda and all that. Yet, when it comes to our own public diplomacy, we're the worst in the world. If Israel were a PR firm, I definitely would not hire us. And so replace that firm and start working, but start by not being stupid. All right? When Ben Gvir tweets something, it's meaningless. It benefits no one. It's just for local political benefit. Right? So he's tough. Yeah, oh, I'm tough. But then I have to spend a dozen interviews on CNN, BBC, cleaning up the mess that was so unnecessary. It's just so self-harming, and unfortunately, the Netanyahu is totally incapable of telling Ben Gvir, cut this out. That's what I would do day one, and if he does it again, I throw him out. But Netanyahu is incapable of managing his own cabinet, and therefore incapable of winning this war. We have to replace this very, very poor government with a good government that'll win and rebuild Israel. There's a lot of rebuilding to do, and it'll take years, but Israel's going to change its trajectory, and it's going to be amazing here. Just we have to win, build a big, broad, Zionist, bipartisan government, led by me hopefully, stand strong on security, on our national interests, on Eretz Israel, but at the same time, fix Israel. And it's doable. You're going to see, hopefully, the biggest turnaround in Israel's history.
Hopefully no Brad tweets either. Optimistic. So, zooming out for a second, October 7th fundamentally challenged many assumptions about Israel's security. I could personally speak to many visits down to the border and saying you couldn't drop a piece of paper without some type of reaction. What is the most important lesson Israel has learned, and how should it shape its security strategy going forward?
Well, first of all, it reminds us a basic fact, that we're surrounded by a bunch of people that want to murder us. They want to murder us. And if we don't defend ourselves, these barbarians will come in and hack us with axes and kill all Israelis if it's possible from their perspective. This is an unfortunate fact, but the measure of sane people is to look at reality as it is. Secondly, you don't allow a terror monster to build itself on your border. Again, my predecessor, Mr. Netanyahu, from 2018, he transferred $30 million in cash, in dollar notes, in suitcases, to Hamas. Now you listen to this, it's crazy. It's roughly $1 billion of cash to Hamas that went directly to building this monster terror apparatus. I stopped that cash. I stopped the suitcases when I was in 2021. But if you think you can build a monster on the other side of the border and just depend on the guards to protect against the monster, it doesn't work that way. You have to prevent the monster from being built to begin with. So we can't allow huge terror empires to be built in Lebanon or in Gaza or on any of our borders, and we can't wait for these huge threats to emerge and then say it's just military intelligence that failed. Yeah, Tzahal, Shabak, Shin Bet failed on October 7th. But the real big failure is that for 15 years, the government built the terror empires of Hezbollah and Hamas on our borders. Never again.
So in recent days, there has been talk of this MOU, the MOU between Iran and the United States. Notably, Israel is not part of this MOU. What does a successful, and I might add realistic outcome look like when it comes to Iran and the broader challenge posed by its network of proxies? And looking at Lebanon and Hezbollah, obviously they posed enormous security threats, and there has been the loss of soldiers' lives over the last few weeks. How would you even address that?
Our boys, literally our boys, are in Lebanon right now with their hands tied behind their backs, trying to fight Hezbollah, but it's a one-way fight because we are prevented from shooting terrorists. I want to be very clear. Israel has had no greater friend than President Donald Trump ever. President Trump and myself, we're going to work great together. Both of us are businessmen who look for solutions to get stuff done pragmatically. But Israel is not a client state or a vassal state. Israel is a friend, an ally of the United States of America for a long, long time. And Israel must, right now in Lebanon, exercise our right and duty to defend ourselves. And that's what we have to do right now, this very minute, and never tell soldiers, you see terrorists with your eyes and they're preparing something and you can't shoot them, which is what's going on literally right now.
Let's move to happier topics. The Abraham Accords, the IMEC corridor. There's increasing discussion of the new Middle East built around economic connectivity, technology, and regional partnerships. How important are these initiatives to realizing that vision, and what needs to happen next to expand these partnerships, especially in the context of a new Middle East, but also a post-October 7th world?
So there's an opportunity, but also a problem, and we can fix it. The opportunity is that October 7th and its aftermath have revealed to the entire Middle East the huge threat of Iran. Iran has shown itself to be a bully that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East. UAE, Bahrain, Saudis, all the way up to Cyprus and Turkey. They'll just shoot rockets at whoever they want. And now everyone knows that. That's what we had been saying for a long time, and everyone knows it, and everyone knows that we in the Middle East need to join forces to repel and ultimately topple the Islamic Republic of Iran. And let me be very clear, it's a rotten, old, disconnected, incompetent regime, and it will fall like the Soviet Union fell. I don't know if it'll take a year or 10 years or 15 years, but it will fall, it'll implode because it just doesn't work. Now, what we need to do in the Middle East is join forces to accelerate the collapse of this regime, much like President Ronald Reagan, an amazing president of the United States. People are not aware how much during his 8-year term, how many actions, covert, overt, economic, and other actions he took to accelerate the demise of the Soviet Union. And a year after he finished, in 1989, 1990, the Soviet Union collapsed. So when I became prime minister, I did a study, and I asked a bunch of experts, tell me what Reagan did in the 80s to enhance the collapse of the Soviet Union. I want to do that. and we embarked on it. There's a bunch of things, not only kinetic attacks, not only bombing Iran, many other things, economic, social, industrial. Let me give you one example of something that was stopped. I started, but they stopped it, and it could have changed everything. We know that every time there's a wave, every few years, there's a huge wave of protest in Iran, because it's an amazing nation. The people of Iran are amazing. They could be our best friends. There are many similarities to Jews, by the way, the Persians. And we owe a huge historic debt to King Cyrus, right? That allowed us to return 2,500 years ago to Israel. What happens every time there's a protest? They turn off the internet, and then there's no communications. So what I had started was a process of acquiring and smuggling into Iran tens of thousands of Starlink receptors that would allow continuity of the internet and social networks when they turn it off, and would allow the protests to coordinate and ultimately topple. Unfortunately, the current incompetent Israeli government stopped doing that, like they stopped pretty much every good program that we started. And when the protest happened, that infrastructure was not there. My point is there's a lot we can do. I'm a huge supporter of the Abraham Accords. I am close to the leaders of the region. I had met President Sisi, King Abdallah, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, an amazing leader of UAE, and others. We will embark on I think, what will be a beautiful renaissance for Israel and the region. And something that we have in common in the region, we all understand that in America, administrations change, their policies change, and there's fluctuations. We are here. We're not going anywhere. And we better work together, Israel and the moderate Arab states, to repel radical Islamistic terror states. And it's going to happen.
As they say, inshallah. Inshallah, Bezrat Hashem. And who do you think would come next in this Abraham Accords dynamic?
I mean, obviously, the main candidate is the Saudis. There are challenges. As I said before, look, you know, you guys have known me for the better part of 14, 15 years. My ideology and opinions vis-a-vis the Palestinian Israeli conflict, the Middle East, I'm a right-wing guy, not changed my opinions. But I'm not a schmuck. And there's a huge difference. Being right-wing means you stand on our national interests. You don't give up land. You don't allow a Palestinian state to be formed. You stand strong. But it doesn't mean you're an idiot. And it doesn't mean you tweet infantile tweets day and night. It means you run a sharp government that focuses on getting stuff done, on building Israel. Now, here's the deal. When you have really childish provocateurs, is that how you say it? In the government, it causes so much damage and creates so much stress and negative pressure in the Arab world, and then the Arab leaders are pressured by their public against Israel, but for nothing, just for words. And then you can't get any deal. And then they suddenly want all kinds of demands that we can't and won't provide. So my idea, here's my pitch. Right-wing non-schmuck. That's sort of the angle.
That's tweetable, guys.
That's tweetable.
Run with that.
Yeah, be decent, reasonable. I'm going to form a bipartisan government with Zionist religious, Zionist secular, Zionist right-wing, Zionist left-wing people, but led with my policy. And then things will calm down. We can get stuff done without conceding and giving up on Israel's national interests. Does that sound good? Yeah. So So just make aliyah and vote.
We'll run with that. Final question. To be Jewish, to be a Zionist, to be an Israeli is to be an optimist. And we know that Israel has endured enormous challenges over the last few years. What gives you the greatest confidence and optimism about Israel's future?
I am so very proud to be a Jew. I am so proud to be an Israeli who was born in Eretz Yisrael, who's building Eretz Yisrael, who raises, with my beautiful wife, our 4 kids in Eretz Yisrael. And I want to tell you what gives me optimism. On October 7th, the bad news was we discovered we don't have a government. We don't have a functioning institution called the State of Israel that day. It evaporated. But that's half of the story. The second half of the story is that thousands of young men and women from all around Israel got in their car. Some had a rifle, some had a pistol, some had none. And they rode down into the inferno of October 7th. These kids that we had written off as the TikTok generation. And we discovered that the young generation in Eretz Yisrael is the strongest, bravest, and most idealistic generation since the founding of Medinat Israel. The older generation screwed up big time. But these kids that are, including my own boy, that are fighting right now and have been forged in 3 years of the longest war in Israel's history, they're coming home, and when they come home, they are going to become Israel's greatest generation, that they are going to fix Israel and make Israel great. My job is only to be a bridge to allow them to build an amazing Medinat Israel. It's going to be better than ever before. And then I can go and play golf.
So making Israel great again, Am Yisrael Chai.
Am Yisrael Chai,
Former
toda
Prime
rabba.
Minister of Israel, Naftali Bennett, thank you.
Thank you, former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. I asked Jen Sutton to remain just for a brief moment because you should know her. She is an outstanding Jewish leader. She's the executive director of the Council for a Secure America. She is indeed the future of Jewish professional leadership, not only in the United States, but internationally, because she is very focused on the singular issue of security for Israel. Please recognize and appreciate her. Thank you. You want to say something? 30 seconds.
Just want to say a tremendous thank you to Richard Heidemann, Josh Katzen, and everyone else who made today happen, Alex Trayman and so many others. It is such a privilege to be here. And when we think about the work that the Council for Secure America has done and JNS has done, it's about addressing individuals who do not otherwise have that opportunity. CSA works extensively in energy-producing states where there are very few Jews. Jonathan Tobin can speak to this. Places like North Dakota, where he had the privilege of visiting last summer, and about speaking to people outside the echo chamber. It is critically important as Jews and as people who are pro-Israel to reach beyond the aisle, to go to places in parts unknown, and to work extensively with our allies who sometimes don't get the credit and the kabod that they deserve. So encourage you to come reach out to myself and to others, and we can get you involved in CSA, but more importantly, a big thank you to our partner JNS for being here today. What a privilege.
A ceasefire brokered by the United States between Israel and Hamas has left Israel in control of in excess of 60% of the Gaza Strip, and an obligation for Hamas to disarm before any Israeli withdrawal. Meanwhile, Hamas clings to power while many Gazans continue to live in tents. Major questions remain regarding the governance of Gaza, rebuilding, disarmament, what happens to Gaza's refugees, humanitarian aid, rebuilding, what will be the role of the IDF? To continue this discussion, please welcome JNS Features editor Steve Lindy in conversation with founder and chairman of the Israel Defense and Security Forum, Brigadier General and candidate for the upcoming elections, Amir Avivi, chairman of the Jerusalem Development Fund and Palestinian advocate for reform and coexistence, Samer Sinjawi, and a person I want to comment on briefly, Executive Officer for the Trump Board of Peace, Jason Olson. A word about the Board of Peace, ladies and gentlemen. You will hear about it, but we all need to understand that President Trump launched a bold vision for Gaza. And part of that vision was to bring together leaders of the world to participate in a board of peace to see to it that peace comes to Gaza, that peace comes to Israel, and peace comes to the entire region. Please give a warm welcome to Jason Olson, who's taken this new position coming here from Washington.
Hamas, they vow to repeat the atrocities of October 7th again and again and again. Israel must finish the job.
My plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace.
Good morning to you all, and thank you to members of this distinguished panel to discuss what's next in Gaza. And Amir, since you're sitting next to me, let's start with you. How do you see the situation in Gaza 990 days after October 7th, 2023?
Look, Hamas is the symbol of the Muslim Brotherhood. And as long as Hamas exists, Israel will always be in danger. It will embolden not just Hamas itself that is rebuilding itself now inside Gaza, it can embolden the whole radical axis of the Sunnis in the Middle East and even the Shia axis. And therefore Hamas must be eradicated in Gaza. An organization that committed a massacre as they did cannot exist. At the moment, they are rebuilding themselves. There is a whole city of tunnels in the central camps and parts of Gaza City. Yes, the rebuilding is slower. They are not in Rafah. They are not on Philadelphia, but they are rebuilding themselves. The IDF has prepared decisive plans to eradicate them. At the moment, we are more focused on Lebanon, on Iran, but there will be a moment when we'll have to go back, go in, deal with them, and destroy them.
Samer, your unique perspective as a Palestinian who I think was the only Palestinian personality who actually went down to southern Israel after October 7th to express solidarity and meet with the families. How do you see the situation in Gaza?
Well, first of all, let me say that the only game in town is President Trump's plan. We need all of us to support it. We need to cooperate. We need to make it happen. And don't think that it's a good plan only for the well-being of the Palestinians. It's the only answer to the Israeli strategic needs. First of all, I know it for a fact, Maybe there is not a lot of people who care about Palestinians in Gaza, but everybody in Washington, there is not a lot of people in Washington that care about Palestinians, but everybody in Washington, among them President Trump and his team, care about the security of Israel. And this is, I think, the only proper plan that can achieve things. So we need to support it. For me now, the key issue, even for the demilitarization of Gaza, is the entrance of the NGAG, the National Committee for the Government of Gaza. Because the key issue is the change of power, the change of regime. Disarmament of Hamas in Gaza will not be a one-day event. It's a process, and it needs to be done by Palestinian hands, the Ben Gurion way, activating the Palestinian Altilena. This is the only way. So we need to allow a transfer of power immediately. Entering NGAG into Gaza is the key issue, is the trigger of that process. And we should not focus only on demilitarization. We need to focus also on de-radicalization. I call them the 4 Ds. Demilitarization, de-radicalization, democratization, and development. If Palestinians in Gaza that now are living in plastic tents will start having life, development, hopes, and trust me, most of them would like just to live a normal life. This will lead to the possibility of democratization. We cannot have a neighbor to Israel that is not democratic. The Palestinians, we need to be a real democracy. We need to be democratic. All of this will lead to de-radicalization and to demilitarization. It's a process, and it needs to start with the entrance of the National Committee for the Management of Gaza.
Jason, how is the Board of Peace faring in its mission to reconstruct Gaza after October 7th?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm not speaking on behalf of the United States government, just speaking on my own personal capacity. We have full plans in the Board of Peace for the reconstruction of Gaza. Really, the challenge is Hamas and its refusal to disarm at this point, and so that creating conditions for them to disarm is the key to moving forward. But we have a full suite of experts ready for those conditions to reconstruct in all the domains of life, to build a peaceful and prosperous society, really looking toward the future. I think, unfortunately, what Hamas has done to the Gazan people is isolated them. That, in addition to their turning to war against Israel, they've been isolated from the region. They've been isolated from the rest of the world. And so part of the human capital vision is a future where they're integrated in the region and the world.
Amir, as a founder of Habitronistim, we call you in Hebrew, one of Israel's top security experts, you have given daily briefings ever since October 7th. Where do we go from here?
So I think there's only one way to go, a decisive win on all fronts. I feel it's like a marathon. Usually in a marathon, when you reach the 32 kilometer, in many occasions you hit a wall. And suddenly it feels very, very difficult, and we are tired, and it's 3 years of fighting. But we've done so much in the last 3 years. We're so much stronger. Our enemies are so much weaker. And it's up to us. Yes, we want to fight alongside the US. Yes, we want to continue the path, with President Trump. But if, by any chance, President Trump decides to change the policy, not pursue the goals that he set, Israel is capable of defending itself by itself. I can tell you that the IDF has prepared decisive plans against Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and it's up to us. All we need is resolution. All we need is to believe in ourselves. We need to move forward. We can reach a decisive win on all fronts in the coming year. And I can tell you this, the bigger the win will be, the more decisive the win will be, the greater the golden age of Israel will be the day after. The day after this war, there can be peace agreements, and the economy will boom, and there will be massive, massive aliyah to Israel. It's going to be baby boom. We've spent a lot of time in the shelters. So we can really reach a great era, but we cannot do that without pushing hard, moving forward, and winning this war.
Samir, do you agree with that? I mean, we still have Hamas in Gaza. We have reports that Hamas kills anyone who stands up and protests against it. It's not a simple mission to just get rid of Hamas. What do you think, as a Palestinian who has spoken out very strongly against Hamas and against Fatah under Mahmoud Abbas?
Well, I believe there is now a real opportunity to have a comprehensive arrangement in the region that is based in the full integration of Israel. I am part of the moderate camp. I'm part of the United Arab Emirates, and Jordanians, the Egyptians, the allies of the USA and Israel. I'm part of that camp, represent a Palestinian voice who I think they are a majority, a silent majority. This is the time to integrate Israel. And I think Israel is part of the Middle East. Israel can go to the Eurovision, to the UEFA Games. It does not mean Israel is part of Europe. It's an integral part of the Middle East and should be integrated. And this is the time to bring the Saudis to the table. Any arrangement in Gaza should be now regional. We want to see Israel, and I don't think that this is fantasy. Israel should not continue to be the villa in the jungle. It should be a villa in a neighborhood that embraces it, have relations with it, and continue to support its existence and part of it. And we can achieve this. I always ask a question to Palestinians. Why do you think we are important? Half a thing happens somewhere in Gaza and it's headlines. And I never get a correct answer. The correct answer is that we are not important. It's the Jewish people. It's the Jewish question, and it's Israel. We are sometimes lucky that we became in conflict with Israel. But let's imagine if we can change this relation from conflict to partnership, all of us will win. And this should be our target, our national interest as Palestinians, to try to create this partnership with Israel, because it's a win-win situation for us and for the whole region. And I think now we all gave the mandate to President Trump. We gave him the mandate for war, and we gave him the mandate for peace. And we have learned something, that sometimes when Iran was fighting, it fought the weak part of the Middle East. It did not help mainly Israel. It hit those Arab countries that don't have defense system. And they have managed to control a little bit the situation. So we need to be a united Middle East with military and security alliance all together and economic alliance. And I think this kind of partnership will benefit all our peoples together, and we need to achieve it. And I think we have a leader that will make this happen. We need to trust him, and we need to support him.
Jason, I know you said earlier that you're not speaking as a representative of the Trump administration, but what role is the United States going to play in a new Gaza? And in terms of the Board of Peace, we hear reports of funding not being sufficient. How do you see the future? What is your vision for Gaza?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for that question. As far as the United States' role, we're all in. We're completely committed. Thanks to President Trump's commitment to the alliance between the United States and the State of Israel, we're in this together. It's been really amazing to see the development and strengthening of the U.S.-Israel alliance in a very operational way. And so I think going forward, U.S. taking a responsibility in the future of Gaza alongside its ally, the State of Israel, is where we're at there. And as far as funding, there's been tremendous pledges by the member states of the Board of Peace. And we're at the beginning stages, but as Hamas, if Hamas will keep its agreement that it made in the ceasefire, those pledges can be realized. But it's up to Hamas, and they're strangling the future of the Gazan people right now.
Amir, I'm just going to jump ahead here because we're running out of time, but wouldn't it just be easier for Israel to retake Gaza?
Listen, it's not so difficult to deal with Hamas, okay? Hamas is a much weaker organization now. The IDF is very strong. We have built ourselves. Our industries are producing around the clock. We have the techniques. We have the technology. We just need to take a decision. The only problem we have is a small ground force that is now all invested in Lebanon, or mostly invested in Lebanon. And we first need to finish the missions in Lebanon. Now, to move forward with de-radicalization and peace and rebuilding and all of that, it starts first with eradicating Hamas. We need to eradicate Hamas. Then we need to demilitarize. It will take a very long time. We see how long it took in the 60% we control. There is a whole city of tunnels on the other side. We haven't even reached them throughout the war. We haven't been in the central camps. There are a lot of tunnels there. It will take time to really find all of them. And only then, once the Hamas is gone and you demilitarize the area, then other countries will be willing to invest, will be willing to come and start, changing the education system, radicalizing, bringing a new future for Gaza. This will take a long time.
Samer, your closing words. We seem to have a real crisis in the Palestinian leadership. How is that going to change?
Well, I think now it's our obligation as Palestinians to prove to the Israelis that there is a partner on our side. We need to take steps that they can see it and believe in it. If they don't trust there is a partner, and trust me, we cannot move anywhere if we cannot convince 51% of the Israelis that there is a partner on the Palestinian side they can trust. The only way, and we are, as Palestinians, we have exclusive power that no other nation have. We are the only ones that can convince them. The Americans cannot convince them that there is a Palestinian partner. We are now, I believe, in a post-Abbas and post-Hamas era. There is a young generation from the Palestinians that are mobilizing, I am one of them, into a new political stream, new political party that is called New Path. We need to show everybody that there is a new path. We are choosing different directions, a direction that is not based on pressuring Israel by using violence and by trying to mobilize diplomatically the whole world, by persuading, by convincing, by talking to the Israelis, by creating channels, building bridges, and by fixing something that maybe President Trump did not include in his plan. He focused on reconstruction. We need reconciliation. We need to fix hearts, not only homes, because the damage in the hearts is bigger.
Thank you. Jason, final words.
I'm very grateful to be here in the state of Israel, sovereign Jewish state, and I'm grateful to be able to be a part of strengthening the U.S.-Israel alliance at this critical juncture. The United States is right alongside our ally, the State of Israel, and we're going to complete this mission together.
Thank you.
One sentence, important for everybody. It's time to end the era of cynicism and bring back the era of Zionism, optimism. This is what we need in order to win and strive. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What a great closing point about optimism. Ladies and gentlemen, If we can ask everyone to take their seats, please, and close the doors. Benny Gantz has been one of the central figures in Israeli political life for the past decade, serving as Prime Minister Netanyahu's principal challenger through multiple election cycles, and as alternate Prime Minister in a national unity government. A former IDF Chief of Staff, Minister of Defense, and member of Israel's War Cabinet for the first 8 months of the war, Benny Gantz brings critical perspectives on both security and politics. Today, we're pleased to welcome him to the JNS International Policy Summit to sit in conversation with JNS political correspondent Amelie Batbol. Please welcome a member of Knesset, Benny Gantz.
I thank the President for his profound support of Israel's citizens.
Israel and the United States remain partners of progress. What do you think started October 7? Who gave them those capabilities?
We are fighting against Hezbollah, but we expect the Lebanese government to show some state of responsibility.
Regionally speaking, it is most important to tie in the Saudis and other countries into the Abraham Accords.
Can we somehow change the lights here?
Thanks. Thank you so much. And thank you for being with us today. I really
Thank you, Emily. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Great. So I was planning on introducing you, but Richard did that. So I'm going to go straight ahead with the questions.
Please go ahead.
I'd like you to walk us through October 7, 2023. What happened that day, and what are some of the major decisions that you have made on that day?
There is a phenomenon known as the Black Swan. If I take myself for a second, I came back on October 6th from the United States, speaking there on how we can promote normalization with Saudi Arabia. And here I am coming back to Israel, waking up on October 7th in probably the darkest day of the modern state of Israel ever since it was established. I don't have to go back to tell the whole stories. Everybody unfortunately know it. From my perspective, it was very clear that we have to get into the government, divert it from being just a government to an emergency government, and creating some kind of war cabinet that we can run the war through it. I thought it's not a time for political considerations, and I ordered my team to move forward with that. I met with the Prime Minister, and I told them even if it is my last political move, that's what we're going to do. We're going to move in and support the country, and I think we did right. And of course, the first few days were there to stabilize the country, to stabilize the front, to take the right decision, and I think the biggest decision we actually took was on October 11th of focusing on the Gaza Strip area while actively defending the northern arena.
And what led you to leave the war cabinet in June 2024?
Yes, in the speech I gave when we formed the emergency government, I declared that I'm not coming in for political partnership. I'm coming in because of shared reality, shared values, shared needs, destiny. And unfortunately, as time goes by, as we have stabilized the situation in terms of security, more political considerations moved into the room. I tried to stop it for a while, but once I saw I'm not succeeding, I had to pull out, and I still kept supporting the government when it comes to right security decisions, even though I was kind of in the opposition side already.
Thanks so much. Looking back, do you believe that the war was conducted properly and correctly, particularly given the current situation in Gaza, in Lebanon, and with Iran?
By and large, I think we took the right decisions. The arguments we had, and I still think we could have done better, was to expedite the processes. Look, no one likes long wars. It jeopardizes so many things. It harms so many things. It's very difficult to maintain long wars. And I thought we should act faster in Gaza Strip, and I thought we should move forward to the Lebanese area about a year before we did, actually. I thought we had to try and release more hostages in faster tempo, I would say. So I think those were the main issues that we confronted between what we actually did. But there's no reverse in life, and I think we should look forward and not look backwards. And looking forward, we have to focus on what's happening in Iran. We have to focus what's happening in Lebanon. I think we must make sure that under no circumstances the Iranians can go back to their nuclear path. I think that under no circumstances we can afford to Hezbollah to repossess itself in Lebanon or Hamas in Gaza. And following the panel that just finished here, I think that for the coming decades, we should combine fighting our enemies on all fronts, creating new alternative friendship on all fronts, and I think it's possible in Lebanon, I think it's possible with the Palestinians, I think it's possible in the region, and I think we must make sure that Israel becomes or stay and become even the strongest element in the area, because it will stabilize the entire region, and I think it's not only the interest of Israel, it's the interest of the region as we heard it right now, and the interest of the United States as well. So I think we should focus on that. From Israeli perspective, Emily, the only way we can do it is by creating a national unity government that can actually take brave decisions and move forward on all those issues. If we will continue this internal fight between us, we'll get nowhere.
Thank you so much. In your opinion, what should Israel's red lines be regarding Iran? And should we be prepared to act independently if needed?
Yes, I think that the nuclear issue is the first and foremost issue that we must make sure it is not coming back. Of course, all the other elements are important as well, but if I have to, supporting the proxies or the Iranians have built, and I'm sure they will try to rebuild a ballistic arsenal that will threaten not only the state of Israel, but it will threaten Eastern Europe, and it will give them much more power than they should have. But if you ask me about the Iranian itself, I would talk about the nuclear aspects. And the second issue, as a principle, I would say, is the right of Israel for freedom of operation against actual serious threat. After October 7, which is an event which I believe we should seriously investigate with a national community investigation element. And I'm saying it, thank you, and I'm saying it as someone who has to explain at least 7 years out of the last 20. Because I was not at the neighbors. I was in post for 7 years as the IDF chief, as Minister of Defense, and I think we have to look to ourselves in the mirror and candidly, seriously explain how did we allow such a threat to develop, let's put it this way. But having said that, we must make sure that in the coming years we keep up freedom of operation on all fronts to act against something like that happens, and we have to look at it seriously as it is, not as we hope it to be. And we must understand that the linkage between fundamental regime or organizations such as Hamas, such as Hezbollah, such as Iran, and the linkage between such elements and strategic capabilities is very, very dangerous because their calculus is different than ours. And once someone says, look at Gaza, does it work for the Gazan people what they did on October 7? People on the street will tell you no. But the fundamental leadership says, no, what's the matter? We're going to do it again. They're still saying it. We're going to do it again, even though that 60% of Gaza is flattened already. But they'll keep doing it. So let us look at reality as it is and make sure that Israel has the capabilities and the freedom of action to operate against growing threats such as we have experienced before.
Thanks so much. We're discussing freedom of action, but speaking about that, could you describe a little bit the Biden administration's approach to Israel during the war? Was there an arms embargo, and also in relation to the decision to get into Rafah? How did that, come about?
Yes. First, I guess you all know me, and you know that for me the relations between Israel and the United States, my political religion is bipartisan. And I think we should keep it bipartisan, and I don't think that the state of Israel should become a bipartisan issue in the States, nor do I think that our relations with the state should become bipartisan issue in the state of Israel. I appreciate a lot President Trump and his team for coming here during October. He came in the most pressing time and gave us the right support at the beginning. And of course, then we had several arguments which we argue about how fast to go. And the hardest one was, by the way, when I was visiting the United States, even though Netanyahu didn't really like it, they were asking themselves, the Americans asked themselves, how come Benny Gantz is more militant than Netanyahu himself? And they were hoping for me to come in a different approach. But I said, Khan Yunis faster, Rafah faster, Northern Arena faster. No doubt about that. But they did a lot for us, even though we had some arguments. And of course, President Trump's support to the State of Israel is second to none since the foundation of the State of Israel. If you look at his decisions on Jerusalem, Golan, Trump land for Judea and Samaria, Abraham Accords, and of course the operation in Iran is really second to none, and I appreciate it a lot. I think that for the interest of for the interest of the United States, a very strong Israel is an essential element in the United States policy, not our policy only, and I think that President Trump is following it very well.
Thank you so much. What do you think of his support for Israel, particularly regarding Iran? What is your opinion on? What is your opinion on his approach, President Trump's approach on Iran?
I think it was a very brave decision. Really, Iran, let us all face it. Iran is a global challenge. Iran is a regional challenge. And Iran is also a threat for the State of Israel. So yes, we should and we can, as said before and as you asked me, we can defend ourselves by ourselves, and we will always be able to do that. I highly recommend to our allies, led by the United States, to make sure we have the backup to be able to do it. I think we are the only country in the Middle East that never asked the United States to bleed for it. When we fought together in Iran, we fought together in Iran. The Americans were not fighting for us. We fought together in Iran. In other fronts, we are fighting alone for ourselves. That's what my father did. That's what I did. This is what my son is doing now. And that will always be the case. We will defend ourselves by ourselves. But those who say that they support us, those who say that Israel has the right to defend itself, must make sure
we have the strategic, political, and military means to be able to do it, not just say it and do nothing about it. And I think President Trump is doing very well on this issue.
Perfect. Thank you so much. There is an election coming up. I wanted to ask you if you could talk a little bit about your platform for that election and the issues that are important for you.
Yeah. Well, it's no secret that I'm not in the best political shape I've been in the last 7 years, but I'm talking with serious players and that we all share one main strategy to make sure that we will form only a Zionist national unity government, which is the only way to move forward. And for my party, at least, I will tell you as the last sentence, because I see the watch is running here, I will say one sentence. You know, my mother used to say that in our family, my father is the head of the family, but she is the neck and decides where he's looking at. And we're going to form maybe not the biggest party in the state of Israel for the next election, but the most important one, because we will set the direction of the next government and make sure it becomes a unity Zionist national government and nothing else.
My last question. Would you consider serving in a future government with Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah, it's well known. I think Netanyahu have served as prime minister for many years. He did many good things. He was mistaken in many other things. And I think he held responsibility for what happened on October 7 and what led us to it. So I think he should be replaced with dignity and everything, but he should be replaced. But, you know, there is an issue here of voters. They have to decide, not me. And we'll have to wait for the voters to take their decisions. And what I'm mostly interested in is making sure unity government is being formed and taking the right decision. And let us not forget this. The next 10 years, we have to take serious decisions on all fronts and on all issues, whether those are external issues or whether those are internal issues. How can we have a draft law? How can we have an agreed judicial reform? How can we set the economy to the right directions and not sectorial perspectives? How can we come up with the Palestinians, whoever we want to talk to? If we won't have a unity government, we will not be able to do anything. So, you know, for those of you who have visited Israel, when we fought against the judicial reform, Ayalon Road was blocked. When the ultra-Orthodox fighting against the draft law, road number 4 is being blocked. Guys, you want to decide which road's going to be open, or we'd like to do something that both roads will be open? And this is what I'm directing to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Close the doors. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Or is it? The stranglehold of bureaucracies, overreach of the Supreme Court, and a lack of checks and balances between the three branches of government are difficult to reconcile. especially in a country without a formal constitution. To break down which institutions need to be broken down, please welcome the host of JNS's Basic Law podcast and executive director of the Israel Law and Liberty Forum, Ilana Meisel, senior lecturer in the School and of Public Policy at Hebrew University and co-host of Tablet's Israel Update podcast, Gadi Taub, professor of law at the University of San Diego and at Bar-Ilan University, Avi Bell, and professor of law at George Mason University and senior fellow at the Advancing American Freedom, Eugene Kontorovich. Please receive our panel.
When we see a system of government, we ask, who makes the decisions?
A supreme legislative chamber, not picked by the people.
We can now no longer say, technically, that Israel is a democracy.
It's an ongoing advertising campaign for the corruption and incompetence of Israel's prosecutorial system.
These reforms would simply make Israel function more like a democracy.
All right, so good morning to everybody and welcome to our panelists. Sure, welcome. We're about to talk about one of the most constant and consistent issues in the Israeli headlines domestically, and the one on which almost every single policy issue hinges. We're at the point where representative politics arguably is now the weakest part of government, and the judiciary is inarguably the strongest, and that's had a lot of spillover effects into national security, economic growth, religion and state, almost any issue that you can name. I want to approach this conversation with a great amount of love and admiration for Israel and for its society, because it has a tendency sometimes to get into a polarized or negative space. That's not where this is coming from. The question is how we build forward. But to do that, we have to understand how we got into this situation. To begin with, I'm going to turn first to Gadi. This complaint about the deep shtetl, which is a term I don't like, but the complaint about the deep shtetl or the deep state is something that you hear in many countries now, across the world, United States, UK, South Korea, Brazil. There's a running list. Is there something distinctive about the Israeli case?
Yotam Zimri, the satirist, says that in Israel, electoral politics are a check on government, and government resides outside it in the court. So I think, first of all, we're the most advanced in this process, the wildest, and the only place I think I know where the court thinks it also can dictate the rules of the game, the constitutional rules of the game. It's not just that it plays within the games, it sees itself as authorized to dictate a constitution and to edit it or to exercise judicial review on it. So there is no limit whatsoever on the power of the court in Israel. And secondly, the case of Israel has demonstrated that this game, in this game, courts represents elites who are first anti-national and then anti-democratic. And they are anti-democratic because they are anti-national, because the majority is national. So in order to overcome the national character of the state, you need to subvert democracy. And what these elites demonstrated in Israel, that if you try to change the rules of the game from within, they will burn down the house. And what happened here in the days of the reform, it's the proverbial baby from the Solomon case. They were willing to tear the baby apart, and the majority retreated.
So I'm going to ask... a quick follow-up in the spirit of the Israel Law and Liberty Forum, whose mission is to inspire debate about these issues. So often I encounter people who say, something needs to be done. We know that the Israeli constitutional structure is out of whack when compared to any other place. Something needs to be done. However, freedom of speech is not codified in Israeli law. That's in Supreme Court jurisprudence, and the recognition of all sorts of non-traditional marriages, Supreme Court jurisprudence, and the integration of women into the military, for better or worse, in different parts of it, in combat units, is the Supreme Court. So if we lose that counterbalance, all of society changes and all of our civil rights are affected. It's an argument that exists in the Israeli public sphere. How do you deal with it?
Well, first of all, the court does not protect freedom of speech. The only time that a news organ was closed was on the order of the court. It was Arutz Sheva by the Mitnachalim. So the court does not protect the rights of individuals. We have a horrendous human rights record. The rates of conviction here are monstrous. Detention here is lacking in limit, and the courts are just a stamp for it. So the court are a side in politics. I'll just give you one number, Elana, since we don't have a lot of time. How many indictments were pursued after the Kaplan riots? 0. How many people were indicted in the protest against disengagement for Gaza? 700. So the court does not protect human rights. It does not protect group rights. It does not protect freedom of speech. It protects one side in the political arena.
So we sat in the wrong order. I'm going to talk to Eugene for a second and come back to you, Avi.
Can I just say something about
Sure,
that?
you can use
just very briefly.
15 seconds.
I think that's a little bit unfair. I think that Israel has a good human rights record. It's like everyone else, not perfect.
Only in the territories.
But it's no, I think that it's a fairly good human rights record. It's just that it's wrong to think of it that it comes from the actions of the court. The court is sometimes good and sometimes bad, so sometimes it's protected freedom of speech and sometimes it's hurt it, and you're right about the Arutz Sheva decision. It's not so great at protecting the rights of the criminally accused. But sometimes the parliament also, sometimes the legislation is good, sometimes it's bad. Neither has a perfect record. Ultimately, the virtue of democracy is that we work these things out in a deliberative process, which doesn't happen when the court rides roughshod over everyone else.
Eugene, your turn. As I think maybe many people in this room know, the roots of this issue go back decades, and as this dysfunction in government structure was growing, the primary critiques actually came from Israel's intelligentsia. They came from people affiliated more to Israel's left, more to Israel's center-left. Some examples here are Professor Ruth Gavizon or Professor Daniel Friedman, Professor Menachem Mautner. Today, it really is considered, unfortunately, more of a right-wing issue or right-wing priority. How can we elevate this back to the level of principle instead of personality and politics?
So the issue was some of the great critics like David Friedman or Ruth Gavizon of the powers of judiciary came from the academic left because at that time criticism of the judiciary was purely an academic issue, and the academy is almost entirely of the left. When it came to be translated into politics, that is when the partisan divide began, and that's because, as we know well at Forum Kohelet, the big mistake of the judicial reform was to say, hey, we just made an observation. The courts and the legal advisors have all the power in the country, and the government's just a fig leaf. We have a great idea. Let's change things to give just a little bit of power from the people who have all of the power to the people who don't. Needless to say, they didn't say, wow, that's a reasonable suggestion, let's do it. Rather, they fought vigorously to hold on to their power. To make it a broader issue, I think it's crucial for the public to know the full range of issues, including national security issues, international issues, that the courts are undermining the government in. Because the courts don't do this directly, they do this through legal advisors by vetoing some of the best decisions the government could have made in the war, were killed in their crib by the legal advisors. The government is loath to publicize that for various reasons, but I think if the people knew what they have already lost just in the past couple of years because of the binding effect of the legal advisors, they would revolt.
Avi, I want to bring the crowd into a little bit of the inside baseball of the reform-oriented camp, okay? And there's a bit of a debate within this camp where one side says what we really need is structural reform. What we need is to change the incentives of all the different players in the political and judicial system, and then things are going to sort themselves out. And another camp, which is somewhat disenchanted with the way that things have gone so far, says what you really need is just to get the right people in the right places. It doesn't matter if they're a right-wing activist, instead of meaning activism is okay, as long as it's the right wing and not the left wing. And this is an ongoing discussion. How do you see that? You're someone who's clerked on the court. You're someone who's taught law both in the university and in various other settings. And I'd like to get your take.
Yeah, thank you. So the issue of getting people in the right places is vital no matter where you stand on these things, right? I mean, again, ideally, democracy is government by representatives of the people after a deliberative process. And if you want to be able to have the representatives able to carry out the decisions they make, they have to have the bureaucracy that responds to what they have decided after their deliberations. Now, we're in a difficult situation in the modern world, and this is not particularly Israel or especially Israel. This is throughout the Western world. We're in a post-deliberative society. People don't really engage in debate anymore. What they more do is try to intimidate or shout at one another. But that makes it all the more important that if you're going to have democratic processes, the bureaucracy ultimately has to follow what the representatives of the people do, because there's not going to be a way to convince anybody to do anything. It simply has to be you make the decisions and then go. Now, I have to add, right now the Supreme Court is debating a bill that was passed, a very mild reform to the composition of the Judicial Appointments Committee. Judges are appointed in Israel by a committee. The committee has, a controversial makeup that more or less gives the judges, the sitting judges, vetoes on the future judges, and the reform would make the committee basically a bipartisan organization in which it would be representatives of the people from both the ruling coalition and the opposition. The Supreme Court has indicated very clearly in hearings this week that it's going to rule that to be unconstitutional. This is a constitutional law, right? It's a basic law. The court is going to invent a principle that is going to be retconned into the founding of Israel in order to strike down this new law. And they've explained already what they're going to do in the mysticism. It's a bad thing to have politicians appointing judges. The president of the Supreme Court, in a clip that's been going around, said, "Oh no, we know better. Politicians, who wants them? If you want to have the right decisions, who knows better what judges should do than us?" So you cannot have control of appointments unless you also have a structural reform that the Supreme Court will allow changes to be made and appointments to be made. And I'll say on top of that, you cannot even have judicial reform or any kind of structural reform unless you have institutional changes, because the court will not allow it.
Okay, we've come to 3 minutes. We have a lightning round now, bouncing off of this final answer of yours. And I hope that we have enough time for everybody to give a minute of their thoughts. Americans tend to say, well, Israel needs a constitution. That is the thing that Israel needs to solve this problem. Is a written constitution the thing that solves this problem? And regardless, if we have time, one reform you would make to the judicial institution and one that you would make to the institution of the Knesset or government. Eugene.
The idea of a constitution is a fine thing if it says good things. And the real question is what's in this constitution. Right now that the Supreme Court has asserted complete power over government appointments, the power to fire a prime minister, and the power to cancel provisions of the constitution that they don't like, any constitution drafted in the shadow of the Supreme Court's power would simply be a constitution designed to rubber stamp their power. And the so-called Declaration of Independence Constitution, much discussed by some politicians, is simply a way of retroactively legitimizing the court's absolute power through terms so vague they could interpret them to mean anything they want.
I used to be of Eugene's opinion. I said that in multiple times when I was involved about 20 years ago in constitutional drafting efforts, 15 to 20 years ago. And since I've come to a different opinion, and let me just explain why. Before you can have a constitution that actually works, you have to have an agreement that we respect the rules. And this court doesn't respect them anymore. Right? So you can put anything you want into a constitution, and the Supreme Court will just brush it off. Right? They'll know better. They'll identify invisible principles that have always been there for the last 60, 70, 80 years, and then do what they want. So before you can get anywhere, I think that it's not a bad idea to have a written constitution, although I have to say we did pretty well when we were using the British unwritten constitution. It's first and foremost, you have to change the institutions.
I think there are two possible outcomes. One is that we appoint a constitutional court by the Knesset above this Supreme Court, and that court will be representative of all opinions in the public, and therefore will have the public's confidence. And then you can have a constitution because they will respect it. The second thing is that we're just heading into a constitutional crash, and I don't think that would be a civil war like Aaron Barak said. I think it would be a shrug. One day they will make a decision so crazy that all politicians will just turn their back. And as Hannah Arendt once said, the most effective way to undermine authority is laughter. One day these people will make a joke of themselves.
I'll remind everyone that this was in the spirit of productive solutions and positivity. Am Yisrael Chai. It's been a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please close the doors. Can we have quiet? You're in for a treat. Ellie Row is a mensch. Ellie Row Ellie Row is committed to the principle that when emergencies arise, minutes can make the difference between life and death. Advances in emergency response and air rescue capabilities have literally transformed the ability to save lives across Israel and beyond. Ellie Row, who's sitting here on my right, is a captain. He has spent his own resources, recruited his own friends, and built a fleet of aircraft under the brand Hatzalah Air. When you hear a few stories of how Hatzalah Air, under the esteemed leadership of Ellie Row, has gone into battle to pick up people everywhere in the world, no matter their race, creed, color, religion, or any other characteristic. Wherever there is a need, Hatzalah Air shows up. Ellie, welcome to the Policy Summit.
Thank you, Richard.
You are our hero. Tell us why we think that you are such a hero.
Well, for one, obviously you're not talking to my mother-in-law. So I just want to say on behalf of everybody here, thank you, Richard, for being so amazing. Thank you, Phyllis, for letting Richard be so amazing. And thank you for such a wonderful conference. You know, I think if we can, we take a step back for a minute, and I'll tell you what Hatzalah Air is and perhaps what it isn't. But before we do that, if you can just raise your hand if you never heard the word Hatzalah. Okay, well, Hatzalah, I actually didn't think there were going to be any hands raised, so I'm excited to just share what the word Hatzalah means. Hatzalah is a Hebrew word to mean rescue. It actually started by an average, unimpressive guy in the 1960s, and I say that as a compliment to him, who witnessed a friend of his have a heart attack and die while waiting for New York City EMS in Brooklyn, New York. He waited 20 minutes, 30 minutes while his friend was having a heart attack. His friend died. Then he waited another 20, 30 minutes till EMS showed up in the 60s. And then his friend was dead when they came there. They said, when did he stop breathing? He said, maybe a half an hour ago. They put a sheet on him and took him away. He started screaming, do something. And he went nuts. He then went out and bought one oxygen tank and said, never again. Did that for a couple of years and said, wait, what if I'm alone someplace else and somebody needs that oxygen tank? And he recruited some 30 volunteers in his little town in Williamsburg and Brooklyn, New York. And then they went and they said, if anybody falls out of a window, drowns, has a heart attack, gets hit by a car, what have you, any emergency in his town, go and call these volunteers. And he called the group Hatzalah, or rescue. That was replicated to the Lower East Side of Manhattan, to other places, to Queens. Today, there are Hatzalah organizations in probably 100 places around the world. South Africa, Australia, Panama, Mexico, London, across the United States, Europe, South Africa, South America, Australia, you name it. I am a paramedic in Hatzalah in multiple places. In Queens, where my dad started in 1977, Hatzalah. In the Catskills, where I go upstate New York, for those of you who know the mountains. In Shari Chesed, right here around the corner. And in other places. But I'll tell you, perhaps my proudest ability is to watch what we do when ground Hatzalahs in Israel and other places are no longer able to do it because of the limitations. Let me define. Hatzalah Air has long-range aircraft. In fact, I'm looking at my time. We were supposed to speak for 12 minutes. I'm down to 4 minutes and 45 seconds, which is okay, because I'm a captain on something called the Citation 10, which is the fastest plane in the world. We fly almost the speed of sound, so I'm going to increase my speed of talk so I can finish everything in 4 minutes. We have a fleet of aircraft powered by about 400 volunteers that drop everything and will fly anywhere without any sort of notice. So imagine yourself at 2 o'clock last night, somebody called you and said, help. My brother and his wife and their 4 children were in Turks and Caicos, and their car went off a cliff. And the 2 parents were killed, and 2 boys ages 4 and 6 have broken backs. They're in 2 trauma centers. 2 girls ages 10 and 12 have third-degree burns over 90% of the body. And they're in 2 burn centers in Turks and Caicos, and they go, help. What are you going to do? Well, it's a good question, because really, somebody might know somebody in American Express who might send a Lear 60 to pick up one of them in 2 days from now. But instead, we'll fly a Gulfstream G550 with a grandparent and an emergency medicine doctor and some flight paramedics, and bring some family and some kosher food along, and bring all of them back by the time you wake up in the morning. I want to bring it home a little bit, and I touched on this yesterday in the reservist chat. We've been very, very fortunate in multiple fronts to be able to help those very close to where we're sitting today. One of them was recently in Australia. There was the Bondi Beach attack, where there was a hero from Israel, a soldier called Geffen Biton. While everybody ran away from the attacks, he ran to the attacker and launched on him and got shot with a shotgun right in his mid-region. Ended up with dozens of surgeries in Sydney, Australia. The only solution was to bring him home, but how? On more IV lines than you could count, more medications, in tremendous pain. Hatzalah was called by the Prime Minister of Australia and the President of Israel and multiple teams. We worked together, and we flew from New York to Honolulu. We refueled Honolulu to Sydney, picked him up, went from Sydney to Bangkok, just next to the Iranian airspace, to Israel, and then back. We've done over 2,100 of these types of missions. When we talk about a light to the nations and we pick people up, there are times when we'll land in a foreign country and the FBO, the locals, will turn to the stranded people who are watching a spouse or a kid who drowned or something horrible and say, I don't understand. What's going on here? This must be costing you hundreds of thousands of dollars, as they witness a plane coming in with pilots and doctors and paramedics. And the response is, actually, it's not costing us a penny. The locals will then say, you must know these people really well. And the response is, actually, we never met them. The next question is, I don't get it. If it's not costing you hundreds of thousands of dollars and you don't know them, why are they coming for you? The response is, because we're Jewish. And the next question is, how do we become Jewish? Now you laugh, and we don't only fly Jewish people, but the concept of being a light to the nations is perhaps never more personified than when you have volunteers leaving their homes on a Friday night and traveling to the other side of the world to rescue people they never met for free. That's Am Yisrael. That's the power of the Jewish people.
Ellie, I said that you were my hero, but you remember the Schlock Rock song, Mitzvah Man? You are our Mitzvah Man.
You know, I see Phyllis Heidemann in the front. The first and only time in my life I was at March of the Living was last year with Phyllis and Richard. And on our airplane, we have a Gulfstream G550, which I'm a very proud captain on, which flies 14 and a half hours nonstop. It goes about 6,700 nautical miles. And I have to tell you something, we have a little Torah on the plane that flies with us. Spectacular. I actually carried it through the gates of Auschwitz. And I can't help but thinking that 80 years ago, Jews from all over were stripped of everything, their religion, their freedom, their families, their businesses, their clothes, their money, and they were gathered together and they were put in a pen. 80 years later, thanks to the State of Israel, thanks to the IDF, Tzva Haganah Yisrael, and frankly, thanks to Hatzalah Air and the incredible volunteers of Hatzalahs all around the world, in Israel and beyond, wherever you are, we will come for you for free to help you because of who you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ellie Row, Captain. The Druze community's loyalty, sacrifice, and service have been woven into the fabric of the State of Israel since its founding. In this special conversation, former chair of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and documentary filmmaker and dear friend and leader Cheryl Halpern joins Tamir Murad, a distinguished Druze leader and diplomat who serves in elite Israeli counterterrorism units. He's also a senior fellow at the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. These are special people. Please welcome Cheryl Halpern and Tamir Murad.
Richard, thank you ever so much. But now, let me tell you, Tamir is a dear friend and a co-director of a documentary that we are currently producing on the Druze community. And so I'm going to embarrass myself and say I did not know much about the Druze community until I met Tamir. And he really taught me about their history. So Tamir, would you give an overview for everybody here about the Druze community?
Definitely. So first of all, thank you and good morning to everyone. Thank you to JNS Summit to give us this platform to talk about the Druze community and who we are. And thank you, Cheryl, for being a dear friend to me, myself, and to the Druze community in general. I want to talk about myself in a second for a couple of words. So my name is Tamir Murad. I'm a former Israeli diplomat. And since October 7, I'm serving in an elite unit in the IDF, active reserve duty. So, thank you. So would you excuse me for my English? Since October 7, I'm practicing my Arabic more than English. So, yeah. So, the Druze community, I want to talk about the bond between the Jews and the Druze. And the story, it started from the biblical time between Moses and Jethro. As all of you know, Jethro, he's the father-in-law of Moses. And us, as the Druze community, we follow Jethro as our main prophet. And so the relation started from back then until before establishing the State of Israel. And I guess, Cheryl, you can give us some of the example and stories you got to hear from us.
Well, if we both respect and revere Jethro, who then, his daughter Tzipporah married Moshe, that kind of makes us biblical cousins by marriage. But that's just one aspect of history. Tamir took me to see the military cemetery in Isfia, and I was really overwhelmed to see graves of Druze who had fought as members of the Haganah, and they were killed in 1937, fighting with their Jewish neighbors to establish a state of Israel. And Tamir, why do you think these Druze were motivated to join the Haganah?
Mm-hmm. So it was in 1937, 1938, two soldiers, you got to see their graves. None of them knew that 11 years later or 10 years later that Israel will be established. And I will answer this question for two main reasons. The first, I would say that Jews and Druze, back then, before establishing the State of Israel, both of them were minorities and suffered from the same pain. Hence why they fought shoulder to shoulder. And the second thing that I would say, I'll give you an example from my family perspective, my family story. So, my name is Tamir Murad. I grew up in Bejan. And my grandmother, she came from Syria and she got married to my grandfather in 1947. So she came from Sweda, Syria, the same Sweda, just to mention that suffered, and 3,000 from the Druze, 3,000 members of the Druze community over there were killed. And we need to thank the State of Israel standing next to the Druze community over there, the only democracy in the Middle East. And if no, the State of Israel, we can't find any Druze member in Sweden anymore. So my grandmother got married to my grandfather, and my grandfather have joined the military before it was mandatory to the Druze community. And 4 of her children, my uncles, they joined the military. My father have served for 30 years. And I asked her why. And people need to listen to this all over the world. She said, someone like me, who grew up in Syria, as a minority, will understand and will respect the state of Israel. So that's my grandmother's story. So my father, since October 7, October 7 took a huge part of this discussion over here. I will tell you from our perspective as my family, and there is nothing special about my family because the whole Druze community did the same thing. We woke up in October 7, me and my brother were called to the army, and my father, as someone who served for 30 years, he said, I can't sit here doing nothing. So he put his uniform and he went to volunteer in the army. He's 69, and just recently, at 69 years old, he was chosen for 78 years of independence of the State of Israel as outstanding soldier So he have served more 400 days. Yeah. So basically, I think it will give you an answer why minorities suffered from the same pain, I guess.
Is there anything else you'd like to share about your personal family history besides your grandma, dad?
Such as?
How many of you and your family have served? How many generations have actually served as officers?
We are 4 generations in the army. My grandfather, my father, myself, and my brother, and we have our nephew as well, serving as an officer at the moment in the army.
So let me ask you, do you think that Jews around the world, and of course even here in Israel, are aware of the unique commitment, the strength of the commitment of the Druze community to the state of Israel?
I don't think so. I think it's the first time for me to advocate for the Druze community and the first time to be on the stage to talk about the Druze community. I have been doing that in my past, talking about the state of Israel. And as an example, me and you were walking in the beaches of Tel Aviv, and we stopped people randomly, over 30 people in all range ages, and asked them, what do you know about the Druze community? None of them knew anything, and the only one thing that they knew, it's the Druze pita, which is like a food of us, and which is delicious, but like there is a lot more to get to learn about us. Yeah.
So with that as a reality, what's your vision of how to move forward with regard to the future?
Yesterday, me and you, we went to King David grave, and suddenly we got to see students in the 5th grade from a Druze town coming to learn about Jewish history and about Jerusalem and how important it is to the Jewish community and to the state of Israel. So again, it's a message, I guess, to the education system in Israel and to the Jews all over the world, and to invite each one of you to come to visit us in our towns, to get to meet us from very close. I want people and the next generation to get to learn who we are and what is the bond between Jews and Druze, and for us to get to know each other, not only in the army while we are fighting next to each other. So that's my message, I guess. Thank you.
You know, and what Tamir just said is very important. There has to be a better integration of the Druze community with the Jewish community here in the country. And there is an incredible, within the army, incredible recognition that the Druze, in Hebrew, achim l'chaim, that there is this everlasting bond, a brotherhood between them. And it really has to be a Brit chayim, a covenant of life between the entirety of the Jewish community and the Druze community.
Yeah. I totally agree, and I have one last remark. We don't have enough time to say. It's not relevant to what we were talking about. This message, I think, it's to all Jews all over the world. If someone got to hear what I have said, I want you to remember Tamir's grandmother's story. And I want each one of you, because we are facing anti-Semitism all over the world, to remember my grandmother's story and to be proud of who you are and to be proud that you have connection to the state of Israel. Because me, as a minority and someone who speaks Arabic, yes, أنا بحكي عربي, I'm proud of who I am, and I'm proud that I serve in the army, and I'm proud being a citizen of the state of Israel. So be proud of who you are.
כולנו עם אחד, כולנו משפחה אחת.
Indeed. Thank you very, very much.
Israel's economy has long defied expectations, turning a nation with few natural resources into a global center of innovation, investment, and entrepreneurship. Israel's position within the global marketplace continues to evolve with technological advancements and geopolitical challenges. To further invest in these issues, please welcome back tech entrepreneur and marketing expert Hillel Fuld in conversation with private equity investors Brett Perlman, partner at Affinity Partners, which has numerous holdings in Israel and the region, and Ellie Brender, co-founder and CEO of Jerusalem-based Exigent Capital. Please welcome all of these outstanding people.
Okay, good morning. What an event. Incredible stuff. So I just want to give a little bit of a biblical reference for a second here. There's a strange verse that we see in the Torah, which is in Egypt, it said, I'm going to say it in Hebrew then translate, the more the Egyptians persecuted the Israelites, the more the Israelites flourished, which is a strange thing. If you think about it, it's counterintuitive. I never understood it until now, because that's our story. The more darkness they bring, the more light we bring, and the more they terrorize us, the more we innovate. It's incredible to see, and it's backed up by data. In this war, Israel continues to break records in mergers and acquisitions and large strategic rounds and many, many other things. So it really is supernatural resilience that you see in the tech world in Israel. Just out of curiosity, yeah, you can clap it up for Israel. Who here has read the book Startup Nation? All right, it's a great book. Don't tell the authors that I said this, but it needs refreshing. It's a little bit outdated. And I say that because Israel and Israeli entrepreneurs and Israeli investors are really not looking to build startups anymore. We're looking to build large, sustainable, global companies. Don't take my word for it. We have some tremendously, respected investors here, and I want to hear from them. But before we start, give me a little 30-second introduction. Who you are, Brett?
Sure. I've been a private equity investor nearly my entire career. Started in 1989 as actually the first undergraduate hired by the Blackstone Group, which people didn't know existed at the time. Then co-founded a private equity firm focused on technology in Silicon Valley called Elevation Partners. A decade after that or so, I was actually sought out by Jared Kushner to become his chief investment officer for Affinity Partners. And my main focus when Jared asked me to join was to help commercialize the Abraham Accords. And the way you do that is actually through investing partnerships through the region. So I oversaw our activities here in the region.
That's it? Ellie, how long do we know each other, first of all? He basically raised me.
How old are you?
47.
47 years.
Exactly. All right. It's true. We went to elementary school together.
His dad was my principal in elementary school. Best elementary school.
You could give my dad a shout out. That's cool.
Best elementary school principal ever. Hillel's dad was my elementary school principal.
All right, let's hear it. Tell me what you're up to in life and your whole investment strategy in Israel.
Sure. Well, I got started when I was 19, got my Series 7 and 63 broker's licenses, got recruited by JP Morgan, worked in the FX group. So have a very comprehensive understanding of global macro, which I think is something that is a little bit underestimated in Israel because we're a small part of a very large economy. And moved to Israel about 18 years ago and started a special situation firm called Exigent Capital. We're macro thematic. We don't have a fund. Everyone says, so you have a fund? And I say yes, because it's a simple answer. But we're patient capital. We wait for an opportunity that we have a very high level of conviction in, and then we bring it to our global investor base, and that's Exigent Capital.
Okay, I think I can ask a question on behalf of everyone in this room. The dollar, the shekel. What's going on? What do we see for the near future? Give me some good news. Ellie.
You know, I'll give two answers to that question. If you listened to some of the speeches at this conference, you get the sense that this land and this people is endowed with something special. So if you take that to a more technical level, it means that the shekel is endowed with something special. You've had battles over many decades between private investors and what are called central banks. And sometimes the central banks win, sometimes the investors win. From a spiritual perspective, I would argue that God is the ultimate central bank and his currency is the shekel. So it's something...
I like that. I'm stealing that, Ellie. I'm going to quote you on that. Love that.
Something hard to bet against. From a more practical economic perspective, Israel's exports are what are called inelastic. So, like, if you're a consumer in the Western world and you buy a widget, and you can buy that widget cheaper in Vietnam as opposed to China, you're going to do that. But Israel exports cybersecurity, critical healthcare, defense, and those things tend to be in very high demand regardless of the strength of the shekel. So I think from a structural perspective, unfortunately for all the Americans in the room who are trying to figure out when they're going to buy their apartment when shekel goes back to 3.3, I don't know that there's ever going to be a good time.
What do you think?
The one comment I would make, while it's great for our existing investments in Israel with Affinity, it just makes it that much harder for the U.S. They're generally bigger investments than apartments from a private equity perspective. So, you know, the very asset you might have been contemplating when the shekel, when we invested, it was 3.7, 3.8. Now everything we look at, and if we assume that there will be some depreciation against the dollar, that's just kind of a structural disadvantage that we'd have to investing as a foreign investor.
All right, so let's talk about independence, right? I think that's a hot topic today, whether Israel should be financially, militarily independent. There's a lot of talk. Bibi talks about it all the time, and personally, I think that's where we need to go, because when we're dependent on foreign governments, it doesn't end too well for us. Talk to me about that. What are your thoughts on, should Israel become independent? If yes, how do we accomplish that?
Well, I'll frame it again from a private equity perspective. I think if you look at what the structural direction is, I believe there will be increasing independence. Israel needs to be increasingly independent in a handful of areas. And that's where I would say traditional private equity can play a role. I think there's going to be nearshoring of traditional manufacturing capacity. I think we've known and we've seen the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister say we need to have greater independent manufacturing of basic defense tech components. So I think you'll see increasing directional shift there, and that's where there's a real opportunity for private equity, right? If manufacturing capacity is a lot more capital intensive, and that's where I believe folks like Affinity, when I was there, where we're looking at traditional economy opportunities, I think it will require a fair bit of private equity. It can't all be funded domestically.
That's exactly what we were saying before. We're graduating out of startup nation, right? Private equity is a good indication of that, right? You know, of course, there's a whole VC landscape here. We're aware, we're familiar. But the more I hear about PE, entering Israel, the better it is for us, as far as I'm concerned. What do you think?
I would agree. I'll relate to independence and autonomy and resilience in relation to artificial intelligence, which is obviously the big topic of the day. I think that Israel achieved a certain level of independence or status through multiple waves of innovation, whether it was healthcare and I think most recently cybersecurity, where we're world leaders relative to our size and
we're
economy.
World leaders, period, I think.
World leaders, period. Speaking of the God to the shekel thing. AI is a different story because what you're seeing in the rest of the world is that AI dominance is created by physical infrastructure. It's massive data centers. And that is not traditionally the place that Israel has excelled. So I think when we think about how does Israel become independent and resilient in the AI landscape, that's going to really, I think, define the next few decades. I think it's about advancing the technologies and making them smaller and more efficient. It's quantum, it's expert AI. So I'm gonna push back a little bit on.
You have to create controversy on panels.
Creating controversy, only because we know each other for 47 years. You look better in diapers, by the way, than you do now.
Told you not to talk about that publicly, man.
Sorry, my bad. So we have to make these things smaller and more efficient. We have to create expert AI. We're not going to win in building larger data centers because we don't have the space to do it.
What are your thoughts on AI?
You know, I mean, I think it's very fair. I mean, that is a third trend that we would see. You're going to need, again, lots of capital to build a lot of these data centers. Again, a role for more traditional private equity. Investment in Israel has more been along the lines of software. It's not been an area that you've seen it previously. And Israel, to get independent, not only do they need data centers, infrastructure for energy, they need to also start training their own AI models, right? One thing we've seen domestically in the U.S., they're creating a haves and have-nots, and I think it's not great that you're seeing a number of the large, the LLMs and OpenAIs deciding who gets to use their most advanced models and who doesn't. And Israel, one thing we've seen, does not want to be in a position to be relying on, necessarily U.S. U.S. software in AI to be providing that to Israel. It'd be a bad place.
I'll add to that. The U.S. government is deciding who can do that.
Interesting. All right, talk to me about I shouldn't say the days after AI, but what's next for Israel in terms of technology, innovation, and business in general? Brett.
Look, I mean, I think, the entire AI ecosystem is going to spawn. There is the second derivative, the third derivative, everything that we see coming off of it. I mean, AI agents. We're going to see what there will be in robotics that's, are going to be the likes of which that nobody's seen right now. Robotics, they're not only going to be silly little guys that are going to make your life easier. If you'll talk about what I don't think is that far off, you'll see, why is Elon Musk's pay package premise on colonizing Mars, which would seem impossible. He believes there are going to be robots that are going to be shipped to Mars.
He actually stopped the manufacturing of two Tesla, the Model S and the Model X, to build robots.
That's right. I mean, it was almost, he views Tesla as really a training ground for manufacturing for the future. It's what he learned. He doesn't think that's necessary. He thinks it's commoditized, that's no big deal. But the robotics that will enable colonizing Mars, colonizing the moon, mining, etc., that's really the fundamental premise there. So they were just going to be the first, second, third derivatives off of AI, and that's what I would expect. Israel can be the one of the leaders in, for sure.
Are we going to be on Mars in our lifetime?
I obviously certainly believe Elon Musk. He would not take a pay package that he does not believe to be possible, right? And he's somebody that I would not vote against if he doesn't get it done. He certainly will significantly advance the opportunity to actually do that.
He's proven to all of us that he can do the impossible, right? I think every one of his companies, everyone looked at and said, that's not a thing, that's not possible, and he did it. So who knows, Mars, maybe in our lifetime. What do you think?
I think that the next phase of economic progress for Israel is actually more geopolitical. I think it's regional integration. I think there is a day after this epoch of wars, and there's a lot going on already under the surface, and I think a lot of that starts to rise above the surface. What'll really change is the people-to-people interaction on that business level, because right now, if you're a monarchy in the Gulf and you want to do business with Israel, that's your business. You can do that. Nobody has to know about it. But if you're an Israeli business and you're going to hang out a shingle in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in Doha, in Riyadh, wherever it is, you're taking a significant risk. Cancel culture being the least threatening risk to that business. So I think once we get on the other side of that, I think it's going to be a real paradigm shift for small and medium-sized businesses who can go to those places for the first time and feel like they can actually engage. So I'm excited for that for this country.
Abraham Accords lends a hand to that, obviously. But I have to say, you know, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. The famous verse that every Jewish person and every Christian in the world knows, that you know, those who bless the Jewish people will be blessed. Those who curse the Jewish, right? That's a nice concept, and you know. But if you look at the 10 most valuable companies in the world, 9 of them are hyper-Zionists, right? What's the most valuable company in the world right now? NVIDIA. The guy just tripled his presence in Israel, right? Every single one of them. Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple, right? How many iPhone users in the crowd? Raise your hand. Wow. Android? I'm so sorry. Just kidding. Oh, you're an Android? All right, no one's perfect, man. No one's perfect. No, but jokes aside, like when you...
Proud Jew and proud Android user.
Okay, we'll fight about it afterwards. It's like a religion, you know, iPhone, Android. When you unlock your iPhone, people don't realize this. When you unlock your iPhone using Face ID, anybody know who invented that? That's an Israeli entrepreneur, PrimeSense, that Apple acquired. And by the way, that same entrepreneur was just acquired for the second time by Apple during this war. You know, the chip is built in Herzliya. If you've used Microsoft Teams, that's built in Herzliya. And it's true about literally, I think, 9 out of the 10 most valuable companies in the world are, again, hyper-Zionist, and that's incredible. But, you know, we don't have a lot of time, so I just want to ask you, I think, the most fundamental question, and that is how? How did Israel, this country smaller than New Jersey, in the worst neighborhood on earth, become a technological superpower in 15 seconds?
In the words of Gold in my ear, did we have another choice?
Love it.
Right?
Love it. Man, I wish I would have met her.
Yeah, as a 100% distilled grandchild of Holocaust survivors, I would echo that. We didn't have another choice. We were forged.
But I think, you know, it's an interesting thing. If you get into a taxi in Tel Aviv and you talk to the taxi driver, you say, hey, how long have you been a taxi driver? He says, I'm not a taxi driver. I have a startup. This is my side gig, right? Everyone in this country, it's built into the culture of Israel, and it's not slowing down.
And he fought a lot of wars, too, by the way,
That's right.
that guy.
Beautiful. On time, too. Thank you, guys.
We march on, and you're in for a treat. The next subject is the impact of social media, as social media has become one of the most influential forces shaping public opinion, cultural discourse, and advocacy around the world. Montana Tucker has harnessed the power of social media to reach millions, tens of millions, using her platform not only for entertainment, but also to educate audiences about anti-Semitism, Jewish identity, and Israel. Through her advocacy, storytelling, and digital influence, Montana Tucker has become a powerful pro-Israel voice that we all appreciate. Please welcome Montana Tucker.
What is happening now is exactly how the Holocaust began, and everyone needs to take this extremely seriously. For me, having over 14 million followers across platforms, I have to use my voice. This is not just an anti-Israel problem, this is an anti-America problem. Hamas is the root of all evil here in Gaza for Gazans and Israelis, and I have to continue fighting every way that I can. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. How are we doing today? This is amazing. I just flew in late last night, and I'm so grateful to be here. It is truly an honor to be here in Jerusalem, surrounded by so many incredible leaders, journalists, innovators, and people who have dedicated their lives to strengthening Israel and the Jewish people.
So if you guys would have asked me a few years ago what my career would look like, I would have probably told you that I would spend my life just dancing, singing, acting, and trying to make people smile. I never thought that all of a sudden I'd become known, instead of as a dancer, singer, actress, a recognizable Jewish voice on social media. And I certainly never imagined that posting about my own identity, just simply posting about being Jewish, would become so controversial. But none of us really gets to choose the moment history hands us. We only get to choose what we do with it. So we can either stay silent because it's easier, or we can speak because it is absolutely necessary. And for me, that choice became very clear. As someone with 14 million combined followers, I realized that social media is not just a place where people share selfies and silly videos. It is where people form opinions. It is where narratives are built. It's where history is interpreted, but sometimes accurately and sometimes not even close. And then October 7th happened. Like so many people, I woke up and immediately reached for my phone. At first, I was seeing videos of families hiding in safe rooms, people running for their lives, parents searching desperately for their children, and communities that had been turned upside down overnight. I was heartbroken, like I'm sure every single one of us in this room. I was grieving and I was in shock. But as the hours kept going on, something else began to happen. I opened Instagram and TikTok again. And it felt like I was looking at a completely different reality. Before many people even knew what had actually happened, narratives were already being written. Opinions were already being formed. And millions of people around the world had already decided what they believed, not because they had done their own actual research, or none of them had ever even visited Israel, or spoken to a survivor, or even spoken to an Israeli, but because they had watched a few little videos online from people with little understanding of the region or its history. And I remember thinking, how is this happening so fast? The tragedy itself was devastating enough, but then watching misinformation spread in real time was something that I personally had never experienced before. And so that's when something shifted inside of me. I realized that staying silent wasn't actually staying neutral. You know, silence creates space for someone else to tell your story. So if we don't tell our own story, somebody else will. And they might not tell it truthfully. And that realization changed the way that I viewed my platform forever. I realized that algorithms were shaping opinions faster than governments could. In today's world, the battle for truth isn't happening only in newsrooms and on world stages. It is happening right on our phones. One scroll, one video, one share, one post at a time. And I knew that I couldn't just sit on the sidelines. You know, today, social media is not just entertainment. It is one of the most influential battlefields in the world. And at first, I was not sure what would happen if I spoke out. So many people kept warning me not to. They said, Montana, you're going to lose followers. You're going to lose all the brands. They're probably going to stop working with you. They said, just stay neutral. Just keep dancing. Just don't say anything. But then I thought, I am the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, and it is my responsibility to do everything that I can. I know for 100% fact that if social media existed in the 1940s, you better believe that my Zadie and my grandma Lily would have posted every day, whether they had 1 follower or 10 million followers. So I just started posting. I started sharing the truth. I went back to Israel for the first time after October 7th in December of 2023. And now this is my 9th trip back since October 7th. And I documented the reality immediately of what happened and what continues to happen, not because I thought that I could change the world overnight, but because I knew silence for me was not an option. Now, I have to be honest, a lot of those warnings that I received did come true. I received and continue to receive thousands of hateful messages, death threats almost every day, and people telling me that they hoped terrible things would happen to me simply because I was Jewish and standing up to my own people. I had people say, your grandparents should have died in the Holocaust and now it's your turn. I've had complete strangers decide who I am without even ever having a conversation with me. But then something beautiful happened. For every single hateful message I received, there were messages that reminded me exactly why this work matters. Okay, I've received messages from amazing Muslims thanking me for condemning terrorism while still showing compassion for innocent civilians. I've heard from incredible Christians who told me that they had started learning about Jewish history because of my videos. I've received messages from people who admitted that they believed things about Israel that simply weren't true, and that one of my little videos encouraged them to start asking questions instead of accepting everything that they saw online. A young girl wrote to me and said, I had never met a Jewish person before. And watching your videos taught me who the Jewish people actually are, so thank you. I'll never forget reading those messages because those messages reminded me of something incredibly simple. People don't hate what they know. They hate what they've never been given the chance to understand. So that's why I continue. One of the biggest lessons I've learned over the past few years is that changing minds rarely happens through shouting and being combative. I believe it truly happens through calm conversations. I've learned that facts matter. History matters, but humanity matters too. And when people feel respected, they're much more willing to listen. Some of my most meaningful conversations haven't happened with people who already agreed with me, trust me. But they happened with people who were curious enough to ask questions. And that's where I believe real progress begins. Over the past few years, I have met extraordinary Israelis. Who in here is Israeli, by the way? Woo! You guys are amazing. The strongest people in the world. But these incredible, extraordinary Israelis whose lives have forever changed mine. I actually created a documentary called The Children of October 7th, where I interviewed children between the ages of 11 to 17 who had been taken hostage, whose parents had been taken hostage, or who witnessed Hamas murder members of their family right in front of them. I spent over a year advocating for all the hostages, like Emily Damari and Romy Gonen, before I had ever even met them. And before I met them, they already felt like my family. I'm sure a lot of you in here can relate to that. When they were finally released, I learned that while they were still in captivity, this is the craziest story. When I got to meet them, they told me this, that they were still in captivity, they had actually seen an interview about me after I wore this yellow dress that said, bring them home to the Grammys. They saw that while they were in captivity. I truly could not believe that. That moment literally stopped me in my tracks and made me cry because suddenly I realized social media wasn't just reaching people around the world. It somehow reached the very people we were fighting for in Gaza. I also created a Nova tribute dance video called We Will Dance Again, alongside the Lilach Friedman dance company that actually lost 3 of their members at the Nova Festival, with Nova survivors and former hostage Moran Steli and I. I spent time with the most incredible soldiers, barely older than teenagers, carrying unimaginable responsibility. And I've gone to the communities devastated by terror. I even entered Rafah, Gaza, to witness humanitarian aid efforts by Israel and the U.S. firsthand, because I was sick and tired of all the propaganda talking about the aid, and I wanted to see the reality with my own eyes instead of relying on the headlines. And those experiences changed me forever. Because Israel, it's not just an idea. It's not just a hashtag. It's not a political talking point. It is real people. It is families trying to build ordinary lives under extraordinary circumstances. It's resilience. It's innovation. It's hope. It's humanity. And once you've looked people in the eyes and heard their stories, it becomes impossible to reduce them just to slogans on social media. Growing up being Jewish was something I was always proud of, but today it's become something I feel responsible for. You will literally never see me without a Magen David, probably about 20 on at all times. So I want people to know at all times that I'm a proud Jew. So just want you guys to know that. And I feel responsible for this not because I have all of the answers, not because I'm a historian or a politician, but because I have a platform. And I believe having a platform comes with extreme responsibility. Every generation of Jews has faced moments when speaking up carried consequences. We all know that. So this generation is no different. The difference is that today, each of us carries a little publishing platform right in our pocket. One video can reach millions of people around the world. One post can influence public opinion across continents. One voice can inspire someone to think differently. That's an incredible responsibility for all of us. But it's also an incredible opportunity. You know, people often ask me whether all of the hate ever makes me want to stop. My answer is always no. It actually does the opposite. It makes me want to keep going and keep posting and keep sharing. Because every time I think about slowing down, I remember all of those positive messages from people who tell me that they actually learned something from the videos I create that they never knew before. I remember the students who say that they finally felt less alone because someone with a public platform spoke up. I remember the parents who tell me that they showed my videos to their children. And I remember the people who don't agree with everything I say, and there's a lot of them, but thank me for speaking with honesty instead of hatred. Those moments remind me that impact isn't measured by how many people cheer for you. Sometimes it's measured by the one person who quietly changes their mind. In a world that often rewards outrage, I want to continue choosing dialogue, personally. In a world that rewards division, I want to continue choosing connection, because I genuinely believe that understanding begins with conversation. And while social media can spread misinformation at an unbelievable speed, it truly can also spread the truth, I promise. It can build bridges. It can create empathy. It can remind people that behind every screen is another human being. So that gives me hope. You know, my grandparents survived the Holocaust. They lived through a time when Jewish voices were silent, were silenced. And today I have the privilege of reaching millions of people just with the touch of a button. How crazy is that? So I don't take that privilege for granted. If I can use that platform to tell one more story, to challenge one more misconception, to inspire one more conversation, then that will outweigh any negative or hateful comment. History isn't only written in government buildings or newsrooms. History is written online as well. So one post, one conversation, one act of courage, one voice at a time. So as long as I have a voice, I will use it. What about you guys? I will use it for Israel, for the Jewish people, and for the truth. Because history is not written by those who refuse to stay silent. I also just want to give a shout out to my amazing mother who is here with us. She is the daughter of 2 Holocaust survivors and the strongest Jewish woman, and gives me all the inspiration that I have. So I want to thank my mom. And thank all of you so much. Am Yisrael Chai. Woo!
Please be seated. Thank you very much, Montano. Israel's emergency medical services stand on the front lines every day responding to crises, disasters, and medical emergencies, while serving as a model for emergency preparedness worldwide. Israel's premier national emergency medical, blood, and disaster response service is Magen David Adom. Global president of MDA is Ambassador Gilaad Erdan, who is one of Israel's most experienced public servants. A former Minister of Public Security and Minister of Strategic Affairs, Ambassador Erdan served for years both as Ambassador to the United Nations and also as Ambassador to the United States in Washington. Please welcome our dear friend, Ambassador Gilaad Erdan.
Magen David Adom, they dedicate their lives to saving other people's lives.
Israel, the core of your DNA.
There is no reasoning with genocidal jihadists. This is the Hamas charter.
It is solely about the destruction of Israel and the murder of Jews.
Gilaad Erdan.
Good morning. Dear friends, for many years, I have served the State of Israel as a member of Knesset, a minister, and Israel's ambassador to the United Nations and the United States. Those roles, thank you. Those roles taught me an essential lesson. Israel's true strength is not measured only by its air power, intelligence, or the innovation of our startup nation. It's important. But Israel's true strength is measured by our ability to protect life, save life, and sanctify life. You know, during the war, a Bedouin baby once was born in a Magen David Adom ambulance on the way to the hospital. Suddenly, as many times it happens, seconds later, a missile alert sounded. The crew stopped and protected the mother. A paramedic, Elad Pass, knelt beside the road, cradling the newborn and shielding him with his own body. Elad, our paramedic, became an Magen David Adom volunteer after his niece, I believe we all remember the name, Shalhevet Pass, of blessed memory, was murdered by a Palestinian terrorist when she was only 10 months old. You know, friends, that story is Israel's story. A people that chooses life, a people that protects life and refuses to surrender to those who seek our destruction. The sanctity of life is one of the central values upon which the Jewish state was founded. It is also the value that has guided Magen David Adom, Israel's national emergency medical service, for nearly a century. Since October 7th, Israel has faced missiles, drones, and terror threats from multiple fronts. When I served in the security cabinet in the government, we often asked ourselves, how do we ensure Israel's national resilience? How can we make sure that Israelis know that they will not be left alone in their hour of need? And the answer was always simple. Magen David Adom provides one of the most important answers, because national resilience begins with national confidence. Confidence that whenever and wherever you are, whenever you need help, MDA Magen David Adom will come within minutes. When hundreds of missiles were launched at Israel, MDA teams did not run from danger. They moved toward it. While civilians were told to remain in shelters, MDA personnel entered damaged buildings and treated the wounded. That is the quiet heroism of our warriors in white, because of their uniform, of course. MDA also combines values with innovation. Its advanced systems can identify impact sites even before emergency calls are received, because we are connected to the Home Front Command. Its teams use drones in real time to use it for situational awareness that enables us to immediately take life-saving decisions. This is the cutting edge of emergency medicine. As global president of Magen David Adom, I have the privilege of meeting Jewish communities all around the world. I meet people with different views, different backgrounds, but one thing connects us all: the understanding that the state of Israel is much, much more than a country. It is a shared responsibility of all of us. Supporting Magen David Adom expresses that responsibility in its purest form, saving lives in the Holy Land. Because a strong Magen David Adom means a stronger Israel. Thank you. It means greater national resilience, as I explained, and it means strengthening the values upon which the Jewish state was built. Dear friends, while we celebrate the achievements of Magen David Adom, we must recognize that the reality that Magen David Adom's service will remain critical. Why? Because we will continue to face threats from the radical Ayatollah regime and its terrorist proxies. And whatever happens in the negotiations in Switzerland, we must have no illusions. Iran will not abandon its nuclear ambitions. The regime will continue to support, arm, and fund its terrorist proxies. Yes, Iran suffered immense damage because of the remarkable cooperation between Israel and the United States of America. But the regime is now feeling renewed confidence. It is telling itself and the region that it survived the joint American-Israeli assault. Wounded, yes, but still sadly standing. We must not allow Iran to turn its military failures into a strategic victory. And I say to our government, first and foremost, Israel cannot compromise on the security of the North. The IDF's hands should not be tied in any way, because our northern residents must be able to live in peace and send their children to school without having to lie on the ground when rockets or drones fly overhead. As a lesson from the last 3 years, Israel, dear friends, must focus on developing national security sovereignty. What does it mean? It means that we must rely first and foremost on ourselves. We must develop independent capabilities in military production, weapons systems, and critical technologies. And we must urgently invest far more seriously in the narrative war and the battle for public opinion. We must share the truth, and we must go on offense and delegitimize our delegitimizers, starting with Qatar. That battle is the reason I am proud, in my role at the Misgav Institute for National Security, to launch today our new report, From UN Bureaucracy to American Global Leadership. As Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, I saw firsthand how an institution created to defend peace and human rights became a platform for hostile regimes and the engine of an obsessive campaign to demonize Israel. Our report in Misgav Institute shows that this is not only Israel's problem. The UN today undermines critical American interests and advances the positions of China and other US adversaries, while the American taxpayer foots the bill. The United States provides today roughly 28% of all contributions to the UN, close to $20 billion every year. Insane. Yet, America has only, as you know, one vote in a system where terror supporters can use automatic majority to advance hostile agendas against America and the free world. So friends, I will soon travel to the United States and other countries to present this report to leaders, members of Congress and decision makers. And we will urge them to completely and end funding and participation in an organization that today, as I said, undermines American and Israeli interest and the interests of the entire free world. Defund the UN. Defund it completely. This doesn't mean that the US should retreat from global leadership, of course. It should lead the free world in dismantling the failed UN, dismantling it and replacing it with a new international organization that would truly prevent wars and defend democracies. My friends, as I said, we must continue to fight with strength, determination and courage on the front lines, on the home front and in the international arena. While the brave women and men of the IDF defend Israel on the front lines, Magen David Adom strengthens the resilience of the home front. And together, we must defend Israel's international standing and legitimacy. Each of these battles, each of them, is critical, and they must each be advanced with the right resources, investment, and innovation. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping us save lives, strengthening Israel, and spread the truth from Jerusalem to the entire world. Toda Rabbah.
Hamas, in its charter, calls for the destruction of Israel. Long before perpetrating the October 7th barbaric massacre, Hamas, since its founding, has openly not only called for, but worked for, demanded, schemed, planned, and designed the destruction of Israel. It has pursued that goal through terrorism, through incitement, through violence, and through control of the people of Gaza itself. The first step in defeating an enemy is understanding that enemy. Whether we want to or not, we have no choice. Courts, federal courts, have held Iran and Syria legally accountable for providing material support for Hamas, which is a designated terror organization. Please join Sarah Stern, founder and president of the Endowment for Middle East Truth, or EMET, and Dr. Dan Diker, president of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, in conversation with the Green Prince, Mosab Hassan Yousef, the son of a Hamas founder who has risked Mosab has risked his life to expose the intentions, the methodologies, the plans, the deceit, the design, the terrorist elements of Hamas, one of the world's worst and most vile terror organizations. Mosab, it's good to see you. We salute you. We thank you.
They say free Palestine, but they mean they destroy Israel.
Intifada is chaos.
Hamas killed Arabs, Druze, Jews, Christians, foreigners. The revolution is only for the sake of revolution.
They don't care about Palestinian children.
There is no democracy in the world that would tolerate such a thing.
Mosab Hassan Yousef.
Okay, it's not here.
Welcome, everyone. What a wonderful, wonderful day. And to top it all off, we have Dan Diker, who is the president of the Jerusalem Institute for Security and Foreign Affairs, and the Green Prince, Mosab Hassan Yousef. I feel like this is a family reunion for me. I know and love both of these people really, really dearly.
We love you too.
Mosab, can you begin, and Dan, how is today different from June of 2025? When we first went to war, the 12-day war.
First of all, it's so good to see you. It has been a while. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here actually today. Sarah called me a few months ago, the first 2 weeks of the war, to check on me, to see if I had a shelter nearby. In the vaccine, there was lots of chaos. She asked me, where the hell are you? I couldn't lie. I told her, I am right on the Iranian-Iraqi border under the IRGC fire. How about you?
I was in a sealed room.
Yeah. Okay. Regarding the question, the campaign, the 12-day war, and this campaign are completely different. The 12-day war was an operation, a state-of-art operation. Israel surprised the enemy. Israel was well prepared. And Israel did not have friends who kept complaining every step of the way, who proved to be just loud. In fact, 12 days, Israel cornered Ayatollahs, surprised them in the most powerful way. While they were suffocating under complete shock, someone else came to do what? To reap the reward. They saw Israel winning. They got attracted. They love success. They cannot afford failure. They stopped what they were doing and they just came to be part of the process. Why? Because the 12-day war was a state-of-art military operation. This is Israel. Israel was prepared. This one is chaotic. It's not Israel's plan 100%. And we went along, even though we were supposed to finish the job a year ago. The 12th day should have continued all the way to the end. Only to be stopped, then 6 months later, to beg them, let's go. Now you made up your mind? 6 months later? Well, 6 months earlier, we had the advantage. We had the entire world and allies to our side. We could have finished the job. You stopped there and you said, you don't know what the hell you are doing. Total arrogance. Then when you came to the picture, you dragged us into this rabbit hole. And now you're throwing us under the bus. This is the simple truth. And I don't mean to insult anybody. This is the reality, the way I see it. And as many of you know, I don't represent any organization, and I hope that I'm not creating any chaos. I've been saying this from day one. I did not want Trump's involvement in this war.
because he has been a disadvantage. And as I said, I only represent myself. I only represent myself. He does not understand war. And he wants Israel to work according to his schedule. And he wants Mossad to be ready any moment. When we had the upper hand, he killed the opportunity. And we were not ready, he rushed. Help is on the way. This is not how it works. This is the recipe for a disaster. And I saw that coming before they went to the war. But anyway, who does go to war on a schedule? When you go to war, especially against such powerful enemy, you don't say, I want to finish it in 5 weeks. Nobody go to the war on a schedule. And when you go to war, you better be ready, not only for winning. Defeat is possible. Death is possible. You don't go to war only thinking about winning and victory. That's not the quality of people who really and actually want to accomplish tasks.
Right. Dan, I'd like to find out from you why you feel, especially during this time of war, defensible borders are necessary for the state of Israel.
I'll answer that in 10 seconds, but okay. I want to just repeat something that Ambassador Erdan said. What Mosab has just said now has been a thesis of the way a Middle Eastern expert, indigenous to the region, understanding political culture, understands the way it works in the Middle East. Ambassador Erdan said narrative warfare is a national security issue for us. And what we learned at the JCFA from Mosab, from working with him for a long time and listening, is that we have to start thinking like we are an indigenous member, the most indigenous member of what is today the Arab Muslim majority Middle East. We are the ultimate indigenous member. And just as Ambassador Erdan said, it is a national security imperative for us to take what's called, what the Russians called Russian political warfare, hybrid warfare. And what you just heard from Mosab now is the way we need to think as Middle Easterners about how to solve and win wars in the Middle East. Now, as part of that, the last 10 seconds is defensible borders, as many people know in this room, has been an Israeli security doctrine since the lightning victory in 1967. It applied to what they called Gav Hahar, the Judean Samarian Hill Ridge, giving us topographical advantage and strategic depth on our eastern side. We now are expanding that to the north opposite Lebanon. Clearly, Lebanon is critical never to leave for the foreseeable future the Litani and even up to the Awali River and south, because that is going to give us the buffer zones, the demilitarization areas that we need in order that we do not ever experience another October 7th, and it also applies to Gaza.
I'd like to hear from each of you what you think the most pessimistic scenario coming out of this is and the most optimistic scenario.
I'm not optimistic at all, to be honest with you. So I don't have an optimistic scenario. But we can definitely control the damage. The damage has been done already. We need to accept that. You know, the damage happened on October 7th. Not today, not yesterday. And since then, we have been trying very hard to restore the image, to wash the shame of failure for those who were asleep and their job was to defend the people of Israel. They made poor choices. They failed the people, and they did not take responsibility for their failure. And since then, we have been fighting very hard on multiple fronts, trying to get out
of that situation. This is a lose-lose situation. If I tell you that we're going to emerge out of this in the immediate future as victorious, I'll be lying to you. The situation is very hard, and more people are turning against truth, not only against Israel. They're siding with the hype, they're siding with the trendy narrative, the victim narrative. And Israel, to them, whether if they are public or policymakers, decision makers, Israel has become a liability rather than an asset. Even though in reality, Israel is their greatest asset. They wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be in this position without Israel. And now they want to appease the beast and please the public opinion. So congratulations, you are going to win the next elections. But you just sabotaged the cornerstone, the main pillar of the entire structure when you turned against Israel, especially when it's bleeding. I don't think that the Arabs, the Muslims, the anti-Semites, the anti-Israel has the capacity to annihilate the state of Israel. I think this is impossibility. And Israel, as a nation that has survived endless attempts to annihilate it for almost 5,000 years, knows better than any other nation that is still alive today how to survive. This is number one. Number two, in Israel, everybody knows how to fight. Everybody. There is no other nation out there that has the same skill, same intelligence, and same understanding of what the enemy exactly wants. And let me say this clearly. Israel's existence is not negotiable. And it does not depend on superpowers or the public opinion. And if they keep pushing Israel to the corner, they are the ones who are going to suffer the most. Israel hasn't used everything that it has. And Israel, on a purpose, did not expose the advanced weapons that it has for a very important reason. We don't want the enemy to know what we are having. And now, at this point, we're just playing around. So, this is the clear message to those who think that they can annihilate Israel. Behind Israel is existence, is the creator. Israel is not coincidental. I try not to, sorry for the long answer, please.
That's wonderful.
I try not to use God because God could mean anything for anybody. But if they think the Israeli survival, 5,000 years, is coincidental, they need to rethink.
Dan, if you could just add to that.
Very quickly. I feel like I'm back in yeshiva with a Rosh Yeshiva. Mosab,
you're not invited to the party.
Mosab said he's pessimistic, but I kind of feel better about myself after having listened. And all of us, and I'll tell you, I very quickly, because we're here to hear Mosab, I feel very optimistic, ultimately. Optimistic because of this last 2.5 days, Alex and JNS. This is the most extraordinary collection of people over the last 3 days. This is the future of Israel. This room. And, you know, many of us sent our children to fight. And that makes us optimistic. Because our children, our daughters and our sons, who fought for us from the 7th to victory that we achieved until today, and we haven't finished the job, but our children are the warriors of Israel and an example, a moral example to the world about what a light unto the nations really means. And that makes me very, very optimistic.
Our children, our sons and our daughters are the noble heroes that are carrying Israel on their backs. There's a lot to look forward to in the future. Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. We're going to break for networking break. There's a changeover of the room so that we can come back at 12:30 to begin the discussion panels. Thank you to every one of our presenters. We appreciate you.
And welcome back from wherever you are joining us around the world here at the second annual JNS International Policy Summit in Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the state of Israel and the Jewish people. My name is Josh Haston, correspondent for JNS News, and we have a very special guest here on the panel today, Amelie Butbol. She is the war correspondent for JNS. Thanks so much for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You were just up on stage in the main hall in the ballroom, and you were one-on-one with former Defense Minister Benny Gantz. I'd like to start by hearing about that interview. What did you learn from the former Defense Minister today?
I believe that his message really resonated. It was a message of unity and a message that the next government in Israel will have a very important mission, which is uniting the people and fulfilling certain gaps.
So he did a good job up there. This is election season. Do you think he is in full election mode in terms of his words? I mean, you've also been in the Knesset covering so much going on there on behalf of JNS. Talk about his message and related to what's going on now. We are in a full election season here in Israel.
I find that his message was pretty much consistent with a message that I've been hearing for the last 2 years, or just about 2 years, that I've been going to the Knesset, to faction meetings of every party that gives faction meetings pretty much. And it was consistent. He's always had a message of unity. He was genuine, authentic, and his intentions were very clear. And I really hope that he will be part of the government and that things will go that direction for him.
And as we move forward towards those elections, what else perhaps are you seeing? Maybe you've had some outstanding interviews in terms of other politicians that you've written about in JNS as we move forward. Anything you want to share as we're heading right now? Elections, by the way, in case people are unaware, elections scheduled for October, but they could come sooner as the government may in fact decide to dissolve itself here in the coming days. Who else are you seeing in terms of the candidates? You've actually been featuring candidates on JNS. Who else should we look out for?
You know, I've been interviewing quite a few candidates, head of parties. I've been attending Avigdor Lieberman's faction meetings. He's always had a message very much oriented towards security, which are the questions that we focused on. Security and, like Benny Gantz said, keeping freedom of action, having a very decisive and very clear approach to the war, to our enemies. So I believe that Lieberman definitely has a public for that. I've been attending Yair Lapid's faction meeting as well. He's had a very strong message on my end from what I've asked him on countering anti-Semitism, fighting anti-Semitism abroad, which I think is also going to be an important issue globally. Now, internally, I think that obviously the MOU signed with Iran will be, it's a few months away. So depending on how this is going to act up, we will see if it's still relevant. But I think that the main issues that I ask politicians about are no mystery. They're usually security related, and they're usually Israel's war with Iran, Gaza, and Lebanon.
Let's talk about the war, if we can. Let's move from politics. I mean, it's all interconnected. But where are we right now in terms of the war? You have the MOU. The Prime Minister the other night here at JNS was very clear that Israel would not be withdrawing from Lebanon. That front will continue because we have to defend the northern communities. Let's talk a little bit about the war and what you're reporting on these days.
Well, I think that once again we will see how this will act up. But we've been reporting a lot on the Board of Peace in Gaza. We've been talking about this at the summit too, how that will play out, what the future of Gaza will be. I hear obviously different messages from different parties. I often hear at the Knesset, of course, from the ruling party right now that Israel is still, in control of a large part of Gaza.
Right.
I used to often hear the number 53%. It may have grown, but I used to hear the number 53%, which the 3% are important here because they signal that we are in control of the majority of the territory. So I think things are a little bit in the air right now with Lebanon, with Iran. But when the Prime Minister says, and when many of the politicians that I interview say that we will have freedom of action within our border, in Lebanon, in Gaza, I have no reason to doubt that. It seems that this is what's happening.
Let's go back to the political if we can. We're here at the summit. We've had like the top of the top. The Prime Minister of the State of Israel, the President, of course, top government officials. Who has impressed you during the last 3 days of the summit? And who maybe has inspired you to want to contact them? Maybe you want to report on them, interview them as well. What have you seen?
I followed a panel on combating anti-Semitism, which I believe was a wonderful panel. I have to say, I'm here as well as a JNS journalist. I'm covering panels, I'm writing about them. The Combating Anti-Semitism panel impressed me. It was a good panel, which really, the strong message about it was that we need to invest in the youth. And we need to develop the strong identity of the youth, both in Israel and outside of Israel, and tell young people, teach young people, what it's like to be Jewish and why they should care, So I think that's really, really amazed me. I thought it was very important to outreach to the youth because I was once youth in the diaspora, and I think this message is important. I've covered another panel on the narrative warfare as well, which I thought was very interesting. It is true that the narrative of the war has been a little bit hijacked, and people tend to, I don't know if the majority of people do or not, but there is sort of a revisionism of October 7, where people tend to doubt what happened on October 7 and move to a different narrative. And I think this is a front, like it was said at the panel, that we need to invest in. The, Asbara, if you will. I think we do, but I think that more people must definitely hear that message. Again, I'm a journalist, I'm not part of any party, any government, but that was the general message at that panel, and it resonated with me. And I have to say that the Prime Minister, I'm not going to be original with this, but obviously he impressed me. He impressed me. When I heard him, what I got from him is also, a message, obviously, a message of victory, which is his message, but a strong message of, sort of optimism. He did reflect an image that I identify with. So yes, he did impress me.
In terms of anti-Semitism, I mean, things
Yes.
are completely spiraled out of control. I mean, we
Yes.
were attacked on October the 7th, and that was the Pandora's box, if you will, of unleashing this massive wave. I don't have all the details. There was a shooting in
Montreal.
In Montreal.
Yes.
I don't have those details. I mean, maybe you want to talk about that attack at this point. I haven't heard the news today. I've been busy here at the conference. Talk about that, but in terms of anti-Semitism in general, I mean, how can we really put a lid on this thing? Is that even possible?
So what I can tell you is that thanks to JNS, as well as my current setup as a journalist, I've been able to travel the world in the last 3 years. I have been to numerous countries, including, of course, Canada, France, America, and I've covered a few things there too. And recently, I did cover something in Canada, in Montreal, that sort of was quite interesting. I went to a rally for Yom Ha'atzmaut. I was myself in Montreal at the time. I went to a rally, and on one side of the street where I was, there was a rally for Yom Ha'atzmaut in support of Israel.
Independence
singing,
Day.
flags, all of that. On the other side of the street, there was a protest, anti-Israel protest. And I wanted to take pictures of both because I was writing an article about this. So there was a small sort of like passage between both sides and in between cars and roads. And it was okay to stand there. I went there to stand there to take a picture of the other side, and a policeman came to me and said to me, listen, I don't know who you are, but you need to choose. You can either be on the right, you can be on the left, but you cannot be in the middle. And that, to me, I didn't see that invisible line. And I think that it's important to address those things because there should not be a line. I should be able to stand on each side of the road.
Absolutely. And you've had a fascinating life and experiences and are doing such an excellent job reporting on that, as well as covering politics and the war. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so we have to move on. But Amelie Butbol, check her out in jns.org, all her amazing reporting, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And welcome back to JNS TV. Josh Haston here, correspondent for JNS News. It's truly an honor to have Hillel Fuld. He's a tech columnist turned Israel advocate. It's great to have him here at the JNS International Policy Summit. Hey, Hillel, great to see you again.
What happened to Dashingly Handsome?
To what?
To Dashingly Handsome. I thought
Dashingly Handsome. Oh, you're right. I did write that on my paper. I was going to end with that.
Oh, okay.
But
I ruined the surprise.
You ruined the surprise.
How are you?
How's it going? How's the conference? We were just talking about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive so far, yes?
It's actually wildly impressive. As someone who attends many tech conferences, business conferences around the world, this is like top-level production over here. Very impressive.
What has impressed you the most? A certain speaker, a certain politician? Maybe not. Maybe it was somebody on a panel. Maybe it was just somebody attending. What has been the top in terms of impressions here?
Yeah, I think the answer is everyone, right? In other words, I can't even, like, anyone who's everyone, who's, on Israel's side, in our corner, is here. Whether it's politicians, the Green Prince, like Montana Tucker, like really top-notch people. And that's really the most impressive thing. The turnout, the people that are here, both quantity and quality, is incredible.
Tell me what the life is these days of an Israel advocate. You hear about the hate directed against us. I talked about it with my last guest, the opening of the Pandora's box after October the 7th. You basically dedicated your life to this, to advocating for Israel. Talk about what it's like here 2.5, almost 3 years later after that horrible day.
Yeah, so before October 7th, as you know, I was in tech. I did tech consulting business that was growing. And as far as I was concerned, that's how I was going to retire. And anybody who followed me online followed a tech guy. As you know, 8 years ago, that all changed with Ari. My brother Ari was murdered in a terrorist attack. And that kind of, as we say, put me a member of a club no one wants to be a part of, right?
Right.
And I was a little more vocal online about the conflict, but I was still a tech guy. October 7th, I realized I have a very unique audience. Not necessarily because I have the most followers in the world. I have about 800,000 followers. People, out there have 10 times more, right? But what's unique about my following is that they're the tech world. And the tech world is very, very influential, very deep pockets, and very anti-Israel. And not many people have access to that world. And so I realized I needed to capitalize on that. So I shut down the business, and I've been heavily focused on that ever since. We're talking about 7 billion impressions or something like that, thousands of minds changed. So it's been very gratifying. But the truth is, I'm on the edge of the worst of humanity, right? I mean, I could post, a picture of me wearing tefillin and get 5,000 death threats. Like, it's just absolute. I mean, the level of hate that I'm experiencing is unprecedented. So that's definitely scary and sad. But I will say that the algorithms do not reflect reality at all. If you spend time on Twitter, you think the whole world hates us. The whole world doesn't hate us. And, there are millions and millions and millions of people who fall into the category of either our supporters or people who have integrity and are willing to listen and learn. Millions of people. And so let's not believe the algorithms. Their job is to make you feel like you're alone.
So JNS gets out the truth through reporting accurately. That's what we try to do, sharing the story of Israel to the world. How do we win? How do we win going forward? You just mentioned not everyone hates us, which is positive, and we've heard that, especially in this case at this conference, from the evangelical community.
Yeah.
But it does feel at times overwhelming. What can we do differently? How can we win this PR battle, which is just as important, you can argue, as the battle for those who are fighting on the front lines bravely, the brave men and women of the IDF who are in uniform?
I think it's actually more important because the physical battlefield doesn't really, I guess it does, but it doesn't stop the social media battlefield. But social media battlefield can absolutely stop the military. If we make, one mistake tweeting one thing, the prime minister could say something and the whole diplomatic situation falls apart. So I would say social media is even more important than the battlefield, but that's just my opinion. I guess I have good news and bad news. Let's start with the bad. The bad news is we're not just losing the PR war, we're being obliterated. We are not even playing the same sport, right? They're coming at us with pictures of decapitated babies, and our response is, yeah, but we invented cherry tomatoes. Like, we're not even playing the same sport. That's the bad news. The good news is the solution's a lot simpler than most people think. We're not losing because they outnumber us. That's not the reason we're losing. We're losing because our enemies have mastered the art of narratives, right? Their story, while it's false, could not be any simpler. You're oppressing us, free Palestine. I could be 3 years old and I could be 98 years old and I can understand that narrative, right? You look at our advocates and our warriors, everybody's yelling something else. This guy's yelling about the New York Times, this guy's yelling about Mamdani, this guy, we're totally not unified. And the crazy part of that is that what's a better story than the story of the Jewish people? But we don't tell it. And the reason we don't tell it is because we're too apologetic. We're like, oh no, what are they going to say? Enough of that already. Enough. We don't have to appease them. And if they don't like that we're a light unto the nations, so be it. It's not my fault. The bottom line is, not in a supremacist, I'm better than anyone else kind of way, in a way that the Jewish people have been an incredible source of light in the world, objectively, whether it's Nobel Prizes, whether it's first on scene with a natural disaster, leading cancer research, and we need to stop apologizing for that. We need to own that. And if we don't respect ourselves, how can we expect the world to respect us? So we need to stand up and own that narrative, and then we could win.
We're in a room here full of maybe 1,000 people, or at least 1,000 have come through these doors since the beginning of the conference. So let's get all 1,000 people united on the same page, delivering the same message. Let's make that happen. How can we do it?
2 Jews, 3 opinions, right? I mean, that's really, it really is. By the way, I say half jokingly, but like, I built a career on this. I mean, Israeli startups are not great at telling their story, right? And I think, I joke about this, but I don't know that it's a joke. I say like, the difference between sales and marketing is one word that does not exist in the Hebrew language: subtlety.
Okay.
There's no word there's seriously no word for that, right? Because Israelis aren't subtle people. And so we're very bad at subtlety. We're very bad at marketing. In fact, you were good friends with my brother, and I'll tell you something personal.
Sure.
I got him a job in tech at one point because I'm like, you got to make some money. And whatever, it's a long story, but the bottom line is, it wasn't for him because Ari wasn't a subtle person, right?
Nachon. Yes.
So I mean, we could say that, but but the point is, like, we're very bad at storytelling. And so getting, the brightest minds in this room or in the nation into a room to agree on a narrative, unfortunately, is not as easy as it sounds. And people think like, our enemies and their all eyes on Rafa and their watermelon emojis, these things didn't just come to be. These guys have Zoom calls, they have media kits, they discuss this stuff. We don't. We have no unity whatsoever. And that to me is the fundamental problem. And I'll tell you one more thing.
Sure.
This is an unbelievable thing. I'm going to give you chills right now. You ready for this? I'm not kidding. If you look at the Jewish people, okay, the first thing that we know about our nation, before we were even Jews, we're standing at Mount Sinai, and the Torah says, they were camped out at the bottom of the mountain. And famously, it says it in singular, Vayichan. Now, there were millions of people there. Why doesn't it say Vayachnu? Famous question. Rashi, the famous commentator, says a very, very famous thing. They were like one man with one heart. We were unified, right? Listen to this. Rashi could have used any word to describe unity, but he used the word ki'ish, okay? Think about an event that took place over the last couple of years after October 7th that united the entire nation. On that day, there was no politics, there was no division, we were all unified. Unfortunately, we were mourning together. Right. And that was the day that the Bibas family came back, right, in coffins. I'm not going to put you on the spot, but if you look at the names of the Bibas family, their names. Right. You have Kfir, Ariel, Yarden, Shiri. Kfir, Kaf, Ariel, Aleph, Yarden, Yud, Shiri, Shin. Kaf, Aleph, Yud, Shin. Ki'ish. Wow. They made us again, Ki'ish Echad B'Lev Echad.
I've never seen that
Unfortunately,
before.
isn't that beautiful? An amazing thought, right?
Amazing.
Problem is, we wait for a tragedy to unify us, and it's terrible. We need to get together. We need to define this narrative. And by the way, we need to market Israel the same way we marketed Google and Apple and Microsoft. That's what we've done. We've built brands. We got to build a brand for the state of Israel.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Done.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure we're almost out of time, but just if I can put you on the spot here, we talked about all the people, the advocacy, all the other things going on here, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, the President. Can you pinpoint one person who has inspired you from the conference, maybe 2 people, at least one person, you're going to walk away and say, oh, I got to contact that person. Oh, that guy's doing such amazing work. I want to be friends with him or collaborate with him on something. Can you do that? Is that possible?
Here's a sentence that can only be said in the era of social media. Today I met a very good friend for the first time. Montana Tucker.
Oh, wow.
Okay. We've been friends for years online. Now
in the real world.
I met her for the first time today, which is just a crazy concept, meeting a good friend for the first time, right? But she, there are many people who sacrificed a lot for Israel and for the Jewish people. She sacrificed everything. I mean, much like the Green Prince, right? I mean, these guys sacrificed I sacrificed they sacrificed everything. And so they're, from my perspective, superheroes. And both of them, Green Prince and Montana Tucker, deeply, deeply inspire me. And again, it's an honor and a privilege to call Montana my friend, but it was really cool to meet her for the first time.
That's amazing. I would go with Ambassador Huckabee.
No,
that's my pick. I've heard him before, not the first time.
Ambassador Huckabee is biblical.
As far as
he's
he gave the other night, wow,
100%. He's messianic.
Unbelievable.
You want to know that we're living in messianic times?
Yeah.
Look at Mike Huckabee. 100%.
Truly an inspiration. Hillel Fuld, dashingly handsome. I told you I would say it. Tech columnist turned Israel advocate. If you're not following him, then I don't know where you are. Follow Hillel.
Make a lot of noise. I'm warning you.
We're going to take a break and be back with more here on JNS TV live from the International Policy Summit 2026 in Jerusalem. the eternal capital of the State of Israel and the Jewish people. Don't go anywhere.
Amen.
Welcome back, folks, to the 2026 JNS International Policy Summit here in Jerusalem, eternal capital of the State of Israel and the Jewish people. My guest for this slot, Craig Pantanovitz. He is the national chairman of the South African Zionist Federation. He flew in all the way from Johannesburg to be with us here at JNS.
Exactly.
It's great to have you on JNS TV.
What an amazing opportunity to be here with the who's who of Jews in the world who are standing up for the Jewish state. What a privilege. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. I mean, how did you hear about the conference? How did you get here? You flew directly in just for this?
No,
Tell us about your trip and what brings you to Israel in addition to the conference, of course.
My timing was really good with this trip, so I was able to attend the World Zionist Congress in Budapest, which was a couple of weeks ago. And from that Congress, where we had 24 different Zionist federations from around the world collaborating on how to put a concerted and coordinated fight together to stand up for Israel in the diaspora. I was able to attend that, and it was amazing. And from there, I came to Israel. I spent a week having meetings with some really amazing Israelis and telling them the South African story, what's going on with our community at home. And that culminated in having the opportunity to attend the JNS conference, which undoubtedly is the highlight of my trip so far.
Thank you for that. Let's talk about South Africa and what it's like to be a Zionist in this day and age in South Africa. The reports we're getting is that it's very difficult to be Jewish, a Zionist. You hear, at least on the surface, that there's so much anti-Israel sentiment throughout the country. And I know that's not completely accurate, but give us a picture of what life is like in that country for Jews and Zionists right now.
I think that's a great question, and it's quite a paradox, and I think it's something well worth exploring. So let's start by saying that the South African Jewish community is an incredibly Zionistic community. We reckon, by estimate, we've got 50,000 Jews living on the tip of Africa. I wouldn't be going out on a limb to say that 90% of those Jews are Zionistic and actively stand up for the state of Israel.
Okay.
I also want to explain that the South African people on a whole are not anti-Israel. So the sentiment on the ground, the vast majority of the sentiment on the ground is decent. Most people in South Africa are either worrying about where their next meal is going to come from.
Okay.
They're not so worried about what's going on in the Middle East. And those that are worried about it are actually pro-Israel. Our biggest church in South Africa is 80% Christian. Our biggest church is called the ZCC, the Zionist Christian Church.
Wow.
Unfortunately, we have a really nasty government.
Okay.
And most of the hate and most of the difficulty facing our community is government generated. It's not the feeling on the ground. So as a whole, I'm very proud to say that as a Jew, I can walk around in Johannesburg with a yarmulke on my head. I can walk with tzitzit out. I can freely walk to shul on Shabbat. No issue. But it's a community under pressure because we have a virulent anti-Semitic and anti-Israel government, and it's their policy, and they are at the forefront of this terrible fight against the state of Israel. And we as a community are a community under stress because of this.
Okay.
But we cannot rest, we cannot lie down, we cannot let them run over us. We stand up and we fight our way every single day.
Amazing. I told you off camera, I was in South Africa back in 2019. And even at that time, before October the 7th, when you attended a local synagogue on Shabbat, you had to register in advance, you had to give your name to make sure. They were already taking these security precautions because, as you said, maybe not your neighbors, but some others may decide that they want to try to rough up a Jew. They see the kippah, they see the tzitzit, whatever it is. Has there been a huge change, let's say, from when I was there in 2019 to the post-October 7th reality? Have there been more precautions? Are people more concerned? I mean, it sounds like from you that it isn't any different, but maybe I'm wrong. Tell me if there's any difference.
Josh, I don't think it's different. I think it's much the same. I mean, we are a very cautious community. When I say that, we really have gone to extraordinary efforts to take care of our people. We are not blind to what's happened around the world, to other Jewish communities. I mean, we only have to look back a few months to what happened in Bondi, which was probably one of the safest places in the world for Jews. So the threat is there. It's real. We have an amazing community security organization that take care of our Jewish day schools, take care of the synagogues, take care of our community. And we are very cautious. We are very careful. We try our best to mitigate any risks. We believe they're there. But I can just say, by the grace of Hashem, we have been well spared, and up until now, anti-Semitic attacks are low. They're there, but they're low, and thank goodness they've only ever been what you call roughing up. There's never been a really major attack, and we want to keep it that way. Excellent. If we lose one member of our community, we have failed, and we don't want to get there.
God forbid. Let's focus on the positive. Your work in the SAZF, as it's called, the South African Zionist Federation. Exactly. You're the national chairman. Share with us what you do. What does a typical day look like? What are you doing to promote Zionism in your country?
So I think it's multifaceted. Our federation, I'm proud to say, is probably, along with Australia, the most active federation in the world.
Okay.
We work incredibly hard. We are a community of full-time staff who work at the Federation and volunteers like myself. We work on a number of pillars. One, education. So we have people coming in, we have shaliachs coming in. We push the Israel narrative in our day schools. We're teaching our kids about the beauty and the value of having a beautiful country like Israel. So education, critically important for us. We advocate for Israel. So we have a media desk that writes articles consistently, getting it into mainstream media as much as possible. We have quite a hostile media, but we work incredibly hard to get our voice out there, use our contacts to amplify that voice. We engage our community, so we celebrate Yom HaZikaron, Yom HaAtzmaut, anything to do with Israel. We bring speakers out on a regular basis. We advocate for Israel. I'm an outspoken spokesperson for the Jewish community and for the love that we have for this land. I'm just trying to think what else we do. We have a lawfare division where if there's anti-Semitism, if there is anti-Israel rhetoric that gets out of hand, we will use the courts to defend our rights. The beauty of South Africa, the one really good thing, we have an amazing constitution where freedom of speech is truly enshrined. I can get up on a podium and say, I love Israel. It may come with some political backlash, but I'm free to do so. And so as a federation, we are able to do our work. And I can tell you, as I said, lawfare, political, advocacy, media, education. We work in many areas to try and promote Israel, and then also to keep our community directly connected to Israel.
Right.
You know, we want to ensure that our community and our young people understand the value of this country, have a relationship with this country. We work on Aliyah, we work on keeping our community connected to Israel through various initiatives with the various organizations in Israel.
Amazing. Before we go, what has been the highlight of this conference so far? Maybe a panel you attended, maybe an individual who you met. What's the highlight for you so far? We still have another several hours into this evening to go, but what has been the highlight so far?
Oh, there have been a number of highlights. I really loved Mark Huckabee's talk. I found him so inspirational.
Agreed, yes.
I thought he was just really great. To see Benjamin Netanyahu live and in person, I never had the opportunity to see him before, was also very powerful for me. But the most telling thing that I've taken out of this is this unwavering commitment of the Jews around the world and the Jews in Israel to work together to fight against this problem, because it is a real problem. Anti-Semitism is real, hate for Israel is real, and we all have a major responsibility. There's no space for passive Judaism anymore. Each one of us have to stand up in our own space, whether that's on social media, if it's you have an opportunity to get on TV and make a speech, whatever it is, wherever you can activate, we need to do that. And the one takeaway for me is that all these incredible people out here are working passionately, day in and day out, for that goal, and that has just given me so much power and chazak to keep going.
Well, you are a true inspiration yourself, and it's really great that you came all the way from South Africa. Really inspiring. Craig Pantanovitz, the national chairman of the South African Zionist Federation. Truly an honor to meet you and to have you here on JNS TV. Thank you so much.
My absolute privilege. Thank you for the opportunity.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back here from the second annual International Media Summit, JNS. And welcome back to JNS TV. We are at the JNS International Summit here in Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the state of Israel. My name is Josh Haston. It's so great to have on the show right now Jonathan Haronoff. He is the international spokesperson to the United Nations in New York. He is in Manhattan representing Israel in the Lion's Den. Would you call it that, Jonathan?
I would call it the Lion's Den. I was speaking to somebody else here and they described it as a pit of vipers, which is also very apt. But it does have its difficult moments.
Talk about some of the work that you do representing the state of Israel. How is it walking the corridors of the UN with all those who consistently vote against our country? I can't imagine what that's like. And in terms of the policy itself, what's all that like?
First of all, it's a privilege to be there. I've been there for 2 years and I'm actually wrapping up my time there on July 1st. I know you always hear conversations about whether or not Israel should remain at the United Nations. I'm a strong proponent of the fact that Israel should be there. It's important to have a seat at the table, especially in a den of hostility. And some of the things that I'm proudest of, doesn't just concern Israel. So we've had, of course, the opportunity to platform released hostages and families of hostages to bring them to the United Nations when the United Nations never came to them when they were in underground and elsewhere. But personally, my family's from Iran. The Iranian people very rarely get a spotlight at the United Nations. I'm so glad that I was able to use the past 2 years to platform and to bring into the United Nations very powerful Iranian male and female voices. This past March on International Women's Day, we brought a number of incredible Iranian women who had suffered the worst, most atrocious things at the hands of the Islamic Republic and platformed them right outside the Security Council to tell their harrowing tales. Because the UN only really deals with Iran in the context of the Islamic Republic.
Right.
We had someone whose name is Rahela Amiri. She took part in the Zan Zandagi Azadi Women Life Freedom uprising in September of 2022. She was shot in the eye by the Islamic Republic intentionally, the same way thousands of other women were. And she came to the UN. She wore her injury as a badge of defiance. And she spoke about the very clear danger that the Islamic Republic poses that much of the world oftentimes ignores. Those are the kinds of things I think you can only do if you're working from within the system of the United Nations.
I want to focus on this. I don't think a lot of people understand this, and I want to make it clear. Your family is from Iran. You're representing the state of Israel. How does that mesh? People out there probably don't know that. You know, all the hate that I've gotten online, and many of us, oh, you're Jewish? You must be from Poland. Go back to Poland. You know how many times I get that all the time? Go back to Poland. Jews are from Poland. You're not from the Middle East. You're not from this area. Explain how that meshes. Iran, Israel, representing the state of Israel. Are you kidding me? People don't get that. This is unbelievable.
I see no contradiction in these two things. There is so much commonality and synergy between the Iranian people, the 93 million people in Iran, the vast majority of whom don't support their 47-year-old theocratic government, and the people of Israel. So much history, shared history. People forget that in 1950, Iran, under the Shah, became the second Muslim-majority country in the world to recognize the state of Israel. In the 60s and 70s, there were very fruitful diplomatic, unofficial relations. There was a lot of collaboration in the fields of agriculture, intelligence, technology. We speak about Iran. Recently there was that water crisis. In the early 1960s, there was a debilitating earthquake in Iran that killed thousands of people and left thousands more homeless.
Right.
Iran's Shah allowed Israel to send a team of water engineers to Iran to help with rehabilitation and reconstruction efforts. For me, there is no contradiction. The people of Iran and the people of Israel can be the best of friends and are really the best of friends. The only major impediment is the Islamic Republic. And it's no coincidence why whenever an Israeli official who speaks directly to the people of Iran on social media, those are the pieces of content that get the most traction. I think it's because of this shared history that goes back to the days of King Cyrus, but also because of this thirst to unlock that friendship that has been brewing for so long. And finally, because there's this shared suffering that both peoples have suffered at the hands of the Islamic Republic. So there's a lot going on there that the world needs to learn more about.
2 weeks ago, first of all, that's fascinating, but 2 weeks ago we saw Iran fire, I think, 24 ballistic missiles at the state of Israel. And then, I guess the mainstream media and other outlets showed the street and focused on celebrations taking place by the citizens, the residents of Iran, celebrating the missiles from Tehran and the other cities flying over to Israel. How much of that is staged? How much of that are the citizens being forced to support the regime publicly when, in fact, as you say, the regime, those who are on the streets don't support the regime? Like, what are we seeing on our televisions when that happens, when the missiles are being fired and you see citizens cheering on the streets?
I can tell you anecdotally that the people who are most, and personally, the people who are most supportive of continued operations when they were happening inside Iran by the United States and Israel were Iranians themselves in the diaspora. Been to countless events. There was one more recent one, a Nowruz party of the New Year, Persian New Year, in Brooklyn that was put together by non-Jewish Iranians, and they invited me. So many people there came up to me and spoke about, even though, they have this conflict, their families are currently living in Tehran, they have to live under constant threat of conflict, yet they want Israel and the United States to continue doing what they're doing because they know what that means. They have the capacity to help bring down a regime that the people of Iran have been trying to topple for the past 47 years.
Right.
And it's not for lack of trying. I recently wrote a book, Unveiled Inside Iran's Women, Life, Freedom Revolt, that charts the history of protests that have taken place in Iran. Right at the beginning, from 1979 until more 2025, the people of Iran, in some cases led by women, have been trying to topple the regime. And it's only going to be a matter of time before you see another outburst of conflict and protest. And I think it's incumbent on the international community and international institutions to play their part in supporting the people. And there are many ways to do that.
Unbelievable. And there are many more questions I want to ask you, but I'm being told we are out of time, unfortunately. But it was really a pleasure to meet you and have you on JNS TV. Jonathan Haronoff, the international spokesperson to the UN, representing the State of Israel. It's truly an honor to have you here on JNS TV.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be with you.
And don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to come back in just a few minutes here at the second annual JNS International Policy Summit here in Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the State of Israel and the Jewish people. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to JNS TV. We are live to the world from the second annual International Policy Summit in Jerusalem. Hope you're enjoying all of these interviews. And for those who are watching the conference, I hope you're getting a lot from it, from all the speakers, from all the guests, from everything going on. It's intense and it's unbelievable. So thanks so much for joining us. My guest now is Shlomo Shapiro. He's the director of Jerusalem Housing for a very, very important organization. It's the Lone Soldier Center in memory of Michael Levine. We have, you probably know, how many lone soldiers do we have currently in Israel from countries all over the world? Their families are back in their home countries. Do you have a number? How many soldiers?
Yeah, so the number of this year of the soldiers who drafted as lone soldiers was about 7,000, half of which are Olim like myself from other countries, half are Israelis who lack familial support here in Israel.
So this may sound unusual. We'll get to the conference, we'll get to the Lone Soldier Center, but you told me off mic where you're going after the conference, and I want to start with that. Where are you going from here, from Jerusalem?
So the second we finish this interview, I'm getting in a car that's outside, and we're going to drive 3 hours down south to the Armor Brigade's base for a soldier ceremony who's finishing their course, and we'll be there for somewhere between 5, 10, 15 minutes to speak with the soldier so that they know that they're not alone at the time of their tekes.
So I want people to really understand this. You're here in Jerusalem, you're getting in a car, driving 3 hours to show a lone soldier who is advancing in the army, finishing a ceremony, 15 minutes of support, and then driving home.
Yeah, because the lone soldier doesn't have their family here. The Israelis will have all of their parents, their families who show up for them to celebrate with them. And for the lone soldier who's there by themselves, then if we don't show up, nobody will.
So I think we can stop the interview here, right? No, I really want to get into it, but that is just really the epitome of what you guys do. Shlomo, you yourself were a lone soldier. Talk about your service in the Israel Defense Forces.
So I drafted in 2020 after making Aliyah to the IDF spokesperson's unit, and my first encounter with the Lone Soldier Center was in 2014 when I was here after yeshiva, looking for advice about drafting, and at the time the advisor told me maybe now's not the best time to draft. And I listened to his advice, went back to America, got a degree, came back, and drafted to the IDF spokesperson's unit. And at that point I already was familiar with the Lone Soldier Center, but a week before I drafted, it was during the Corona outbreak.
Right.
And the place I was supposed to be living, which was my yeshiva, told me I couldn't stay there. So a week before my draft, I had nowhere to live. I went to the Lone Soldier Center and I interviewed for their housing, moved into the house, and had a home a week before my draft. And I've had the privilege to stay there since as a soldier, and then as a madrich supporting the next generation of soldiers, and now as the director of our housing.
So now you work for the organization. I want to go back to your actual service, the IDF spokesperson's unit. What's that like? What was your responsibility working with the foreign press? Talk a little bit about what you were doing in that capacity.
So my job was to be the head translator of the international spokesperson's unit within the IDF spokesperson, which is funny because I learned Hebrew basically through the army.
I was going to ask you, how's your Hebrew? That's an obvious question.
Was not good before the army. I went to Michve Alon, which is a base that many lone soldiers go to, which is the Hebrew course, where for 3 months you learn Hebrew, and then you go to your unit. And when I got to the unit, they said, your English is very professional. I have a degree in communications and political science. We need somebody who has a high level of English. And the Hebrew, okay, we'll figure it out along the way.
Unbelievable. I'm 25 years, I'm still learning Hebrew. That's beside the point, but talk about the Lone Soldier Center in memory of Michael Levine. In terms of the work you're doing there, what are some of the current projects you're working on right now?
So the LSC, or Lone Soldier Center, LSC for short, was founded in 2009 in memory of Michael Levine by a group of his friends who wanted to fulfill and bring to fruition Michael's dream of having a place for lone soldiers to be when they're off base, because they don't have their families and they usually don't have friends from the Israeli community. So it started as just a place for soldiers to hang out with a moving van to help soldiers move apartments, which were two things that you lack if you don't have your community. Since then, we've grown from a small nonprofit to an organization that currently offers 3 main services. One is advising. Like I said, I met with an advisor before I drafted, and he was able to help me throughout the process. So we have advising. We have our community, which we do events throughout the week, as well as Shabbat meals at our offices, where we have offices currently going from south to north of Israel, Beersheba, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Haifa. And the third thing that we have is housing, where we have houses in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Herzliya, Petach Tikva, and we have houses for approximately 150 soldiers, both Israeli and Olim.
I think the last time I wrote about you for JNS, it was a huge Thanksgiving dinner in Jerusalem for hundreds and hundreds of lone soldiers, maybe families visiting from abroad and whatnot. You know what I'm talking about? The big Thanksgiving turkey event? Describe that. I mean, giving people a sense of home, even though Israel's home, let's be clear about that. But these are people away from their families, just giving them the joy of the last Thursday in November, Turkey, there was football, all kinds of activities going on. Just talk about some of that.
So it's sometimes funny when people hear, oh, what, you're in Israel, so why are you still celebrating Thanksgiving or the 4th of July or the Super Bowl, which happens to be at like 2 or 3 in the morning. And the reason that we put an emphasis on celebrating these events is because the soldiers are coming from homes where these are important to them. So somebody who just came here from America who wants to have a Thanksgiving dinner, you know, to an Israeli, what is Thanksgiving? They've never heard of it. But to that American, it's just a piece of the feeling of being at home. And thank God, we've been able to do a Thanksgiving from having an event when I was a volunteer in 2019 with the organization before I even drafted, where at the time the defense minister showed up to speak, the chief of staff for the U.S. ambassador spoke as well, and there was hundreds and hundreds of soldiers there. To this past year where we did the Thanksgiving with the same, hundreds of soldiers came, we had a comedian, and there was a family who came to celebrate the son's bar mitzvah, and they wanted to celebrate with the lone soldiers.
Absolutely amazing. I saw it for myself, and I was very, very moved by that event. Before we go, Shlomo, what are you taking away from this conference? You were here yesterday, you're here today. You've probably met some amazing people, heard some amazing people speak in the main plenum there. What are you going to take away from this event, personally?
So yesterday we got to sit in a forum that I believe you introduced about the reservists.
Right.
And it's amazing to hear about what people are planning on doing moving forward for both the country with reservists and the policy surrounding the IDF. And at the same time, an organization like us, we're going to continue the day-to-day operations, where right before I got here with you, I was on a Zoom call with our advising team on how we can better support the soldiers. Earlier this morning on my walk over here, I was speaking with a soldier in Lebanon about helping him with bureaucratic challenges. And so it's nice to know that while we're handling the day-to-day operations, helping the soldiers, that there's this entire organization and movement that's coming together to better steer us towards a more positive future.
Unbelievable, and I'm going to say it again. He's getting in a car, he's driving 3 hours there, 15 minutes with a soldier, and driving 3 hours back. That really epitomizes the Lone Soldier Center in memory of Michael Levin. Shlomo Shapiro, the director of Jerusalem Housing, it's really an honor to have you here on JNS TV. Enjoy the rest of the summit. I look forward to talking to you in the near future again.
Thank you so much.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here live on JNS TV from the second annual JNS Policy Summit in Jerusalem. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back to JNS TV. We are here at the second annual International Policy Summit in Jerusalem. And before we talk to one of those who works with lone soldiers, Shlomo, our good friend now, and now we're going to talk to the boss. She's here with me, Liora Rubinstein, the CEO of the Lone Soldier Center in memory of Michael Levine. It's great to have you here on JNS TV. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you for having me.
How are things with the summit? Are you enjoying yourself? What are you learning? What are you going to take away from this beautiful event?
I'm learning very much. It is a beautiful event, and I met a lot of interesting people, and I think it's a good step forward.
And what is the Lone Soldier Center going to take away from all the encounters they've had here, all the people you've met here? How is it going to change things moving forward, have an impact on it?
I hope it will impact. Tomorrow we are meeting some of the important people from here in our new house in Tel Aviv. It's a new house that housing over 28 lone soldiers, immigrant lone soldiers that comes to join the IDF. So I hope they will see all our doing for the lone soldier and understand how it's important that they will support this organization and others in Israel to help lone soldier not be alone and feel that someone take care of them.
Amazing. Now, Liora, the IDF is not foreign to you. You yourself are a reservist in the IDF. You told me off camera you've served for 30 years, and now in the reserves. Tell us what your job is in the Army. What do you do? And explain how that relates to how you now help other soldiers through the Lone Soldier Center.
Okay, so as I told you, I served for 30 years in the Army. I was a deputy advisor, gender, to the Chief of Staff on women issues.
Wow.
And I helped to open a lot of roles to soldiers, female soldiers in the Army, and check if it's impossible or not. And it was very interesting. And today, after October 7th, after I see the all female in the fields and the combats and the lone soldiers female that comes to enjoy the Army and said to me, we want to be a combat. We want to make a magnificent job in the Army. It's make me happy. And I'm trying in my job as a CEO to see the connection with the Army and to see where I can influence to take the lone soldier to the specific job that they can be in. Because we know we have a lot of problem with the language and with other things. So I'm trying every time to help with the connection, to see what we can do for them, that they will feel that someone hear them and try to help them to be in a meaningful job in the Army.
So, but just to be clear, you are still in the reserves now, in active reserves.
Yes, I'm still in reserves. I'm making interview for reserve soldiers that unfortunately doesn't want to come to reserves. And I'm trying to see if I want to make them release, or I'm saying to them, no, you must come and join to the field, because we need the all reserves now after our lone soldier especially goes to another and another again and again service in the reserves.
You mentioned that your job in the Army was working to improve, equality for female soldiers. That was your position. And now you have female soldiers who are lone soldiers who come to serve. I mean, I think if people close their eyes and think about it, they would think it's just the boys, it's just male. But how many female soldiers come from abroad to serve in the IDF? And talk about, perhaps, do they have a special place in your heart because of the work that you did in the Army and are still doing?
First, I want to say that the Lone Soldier Center in memory of Michael Levine take care the lone soldiers that come from abroad, and 50% 50% is the Israeli-born lone soldiers that comes from the ultra-Orthodox background or at-risk background. So I can say that 50% of our lone soldiers that comes to the center are females.
Wow.
So it's a lot. It's something that we see that rise over the years, that more and more females come to enjoy the army and be lone soldier, of course, and join the important job of the State of Israel.
Amazing.
Amazing.
What else, last question, what else can you take away from the summit today? Maybe an individual you met, you encountered, maybe it was one of the speeches you heard inside. What has an impact on you from this conference?
I think to see the support of these people in the Israeli state, that it's very important to us. It's make the soldiers and us, the Israeli one, the lone soldiers and the people here, more resilience with the fact that we are 3 years in war, and we need that the people in the Sephora will know that we are doing a tough job, but we are here to stay and to be for the State of Israel, of course, and the lone soldier is a part of our resilience, and we need to support them and be there for them, and that they will not feel that they are alone, that everybody with them, the volunteers, the communities, the parents abroad, everybody. So this is a part of this fact.
I said last question, but I do want you to mention that you have a new center in the town of Haifa in northern Israel before we have to go.
Yes, I want to say that we expanded this year, and we have a new house, like I said, that we will see tomorrow with some of the people here, and the new center in Haifa that every lone soldier in the north can come, be with us, eat, take a part with our team, our guidance, and not feel alone. So it's very important.
Unbelievable. You guys are doing inspiring work for the soldiers. A lot of them are actually here. You brought some lone soldiers with you here today to enjoy the conference. So I want to thank you so much for joining us here on JNS TV. The Ora Rubenstein, the CEO of the Lone Soldier Center in memory of Michael Levine. Truly a remarkable organization. Thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a short break here on JNS TV. We're coming right back.
to cuss.
We are back here on JNS TV at the international.
I like that. I think
like
it is
national.
international.
No,
It's fabulous. I've seen people from all over.
I just got an earpiece, so things are a little different now. I'm getting
Okay, I'll
used
try
to
not
it.
to yell at you.
We are at JNS. This is in Jerusalem, the International Policy Summit, the second year. It's truly an honor to have Diane Neil with me, and I have her background here.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
My reading glasses
Does it
are in
include
my
the jail
pocket.
time? By the way,
have
is
you
that
ever been
my
in a
camera?
Turkish prison? There
Do you
you
like
go.
movies about gladiators, Bobby?
I do.
You like it when Scraps comes and rubs up and never mind. Sorry.
It's been nothing but fun for the last few minutes off camera, but now we're live to the world here. I'm going to put my reading glasses on.
Let's be grown-ups. Let's be
'cause
grown-ups.
I don't want to be a grown-up. You have an extensive bio here, so now I have to put on my glasses. So embarrassing.
Dude, it just happened to me.
Really?
I just started needing reading
I just turned
glasses.
50, so now I need the reading
I
glasses.
just turned 50.
We're the same age.
Yeah.
We like the same movies. We're the same age.
Seriously, when's your birthday?
February 23rd.
Oh
Yours?
my gosh, November 1775, so I'm older than
you're a
you
little bit
are.
older. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, she made Aliyah in
did.
2023 in March. She is recognized for notable television characters, including her role as New York Assistant District Attorney Casey Novak in the television series Law & Order Special Victims Unit. She currently serves as Special Envoy and Ambassador for Aliyah. What does that mean? What does the Special Ambassador for Aliyah do, Diane?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Really,
at all.
basically
You're not
nothing.
bringing the Jews home? I mean, you
know,
did
well,
it. Why shouldn't everyone do
I'm
it?
trying to convince everyone to come. I don't know if I'm doing it in like way too more of an intense way. I'm like, guys, it's Poland 1939 out there. You got to come over. But you know, that's basically my.
In all seriousness, you might not be wrong.
Oh, I don't think I'm wrong. You know, and it's like when Bibi said the other night, right? It's incredibly cyclical. But what people don't realize, and I'm a huge student of history, it's cyclical. You can see it over millennia. So we have a lot of experience with this. So we're kind of at the beginning of what's going to end up being a 40 to 70 year cycle where things are not going to get better. And the problem is when you look at everyone, they're like, oh, it's just this, it's just that, it's just the other thing. And you're like, yeah, but that becomes cumulative and it becomes worse. It was like, I don't know if you saw this like in Montreal yesterday.
I did see that, yes.
And so you're just like, this is going to keep happening more and more and more. And one of the beautiful things, and again, whether you're a fan of Bibi or not, right? Like my ideas have changed because you go from being like a very liberal New York Jew, and then all of a sudden you're like, and then when you're here, like, oh wow, things are a lot different than I thought it was. And
of course.
Right, and people are helping us that I would normally not know. You know, like especially I was on the same network as Trump for like 12 years. So, you know, I know him really well, and I'm like, yeah, and then you're like, thank you, Trump. You know, things you never thought I'd say, but they're genuine. And
so let me ask you, so what inspired you to pick up, you just said you were an illustrious acting career, living in New York City, doing TV. You pick up, you said you described yourself as a liberal New York Jew, not that liberals aren't invited to make Aliyah move to Israel as well, but what made you just pick up and come?
So my dad died about 4.5 years ago.
I'm very sorry.
And, you know, I'm actually very proud of him. He was only like 78, but so my dad is not Jewish, right? And he's a giant Southern boy from Mississippi, like who played football, like that kind of guy, and was like a real federal attorney.
Okay.
It's amazing he lived to 78 anyway. Like, you know, guys like that, those huge dudes that eat nothing but beef. And he went out in like 30 seconds. Like he had like a massive coronary.
Wow.
You know, when you've seen anyone die for a long time, you're like, well done, old man. I'm very proud of you. But he and my mom.
Dark humor.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm doing
you're Israeli. Okay, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
So I'm
Take
doing
a
the
sip,
Marco
take a sip,
Rubio.
Take a sip. Go ahead. We will wait for you. Absolutely.
So
your father, yes.
My mom and dad were married 54 years. And he died like during peak Omicron, where we had to have one of those really dumb like Zoom funerals.
Oh,
By the
wow.
way, just for fun, he always wanted a bagpiper at his funeral, right?
You did it.
But it does not translate well. It was like a dude all dressed up in his living room, like me, like playing Amazing Grace back and forth, like, and then his dog's in and out of the shot. I was like, so
That's
good.
a whole episode right there of something.
So good. So by the time I finally get down to mom in Florida, right, because like all good Jews, she dragged, my dad to Florida.
Of course.
And she was the most depressed I've ever seen. She'd sold everything in the house, was living in one tiny room. She didn't want you I've never seen anything like it. And I said, you know what, Mom? And I'd been dealing for a couple of years with some pretty extreme stalkers, and you got to love the American criminal justice system, right? It's separated by civil and criminal, right? So someone can be arrested a zillion times for stalking you and trying to murder you and all that kind of fun stuff. And then on this side, they can sue you for hundreds of millions of dollars, and ne'er the twain shall meet. So I'd been dealing with this absolute nightmare.
That's crazy.
And I get down to Mom, and one of my buddies, thank you, Sadia Bendelstein, he said, why don't you guys call Nefesh B'Nefesh and make Aliyah? And I'm like, okay, Mom, you wanted to go in 67, but of course the war was over before she got here.
Okay.
And I said, let's go, let's make Aliyah.
Wow.
Like, and so...
so you're here now with your mom. She stopped talking.
You know,
just to let people know out there.
This is how life goes. So the reason I made Aliyah in like 2023, so the stuff that I was dealing with that was unpleasant reached a point where it was actually live or die.
Wow.
And so I used all my last mileage points to get on the only seat on an LL flight to here, because I'd started the Aliyah process with Nefesh B'Nefesh, and I showed up with nothing but a carry-on, and Israel very literally saved my life. And you're like, this is one of those few places that you can go on earth where, like, when I showed up, you can tell me to stop at any point, but like Rabbi
not
Foss.
at all.
It was, so when I meet, like, I go up to Rabbi Foss, and he's like, so wait, let's get this straight. So someone's been trying to kill you. I'm like, that's right. And they took everything you had. I'm like, that's absolutely right. And they did it all because you're a Jew. I'm like, that's correct. He's like, welcome to Israel. Like, you know, because this is the story. I was mad for like a day, and then you realize, no, this is how we've all, for 3,000, 3, 4, 5,000, well, 5,000, years, we've all been living this. You come with nothing, and it's okay, and we all help each other. And so I made Aliyah, and then I got it in March, and then it was easily the most beautiful day of my life.
Inspiring.
And then
And now you're helping other people make Aliyah.
I am, and so I went home the week before October 7th to help, like, finally get my stuff, because I've been living out of this tiny suitcase, like, with nothing. Like,
home, you mean you went back there?
Yeah, so I went back
now
to the
this
States.
Is home.
Yeah, this is home.
Yes.
Oh, this is home now. Yeah.
All right, just
so I went back
sure.
to get my mom, right, and get all that stuff ready. And she was diagnosed with 4 different kinds of cancer at once.
My gosh.
I'm like, Mom,
so sorry. Wow.
You're rocking it out. And so I stayed for like a year and a half, and October 7th, so everything was canceled anyway. And about a year ago, she was supposed to live like 3 weeks, and it had been like a year and a half. And so a year ago, she said, Jewish mom is very dramatic. She's like Jesse, I'm going to send my David, go, start your life. And so I got here, and she has not been able to make it. She'll probably go in the next week or two.
Oh, so sorry.
But it's okay. I got to do it for all of us.
Wow. Very sorry about that. But at the same time, I mean, your story is insane. But the fact that you turned it into something positive, made Aliyah, and are now, is it with Nefesh B'Nefesh, this title, inspiring other people to make Aliyah, helping other people?
The Ministry of
Foreign Affairs.
of Aliyah and
Aliyah.
Integration.
That makes more
so
sense.
Minister Sofer. So, one of those things too. It's like, even though because I gave up, they gave me a choice. Like, because I kept getting sued in the States by, someone that was making my life misery. And it was, how much time we got?
They're making us stop, but I want to ask you.
Oh,
I want to ask you.
Ask me more.
No,
So,
I want to ask you one last question.
Yeah.
One last question. I've been here 25 years.
Good for you.
Yes.
Where are you from?
I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana. But this isn't about me. This is about you. Pretend that I'm considering Aliyah. You have 30 seconds. Sell me on coming to Israel. 30 seconds. Go.
Can I talk into the camera?
The camera's right there. Camera
That's
one,
the one?
camera two. You have all. They're all.
Okay,
they're all
go
focused
camera.
on you. Hopefully, I'm not on camera and it's only you. This one. That's your camera. Sell Aliyah. Encourage people to come to Israel in 30 seconds.
Here's one of the things, you guys.
I think this one. Look
This
at that one. Yes.
Never mind.
That-
Okay. We get one of the. This one? Are we going 3? We're going 3.
Look at all the cameras.
Okay,
Turn
I'll
your
just-
head
I'll
all
just
the
get
different
it.
ways. Diane Neil.
We get the unique opportunity on Earth, right? Our ancestors have been waiting for this to happen for thousands and thousands of years. This is what they've done. This is what they've built. And we're told to be a light unto the nations. But one of the things is we should start with this nation first. And I really do believe that it's Poland 1939 out there. And this is our opportunity to come. And we get one incredible chance in this lifetime and one incredible opportunity to live history in the first person instead of watching it. And that is why you should come.
Sold. I'm in. I mean, I've been here 25
And
years.
you're like, I'm
but
already here.
If you inspired one person out there
I hope
to
so,
follow
man.
in your footsteps,
I hope so.
you've done your job.
And you know what? The country catches you, right? Like
For
I came
sure.
with nothing. This country catches you.
100%.
And we're all family, so I love it.
It's great to have you on
Thanks
here.
for having me
We
on.
need to do this again. We'll come to the JNS studio.
Dude, I would love it
and we'll do it
anytime.
again. A full
Anytime.
interview, inspiring.
And you know what's really fun? I got to tell
a
you, my most
storyteller.
fun thing about this
Yeah.
is I was included, not just I was included as an academic for my speaking. So we'll talk about that some other day.
Sounds good. Diane Neil,
yeah.
the one and only, made Aliyah, inspiring
you.
others to make Aliyah. Renowned actress living in New York City, came to Israel, came home. It's
There it
great
is.
to have
And this
you
is
here.
the only home I have.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen to that. Thank you for
Amen.
coming on JNS TV.
you.
Enjoy the rest of the summit. We have
you.
to talk again. We will be right back here on JNS TV from the JNS International Summit 2026. Don't go away. Welcome back to JNS TV here at the second annual JNS International Policy Summit in Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the State of Israel and the Jewish people. It's truly my honor to have on the show Gol Kalev. He's the author of a new book, I'll show it to you now, Survival to Peace. He's also the author of several other books, but today we are going to focus on this one. Gol, thanks so much for coming on.
My pleasure.
Share with us your different visions towards peace.
So this is a vision that's very different than what we had until now. Until now we had visions that are based on trying to divide something that's not dividable. This is about expanding the pie, creating opportunities for everybody, changing the complete dialogue. When you look at the Middle East, it's all concentrated on the western part of the Middle East. You have a vast empty desert that has not been settled for right reasons, because you couldn't settle the desert until a few years ago. Now you have Israeli technologies that basically cancel the desert, and you have the perfect storm of conditions that I talk about in the book, and we can talk here, that could create what I call the California of the Middle East. The same process here in America that's now celebrating 250 years. America prospered because people have moved from the East Coast, where they were all concentrated first, to the West. So you can do the same thing, have opportunities, create opportunities for the Middle East to prosper by blooming the desert and building the California of the Middle East.
Explain that specifically. People in the U.S., as you mentioned, moved east to west. Explain it here using Israel as the example. Are you talking about people moving south to the Negev desert? Are you talking about other countries? Explain it a little.
I'm talking about creating a massive project on basically the Iraqi, Jordanian, Syrian border, which is empty land. Basically anything that's basically east of Amman, meaning like if we can go to the roof of this hotel and go west, look west, and we'll almost see the Mediterranean Sea. We'll go to the east and we'll almost see the end of the populated Middle East. But the majority of the Middle East is empty land. So just like, there's two really inspirations for this. One is what I mentioned, what happened in the United States, that the ability of the population to migrate, made people rich, made people, more competent, allowed people to have jobs. So one is inspired by what happened in the United States. We should do it in the Middle East too. Increase the pie, create opportunities for everybody. The second is Theodor Herzl. I studied Theodor Herzl. I incorporated him in my previous book that you mentioned, Judaism 3.0, The Assault on Judaism. And Theodor Herzl had a very, very sophisticated vision when it came to the Jewish state and how would exactly Jews would move to the desert. So I'm using his ideas and creating the opportunities basically to have win-win situations that can benefit everybody, both the people, the Arab and the Jews in the Middle East and the current regimes. And that is by creating this industrial zone, golf courses, an economic engine that will be in the desert on the eastern part, and it will completely change the dialogue with all those basically fake things that we're talking about right now that have nothing to do with peace, the two-state solution, settlement, things like that. We're going to talk about real peace once we have those opportunities.
So explain it. Economic peace will lead to real peace. Is that the big vision? I know it's a lot more intricate than that, but is that up here?
But it's even more so, because I think until now we had everything that is here in the Middle East is European-based, meaning the borders, the peace frameworks, everything here was created.
The mentality,
mentality, exactly, by Europe for the benefit of Europeans about 100 years ago. And part of it was that Europe used this arena to form its opposition to Judaism. The world's oldest conflict is the European-Israeli conflict. It's been going on for 2,300 years, if not more. And Europe now uses this arena as a proxy opposition to the United States. There's a global chasm between Europeanism and Americanism, and we're seeing it here. So everything that was done so far here was basically not really, the peace frameworks that we're used to, like the European academic idea that you can use land as a currency to peace, so that is completely detached, from Middle Eastern realities, really from any realities. Same with the two-state solution, which is really a white colonialist idea, because it's basically taking, looking at the Palestinians and saying we just invested, billions of euros to promote UNRWA and other messaging that will tell you that one day you're going to go back to Tel Aviv and Herzliya, that it's really from the river to the sea. But guess what? Now we have a new framework for you, not from the river, from the sea. It's really from the Hashemite border to the Green Line. The West Bank will be free. That has absolutely nothing to do with Palestinians, with Arabs, with anything. That has to do with those, so like Europe and its proxies, that sadly have penetrated the United States, ideas. Now we're seeing a process of the de-Europeization of the Middle East. Europe, is not in the Iran war, for some reason. They chose not to be. They're not in the Board of Peace. They chose not to be. And thank God they're not in the Israeli-Lebanon peace talks. So once Europe is out, and they should be out, so we can have peace, but also so they can focus on the emerging threat to global stability that's coming from Europe. Once they're out, then we can have peace based on American ideas, moving from peace to appeasement, which is basically the European idea. Let's, cut as much, oppose the light from Zion, oppose Israel, appease, so this will supposedly appease the Arabs, to the reality here that the Arabs don't want that. They want to benefit from the light that's emanating from Zion. So the templates in the book, like the one I just described, are based on this complete change of basically 180. From the idea that we got to weaken Israel as much as possible to the exact opposite, which is that we want to strengthen. The Arabs want a strong Israel. We've seen it in the Iran war.
Sure.
We've seen the dependency of the Arab countries on the might of Israel. So Arabs want to benefit from the light that's emanating from Zion, from the light that's emanating from Judea, from Samaria, from Tel Aviv, from Herzliya, while until now Europe was doing anything they can to oppose it, supposedly for the idea of promoting peace.
And have you been sharing this vision over the last 3 days at the summit here? Is this what you've been focused on here?
Yeah, thanks to JNS that have featured the book, and I've been talking about this and having conversation. But even before that, this is part of really a decade-long process that started, as we spoke before, with my first book, Judaism 3.0, which showed that Judaism is transforming, that we're in the midst of a transformation of Judaism, that Zionism is becoming its anchor, whether we like it or not. People relate to Judaism to the Jewish state, and therefore age-old opposition is funneled to the Jewish state. The Sultan Judaism that came last year, which was basically showed that we're in the midst of a fast-moving attempt to negate the idea of the Jewish state and through the idea of Judaism, and now how we can turn these energies and benefit from the de-Europeization to promote peace based on organic Middle Eastern realities and not Western-imposed frameworks.
Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I want to hold the book up one more time. Get yourself a copy, From Survival to Peace. Where can people get it? Amazon,
bookstores everywhere in America, in Israel, everywhere.
Congratulations on this important work. Gol Kalev, author, From Survival to Peace. Get yourself a copy today. Truly an honor to have you here on JNS TV. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
And we'll be right back with more content for you from the JNS International Summit 2026, our second annual summit from Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the State of Israel and the Jewish people. We'll be right back. Welcome back to JNS TV. We are here in Jerusalem at the JNS International Policy Summit 2026. My guest for this segment is Jeff Balaban. He runs the American Center for Law and Justice. Great to have you on JNS TV. The Jerusalem office. Yes, Jerusalem He's not going to take credit for the whole thing. Let's be clear. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
How are you? How's the conference? What's
Great.
going on? What are you gaining from all these amazing forums and speakers and the Prime Minister and the Ambassador, Mike Huckabee? What's your take on the conference so far?
My take on the conference so far, as a guy who's generally cynical about conferences, is that I don't remember the last time, if ever, I've been in a room together with so many people that I want to connect with, people whose ideas run in parallel, people whose work runs in parallel, people who have dedicated their lives, their resources, their time, their money, their energy, their passion, their thought to the Jewish people and the state of Israel, and it's actually wonderful.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I share that sentiment. It's been an amazing 3 days. Talk about what you do at the American Center for Law and Justice. What is the organization? It's an organization, right?
Organization,
nonprofit.
Sure.
What do you guys do? What is your mission?
Sure. So ACLJ, and there's also an affiliate, ECLJ, European Center for Law and Justice. We have many roles. It was started as a Christian nonprofit law firm focused on First Amendment issues, on religious liberties. And of course, one of those religious liberties, it's not just for Christians, right? It's for Jews as well. And so they've always been extremely supportive of Jews and extremely pro-Israel, extremely. As much as I'm obsessed by the issue, they will flag issues way before I do and send it to me to take a look at. They have a daily show on which is now streamed. You can go to aclj.org, but it's also streamed elsewhere, and there are millions of viewers. And it is fantastically pro-Israel, and that show gives an update daily of what we're doing around the world. So we're an NGO at the UN. I just took a look. How many interventions have we done? So the last time they checked, they took a slice of period from 94 to 95. In the space of less than a year, I saw about 100 interventions at the UN. That's one team. Then we have dozens of lawyers with all kinds of cases. I'm involved with cases related to everything from, we represented Moatzet Yasha, the Judean Samaria Council, against ridiculous charges of war crimes and genocide, to, and we won,
for sure. How is the Yesha Council? They're just responsible for the lives of 500,000 Jews who live in Judea. Jews are from Judea. Doesn't that make sense?
Correct. Well, but we have to make that case in federal court in America.
Crazy.
In addition, we represent, for many decades, Jews who on campus or at their place of employment or even where they live, they said you can't have a mezuzah on the door. Or Jews now, kids on campus, you're going to be penalized if you wear a tzahal sweatshirt while your classmates are while all your classmates are wearing keffiyehs, advertising the terrorist movement. So the universities don't understand. So we lead the charge on a lot of that. We've been very involved in passing the anti-BDS laws around the country. It's essentially. And also, among the more recognizable names, people who want to affiliate with us, even though we're officially a law firm, it's very politically connected. So that Mike Pompeo, as soon as he left the administration, joined also as a senior counsel. Rick Grinnell, who should be famous to our viewers, super pro-Israel, very close to Donald Trump, works with him in this administration, was the ambassador to Germany, famously, when the Germans advised their Jewish populace to not wear outward symbols like kippot, he put a kippah on. He's not a Jew.
Yes, I saw
that.
that.
Remember, they put that
absolutely.
on. And despite the fact that the Secret Service was arguing with him because it endangers life even more, his only concession was, then I'll wear a vest, right? So he's very strong. Tulsi Gabbard, people who are very strong in the administrations also come to work with us. Anyway, it's a wonderful organization, and unlike its offices all over the world, here it's there it's the European Center for Law and Justice. They have other countries. Here it's the American Center for Law and Justice in Jerusalem, because we are not going to the government here to complain about mistreatment. Here we are trying to bridge the gap between our knowledge of American law and American politics and the UN with what's helpful to the Israelis and the government and the people.
Can we talk about Christian support of Israel and the state of affairs right now?
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot of encouraging sessions here on that subject. If you read the media or whatnot, you are hearing that Christian support for Israel could be waning, especially amongst the younger population. Is that true? Not
it's
true?
What's the state? True. I don't want to make anybody afraid of this, but for at least 15 or 17 years already, we see this because we are a Christian media company as well. I told you, we're a daily show with millions of viewers. We've seen that there are many young Christians who are coming into media straight from college who love to work on ACLJ's work on pro-life and religious freedom, but they don't want to come on board to the pro-Israel.
Right.
So we've seen this for many years.
Wow.
Okay? Plus, because I work in that field, about 15 years ago also, the heads of a bunch of Christian colleges contacted me. They were having a summit about why their incoming students then were hostile to Israel and Jews. And they realized they didn't have a Jew in the room, but they knew me, so they asked me to contribute my thoughts. And they had one theory. Their theory was they teach eschatology, end of days, differently or less. I said, yeah, but that wouldn't explain why younger Jews are also turning. I said, my theory is, it's honestly since Oslo. Because until Oslo, everybody grew up understanding this was the Jews. The Palestinians are a terror organization. Once Israel agreed to sit across the table from a non-nation, from a pure terrorist organization, and elevate it to the status in the eyes of the world as a competitor for this land, it shattered the truth, which until then it was, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Now we're negotiating about whether the land belongs to them, and it shattered the whole narrative. And to me, the most important thing, this is not me speaking for ACLJ, this is me personally. You know, part of my life, I was the head of communications for CBS News, I was the head of communications for many major media organizations, talking to non-Jews, from non-Jews, not just Jews, right? And is the narrative of the Jewish people in the land of Israel is literally the core narrative that defines all of Western civilization's morality and America, and American morality. And once that got challenged by the dynamic of elevating Palestinians to a competitor, other narratives came in place. The Islamic narrative, or Islamist narrative, the progressive anti-God narrative, and now this broken pre-Judeo-Christian narrative of the old-style Christianity of Europe, which is really pagan tribalism, which is what led the people who fled that founded America. We need to reassert that narrative, and I see people in this room, I see people who are working on that night and day, even if they don't see it the same way I do in terms of why, understanding the importance of us projecting the right story.
That's unbelievable. I never thought of it like that. Essentially, we did it to ourselves through this horrible Oslo Accords, and we're paying the price 30 years later. We are, unfortunately, out of time here on JNS TV. I want to thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you.
Jeff Balaban, the Jerusalem Office Director, is that better, of the American Center for Law and Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. Keep up the important work that you're doing. And that is going to be it for, I guess, this hour, I believe, at JNS TV, but don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. There's going to be a lot more interviews, a lot more coming on here at the second annual International Policy Summit in Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the state of Israel and the Jewish people. We're saying it proudly. Don't go anywhere.
Amen.
We'll be back on JNS TV.
Thanks.
and I don't want to take away from the
So why don't you just, before anything starts, before we get started, I just want to...
Okay. And I'm also going to thank all the experts from the forums and the panels and tell them in one or two sentences
So you
about
want me
the
to
proposal.
welcome you to the stage? Welcome you to the stage.
Okay? Yep. I'll leave this here. I'll take it.
If everybody can please take their seats. Sorry? It's okay. It's okay. Just a few acknowledgments before we begin. First of all, I would very much like to thank the incredible Waldorf Astoria Hotel for hosting us. They've really been unbelievable. I would like to thank Avia Asner, our summit coordinator, who has been working harder than anybody on this summit for months and months. She did an amazing job. I'd like to thank Ellie Piepsh, our content director. If you like the program, Ellie, you had your fingers on every panel, every forum. Really incredible. I'd like to thank Sharon Monderer, Aaron Rosenberg, Yohay Sponder. We really have an incredible team at JNS. Like what you're seeing these last 3 days, JNS is not a summit. We have a summit. JNS is a news operation that is doing this every single day of the year. And the people that are here because those are the people that we work with every single day of the year. And that's why all these speakers were willing to come and speak for just a couple of minutes, much less time than any of them deserved, and they were all willing to pay their own way because they work with JNS. I also want to thank Orly Rachamim, Ho, Danny, Orit, the rest of the Think Content team. You've been all over. You've been really, really wonderful. Real partners. And of course, I want to thank all of our sponsors. As you can imagine, this conference cost a lot of money to put together. We're not sitting on that. It required a lot of sponsorships, and I'm not going to mention everybody, but I certainly want to mention Cross River, our lead sponsor. Their incredible CEO, Gil Gade. Their Chief of Philanthropy, Miriam Wallach, who's been here most of the week. Also the Jerusalem Municipality, the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs. Before we get to the program, and it's an incredible program, so I'll read here. As we gather for the closing plenary of the 2026 JNS International Policy Summit, we turn our attention to challenges facing Jews in the United States and around the world, and particularly the rise in hateful rhetoric and violent anti-Semitism, including on university campuses. You will hear from some of today's most recognizable pro-Israel voices in media. And we hear from Minister of Diaspora Affairs Amichai Chikli, Foreign Minister Gideon Sar, and we will also conclude with a lighter touch featuring comedians Ami Kozak, Yohay Sponder, and you'll also hear from the one and only Nissim Black tonight, and many, many others, Sid Rosenberg, so many great speakers tonight. But before we do that, I also want to thank someone and welcome to the stage our Summit Chairman, Richard Heidemann. None of this would be possible without your wisdom, your insights, your guidance. You've been a true mentor in putting this summit together and a friend.
Alex, thank you very much. You heard Alex mention the forums. I want you all to know that over the past many months, more than 100 expert thinkers, writers, speakers, idea people, visionaries, and leaders, as scholars, have gathered together in advance of the summit to work through 12 different forum group topics. They were all presented yesterday. A number of them have appeared also here on stage, and a number of them have also been in the different groups of the panel discussions of today. Each of the 12 groups put together a report and recommendation for action, because we at the JNS International Policy Summit believe in action. This report of the 12 groups has been combined into a compendium that will now be further modified and produced as an outcome document of this summit, which all of you will be able to receive in your home communities. We hope it'll be a handbook. It'll include not only their thoughts, their suggestions, their observations, their report, and their recommendations, but it also will include cross-referenced bibliography of resource materials on each of the 12 subjects, all combined and cross-referenced together. So please join me in a warm round of applause of appreciation for all of our forum experts. And secondly, on a personal note, I'll take a moment of your time, if I may, because quite a long time ago, Phyllis and I first came to Israel on our honeymoon. It was not her first trip, but it was mine. And we stayed in a new hotel on Higher Cone overlooking the Mediterranean. We've been coming back more than 200 times ever since. All three of our daughters and their husbands live here. 7 of our 8 grandchildren have all made Aliyah and live here. And Usually we do something very special, and I get for Phyllis red roses for all the many decades of our wonderful marriage. Phyllis, as you know, is president of the International President of the March of the Living and works year-round as a full-time volunteer to see to it that Holocaust education is brought to communities around the world, and that marching together with dignitaries, with survivors, with liberators, with students is enabled to take that death march as a living march from Auschwitz to Birkenau. Because today is our anniversary, and thanks to JNS, I've borrowed some flowers, and Phyllis, I hope you'll come up. So we could say, happy anniversary, honey.
Has been surprising me for 58 years today. So, on behalf of all the Heidemann family, I will tell you we're very proud of Richard. We're very proud of Alex and the JNS, Vermelia and Josh and Avia and the whole crew. And on behalf of my children and grandchildren, we can't wait tomorrow morning to say, welcome home, Daddy.
We went off script there, but I think it was worth it. At a time when Israel faces unprecedented diplomatic challenges and opportunities, Gideon Sa'ar stands at the fulcrum of the country's engagement with the world. A former deputy prime minister, minister of justice, minister of education, interior minister, and longtime member of Israel's security cabinet, Minister Sa'ar has been a leading figure in Israeli public life for more than 2 decades. Today, as Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs, he is helping shape the nation's alliances with old friends and new friends alike. Sitting in conversation with Summit Chairman Richard Heidemann, please welcome Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar.
Israel is the only power standing against huge forces of barbarism.
What is the real difference between the Nazis and Hamas?
Israel is a peace-seeking nation standing as a fortress of Western civilization, one of the most ancient nations in history.
Minister Gideon Sa'ar.
I told him he put the bar very high. That will create challenges.
Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you for being with us again this year. When I had the privilege of interviewing you last year on this very stage, everybody commented afterward on how they really didn't know you before. They knew you as a figure. They knew you by reputation, but they didn't know you as a person or as a leader. Thank you for coming back. And most importantly, thank you for everything you've done in the last year and as foreign minister. For those of us who follow what Elliot Friedman does a great job in putting out for you.
But he's going to America now.
Yeah, what we follow of your activities is actually beyond comprehension. Kol hakavod, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's talk first about Lebanon. So, Lebanon has never had peace, really, with Israel, although there's a historical relationship. You could comment on it. It was taken over by Hezbollah. Everything has changed. Israel, it says, it's reported, is seeking an understanding with Lebanon. What do you see? What's your vision? What is possible?
Actually, we had peace agreement with Lebanon, signed on 1983. Short time afterwards, Bashir Jumayel was assassinated. When we started this talks in Washington, D.C. with Lebanon, I asked to see, and I saw the previous peace agreement from the 80s, quite good actually, not much to be changed. But the truth is, our problem is not Lebanon. I mean, we might have some minor border disputes, can be solved easily. Problem remains for Lebanon and for Israel. Hezbollah is the number one obstacle for Lebanon's future independence and sovereignty, and for Israel's security. So it's a mutual challenge. Usually we hear statements, I hear statements in the international community that Israel is breaching Lebanon's sovereignty. This is not the truth. Hezbollah is breaching Lebanon's sovereignty. Iran is breaching Lebanon's sovereignty. The foreign minister of Lebanon decided to expel the Iranian ambassador from Beirut some months ago. Never happened. Because the truth is, and not so many people are saying it, Lebanon is under Iranian occupation. Indirect by Hezbollah, but under an occupation. On the soil of Lebanon, there is a stronger army than the Lebanese army, which is Hezbollah. And this is the core problem and the mutual problem. And I hope that with the talks that being held will be renewed today in Washington, D.C., we will be able to, on that common ground, to build a common future.
A follow-on question about Lebanon. So, Israel's responding appropriately to the Hezbollah attacks, killing our soldiers and impacting the sovereignty here in Israel. When Israel responds, it's Israel doing what it's obligated to do, to defend her people. How do you feel about people around the world, not just from the United States, but around the world saying, don't?
First of all, just to make it clear, we accepted the current ceasefire. We said clearly we'll respect it unless the other side will breach it. Then we'll have to defend ourselves. This is clear. But almost everyone is missing the context. The context is we fully withdrew from Lebanon 26 years ago, on the year 2000. Ehud Barak was the prime minister. We withdrew to the blue line. Ever since 26 years, we were under attacks from the soil of Lebanon. We had amazing amounts of rockets, missiles, drones during this war. Began on February 28 from Lebanon. We didn't initiate that. Hezbollah initiated that. And as much as they joined on October 8th, 2023, after Hamas attacked us, they joined. So I don't think there is any other country in the world that would accept attacks from neighboring territory on its citizens, and we cannot as well.
Let's shift, if I can, to the EU. You have been a very active foreign minister, going, receiving, inviting, communicating, and criticizing. Most recently, you took a very hard line with an EU government and with some of their representatives. tell us what your thinking is about the future of EU-Israel relations and why you took the strong position you recently took.
First of all, we had just yesterday and today a successful visit of one of the EU commissioners, Commissioner Suica. She's the Mediterranean commissioner. And very good, open, honest discussions with her. The decision I took last Thursday was not against the EU. It was against a specific commissioner that said that Israel is an apartheid state. And I privately asked her to do something about it. Week before that, she hadn't responded, and she could say, I didn't say that. She could have said, I didn't mean that. She could have said, I'm standing beyond these words. But I don't think when this kind of accusation is being put against Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East which its Arab citizens enjoy full and equal rights, I don't think that I, as a foreign minister of this state, can be silent and act like it is a legitimate thing to be said against my state. And therefore, I didn't have any choice. It's not something I choose. Personally, I always prefer dialogue. For a certain time, I had good dialogue with this High Representative on Foreign Affairs, but we also, as a country, must draw red lines. And there is another thing I want to emphasize. And I said it yesterday in the meeting. We are for a dialogue. We are ready. By the way, we are used to have criticism against us, to say the least. But a dialogue is not that the other side can dictate for us political positions, mainly when they are connected to a very basic national interests. There we must stand on our interests and defend our interests. And I believe that if that will be the approach, and I can say that was the approach at least of the meeting yesterday, we can have a common ground. We are interested. I don't think it is in the interest of the EU not to have great relations with Israel. They don't have better friends in this region that shares their values and interests. But of course, you cannot do that. You cannot do that by accepting the other side's position. It must be a good discussion, an honest discussion, but when it comes to our, for example, I will give one example. They say the settlements are illegal. They are not the only ones, but they say that. This is their view. We're saying it's not true. And we have, I think, a valid legal arguments begins from the Balfour Declaration. But I don't think there is other nation on this planet with a better and documented proofs for its right on its land than the Jewish people. And they have a disagreement about that with all the governments in Israel since 1967, because all the governments of Israel since 1967, when we liberated this part of our land, and also our capital, part of our capital, was for this right, this fundamental right that we can live everywhere. And how to implement it, this is another question that our government should always think how the best way to implement that. But we have this right. And no matter what other nations will do, this will not be changed by any future government in Israel, and this current government is not an exception.
Thank you. Turning to Latin America, what do you see as the future, and how do you read the successful election of a pro-Israel candidate as president in Colombia?
The elected president of Colombia is a great friend of Israel and the Jewish people. I know him personally. I met him about half a year ago in Buenos Aires. He will also be a good ally to the United States of America. It's a total opposite from the current president. But so I'm sure I invited him to Jerusalem to come even before his inauguration, which will be on August 7. And I hope he will come to Israel even before his inauguration. And I'm sure that we are in front of our best time in terms of our relations with Colombia. But the full picture is even more encouraging when you see what happened in the elections in Peru, Honduras, Chile, Bolivia. I'm speaking only about the last year. Also parliamentarian elections in Argentina. I mean, the shift is going to the right direction. And I defined this year, 2026, for my ministry as the Latin America year. And we will invest a lot in, we already are working on that, but we'll invest much more in order to strengthen our relations. And we are doing it with the same interest as our American friends, which for them, the Western Hemisphere is critical in their national security doctrine. And for us, it can be a hugely friendly continent, and I believe it will in the next years.
Mr. Foreign Minister, you should be complimented for standing up against the demonization of Israel, for protecting her good name all over the world, and for not tolerating the slander. In part, do you believe that the reason you're being listened to is because you are also reaching out to governments around the world, welcoming them to Jerusalem, meeting with them personally, going to see them, and even opening embassies and consulates?
Well, in this business, you must be proactive. I could invest all my time only in blocking initiatives against Israel, which is what I usually do. But you must see how you are having progress in some fronts, even in the most challenging times. If I will take two of the points you mentioned, we had, when I entered the ministry, we had 5 embassies in Jerusalem. Today we have 8. I have only a couple of months left, but my objective is to have 10, to double the number until the end of my term of embassies in Jerusalem. And I know already which countries will be the next 2. Secondly, to reach out to more places. I opened already 4 embassies, new embassies in Moldova, Estonia, Zambia, Fiji, Next embassy will be opened within 2 months' time in Slovenia. So we are, even in this very challenging time, we are widening our reach and our connections. And we have a lot of countries. To be frank, I need to choose because a lot of countries want that Israel will open embassies. And I need to, I have, of course, every government knows that resources are always limited. You must choose. But I have candidates and we have good countries to work with. And even in these hugely challenging times, we are making progress in a lot of fields.
Mr. Foreign Minister, we all thank you for your service, but also for your leadership. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, sir. This is my privilege to serve my country in these challenging times.
Thank you, Minister Sar. Anti-Semitism has become one of the defining challenges facing Jewish communities around the world. As Israel's Minister of Diaspora Affairs and also combating anti-Semitism, Amichai Chikli has led Israeli efforts to confront anti-Jewish hatred, to strengthen Jewish identity, and deepen the bond between Israel and world Jewry. In conversation with JNS Features Editor Steve Lindy, it is my privilege to welcome Minister Amichai Chikli.
When you take out Zionism for Jewish identity, there is no Jewish identity. It is a Jewish state. We need serious leaders, Judeo-Christian values, understand that you are facing evil, even more important clash within the Western civilization.
Minister Amichai Chikli.
Welcome to the JNS conference, Minister Amichai Chikli.
Shalom, Steve, and thank you, Richard and Alex and the JNS for the opportunity, for the stage. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us. And
we're going to start with anti-Semitism, but with your permission, we will go into other subjects too. So there has been, as we all know, a rise in anti-Semitism around the world, most recently in Montreal, Canada. And you warned about this. You've warned about it over and over again. What is your response on how we deal with such a phenomenon?
So first, regarding the horrific incident yesterday in Canada, we have delivered a specific warning aimed only for Canada 3 months ago, in March, saying that we are seeing the exact same patterns as we saw in Australia before the horrific attack in Bondi Beach. Nothing has been done in Canada to stop anti-Semitism and to stop the spike in radical Islamist incidents against the Jewish community. There are endless cases, incidents of shootings on Jewish schools, Jewish institutions, and unfortunately nothing has been done. Also, we need to speak about the incident where the police, one of the policewomen was the one who shot the victim, and the training of the police forces. You need to have an effective police in order to counter terrorism. Also, when we are dealing with the security forces of the Jewish community, they're not allowed to carry weapons in Canada. We also, back in Michigan, what is the meaning of armed security that can prevent horrific incidents? So this is very, very important. By the way, in Bondi Beach, you have in Australia, they can carry weapons, but only in the institutions. But since the event was on the beach, so they were unarmed. So weapons, carrying weapons is very important, that the security forces of the community will be armed. It can save lives, because if they had guns in Bondi Beach, it wouldn't take 12 endless minutes of massacre to do something. Okay? So with Canada, it was clear that it's about to happen, and I hope that Carney and his government will do something. And the last thing I want to add regarding Canada, pay attention. The worst incidents, Canada, Australia, Britain, Manchester. What's common for Canada, Australia, and Britain? The recognizing of a terror state in the middle of a war against Hamas. So when you are pushing Hamas and recognizing a terror state in the middle of the war, while our hostages are still in the dungeons, you are empowering these radical forces, harming the Jewish community. That's something that I wanted to add.
Let's move on to the Iran deal and how you feel about it. You know, there's criticism that cabinet ministers are speaking out against the deal. How do you respond?
I even heard that we are speaking against the president, which is false. No cabinet minister has spoke against President Trump. I was endorsing President Trump before his first term. I was openly supporting President Trump while Biden was the president, and I was heavily criticized for openly supporting Trump. I think we never had such a friend in the White House, never had such a friend, and it's doubtable if we're going to have someone like him in the future in the White House. So first I want to say thank you for the embassy in Jerusalem, for the Golan Heights, for the Abraham Accords, for Qasem Soleimani, for Rising Lion, for the war that we have done together. We need to have a good eye. We need to have Ayin Tova. We need to have perspective, proportion, and to see the big picture all the time. The big picture is positive, Now, regarding the deal, it is okay to have disagreements. These are not the same states. There is Mondial. America is hosting the Mondial, the World Cup. You have election in November. You have oil prices. You have all these things that are in the mind of the American president, and I'm seeing just, I don't know, maybe 10% of the picture. So we fully get it. But I think that there is a huge difference between ending the war and between relieving the sanctions. Because relieving the sanctions, we all know the exact meaning and consequences tomorrow morning. You will lift the sanctions today, and then tomorrow you have the salaries for Hezbollah in Lebanon. And then tomorrow morning you have the ballistic missiles industry renovated, okay? You have the nuclear facilities being also repaired. The ideology of the terror regime in Iran that massacred tens of thousands of people, innocent people in Iran, much more than the Israeli casualties, much more. The Iranians are the main casualties of the terror regime in Iran. This is not Iran, the regime in Iran. That's not. It's a tyranny, it's a dictatorship, it is a terror regime, and the sanctions should continue. Because every dime that will go to this regime will go straight for terror, for weapons for mass destruction, for instability of the entire region. This is much, much bigger than the case of us and Iran. And one more thing. The main reason why I endorsed Trump was because when Biden was in charge, the US was so weak, and Trump shifted the situation. And when we are looking at our big brother, fellow Americans, we want America to be strong. I think it's in the best interest of the entire Western Hemisphere. And I think that that is the case. That is the case. And you should never, never blink in the eyes of these terrorists. Never. That is regarding the deal. And maybe one more thing regarding Lebanon. If Lebanon is a sovereign state, so I have a question. How does Iran decide whether there is a ceasefire in Lebanon, yes or no? Iran is Iran, and Lebanon is Lebanon. It's not the same state. And when you're saying we need a ceasefire in Lebanon because of Iran, you're saying Iran is sovereign, is the real sovereign in Lebanon. And this is a disaster for Lebanon's sovereignty. A disaster for Lebanon's sovereignty. And we and the Lebanese government are on the same page. We want Lebanon to be a sovereign state. And we want Hezbollah to be destroyed. That's it. Thank you.
And I know another thing that you bring up a lot and that concerns you is the new axis of evil, you call it.
True.
Which includes Pakistan, Qatar, and others.
Yeah. The Muslim Brotherhood plays not only in CARE, AMP, SJP, Michigan, Texas. We are all following the vision of the 100 years America as a Muslim state. We all know the plans. It's all been spoken in the mosques in Michigan. We are seeing what's happening now in New York with Mamdani, who turned the municipality of New York City into a mosque. We saw it. We saw the humiliation of America with Mamdani's Muslim, pro-Hamas, anti-Semite philosophy. I think it's a catastrophe. But the Muslim Brotherhood are also major players on the global map. Qatar is the PR state of the Muslim Brotherhood with Al Jazeera and AJ+. By the way, bashing the president of the US 24/7. Okay? That's Qatar. Then you have Turkey. Now let's follow the rhetoric of Turkey. Erdogan's Turkey, he have a very dangerous vision, which is based on two components. One is neo-Ottomanism. Let's rebuild the Ottoman Empire. The main threat, direct threat, is for Greece and Cyprus, with the blue homeland legislation to wipe out half of Greece's naval territory and to block them in the sea. Then you have the Minister of Interior of Erdogan saying, my dream is to become the governor of Jerusalem. So they want Jerusalem to be once again a province in the new Ottoman Empire. And Erdogan speaks the same, saying what we did in Libya and what we did in Somalia and what we did in Syria, we're going to do it in Palestine. We call it Israel, yeah? But that's the language of Erdogan. So this is one thing. And the second thing is the Islamist vision of the Caliphate. It's a religious Ottoman Empire. And the main player now is Ahmed Ashara. Ahmed Ashara Jolani, the terrorist with the suit, was sent to Syria by Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi himself, the head of ISIS who was eliminated by the US. So we're saying now that Ahmed Ashara, because he's wearing a suit, changed his philosophy, changed his views. Haven't we seen what happened with the Alawites? Haven't we seen the massacre of the Druze? Haven't we seen the massacre of the Kurds? Can we trust Al-Qaeda, ISIS leader to run the state of Syria and to be a partner? No, we can't. No, we can't. And I think that Turkey of Erdogan and Syria of Ashara are now far more concerning than Iran. The era of the Shiite empire of Iran, Assad, Syria, and Hezbollah is over. Is over. The new axis is the Muslim Brotherhood axis of Erdogan's Turkey, Syria, and Qatar. And it's better to get awake and to open your eyes now before it is too late.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very briefly, we've sort of run out of time, but you know, we Jews don't follow rules always. The elections are coming up. You used to be a member of Bennett's Yamina party. You moved to the Likud. You may have heard what Bennett told us here at JNS this morning. How do you stand in terms of the upcoming elections, whenever those are going to be?
First of all, I think that we have huge challenges since October 7th. And by the leadership of Netanyahu, our prime minister, we have managed to shift entirely to destroy the ring that was choking us in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Iran, with huge achievements. There is also a major development in Judea and Samaria, with hundreds of new villages. Those of you who may have heard about a loan program for the Jordan Valley and all the open spaces on the mountains, it is now an entirely different reality in Judea and Samaria. The vision of Fayyad to take the Jordan Valley, to take sea areas, to take all these places and create the Palestinian state, we are destroying this vision, and we are building and strengthening the Jewish communities all across Judea and Samaria. Thank you. Now, the one thing we need to bear in mind, Bennett is the Madoff of Israel politics. Clear. We were standing in events with a crowd like this and even bigger, and he kept saying 24/7, I will never allow Lapid to be a prime minister. He said that 1,000 times. I heard it 1,000 times. He said, I will never let a left-wing government to be established. I will never demand to be a prime minister with less than 10 mandates. He broke all his promises to the voters a day after, only for one reason. Only for one reason, so that he will be called the prime minister, like a child who has lost a toy. That is Bennett, a childish politician with zero leadership, with zero ideology. And beware, if God forbid, this clown will be a prime minister. Okay, I don't want to use his own, the S word, yeah? But let's use the C, okay? So if this clown, he won't be, okay? I'm not sure he's going to cross the threshold. But let's say he's crossed. If they will be in power, him or Eisenkot, there will be no yellow line in Lebanon and no yellow line in Gaza. There will be no more farms in Judea and Samaria. There will be a Palestinian state. And everything that was achieved in this government, with all the difficulties and the challenges, will be ruined. And therefore, we must secure a right-wing government that will keep building Judea and Samaria, that will stay strong on the borders against Hamas, against Hezbollah. And you know, people are saying, oh, we're not succeeding in Lebanon, we're not succeeding in Gaza. Really? 60% of Gaza territory is under the control of the IDF. Hamas is now a police force. A police force. Hezbollah was the largest and most capable terror army worldwide. It has become once again a guerrilla organization. I'm not undermining a guerrilla organization. It can still harm. They still have weapons. They still can threaten us. But they have lost their entire leadership. Fuad Shukr, Nasrallah, the leaders of Radwan forces. They lost thousands of their terrorists. Thousands of them. They have lost the entire line of villages on the border, villages that have become fortress of terror, in which in every second house you have ammunition and missiles. Now we have a clean buffer zone, and we must keep it very strong without UNIFIL or any other foreign forces that can never be trusted. We trust only on ourselves and in God above.
Amichai Chikli.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I think you guys can see we are raising the energy tonight. And let me tell you, we're off to a good start, but we are about to raise it further. Before I do that, first Richard mentioned that it's Richard and Phyllis's anniversary tonight. I also want to note that it is the anniversary also of Tila Falik and Moshe Levy. Tila has been an incredible support for JNS throughout this summit. Thank you. And I think it's also the anniversary of your parents, Chana and Simon Falik. So congratulations to you as well. Now with that, I would like to introduce you to a performer who defies all stereotypes. His life story is an absolutely remarkable journey, which I have had the privilege of getting to learn, and I really urge all of you to find out how our next guest got to the point where he is. He's also a podcaster dealing with conservative politics and the media and other things. He is an incredible musician, and I personally and my kids personally love his music videos. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one and only Nissim Black.
Just want you to know that I want to
and
go.
DJ Hudacris.
Away, far, far away. We gon' play it loud until the shit
Yeah, that's how we doing. Everybody up on your feet. Everybody up. If you're in the back, if you're in the front, I want you up, up, up. Let's go.
Nissim Black.
I would like to call upon my holy brother, Mr. Nissim Black. Everybody up! Let me see your wings. I wanna fly, fly away, far, far away from this place where nobody can bring me down. Damn, damn. When nobody can bring me down. Everybody, let me some wings. I wanna fly, 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 fly away, far, far away from this place where nobody can bring me down. Damn, damn. When nobody can bring me down. 1, 2, 3, jump. We are the light we shine on. It's a delight we cry on. With joyful tears, I know a place away from here. Here, I wanna go. I wanna know what's my purpose, tachlis. I wanna glow. I wanna show my inner greatness, not fear. Nobody knows my pain, but I'm ready to make a change. Thus, here's my heart of anger. Replace and rearrange it. See, I need freedom for me to be all I can be. Then look from heaven and say, I chose to leave it in me. Fly, fly away, far, far away from this place where nobody can bring me down. Bring me down, down. Where nobody can bring me down. Bring me down, let's fly. I wanna fly, fly away, far, far away from this place where nobody can bring me down. Bring me down, down. Where nobody can bring me down. Jerusalem, let me hear you make some noise. you doing tonight? Oh, come on, you could do better than that. How you doing tonight? Who done feeling the love? Hey, hey, yeah. And the quickly then it went so smooth that you I was smart, I knew I owe you from what I went through. But you brought me out so smooth, me to show you gratitude, so I chose to know you. And then I got you pretty cool. You want anything, you want that. Give you the swing to your bed. Like slept on me and then I land all on you, kept to follow you, I know I'm not to, but my heart is true. It ain't always easy, but I'm still here. Hands up! Cause I know that you're with me. I didn't hear us singing my song, but you know that I should have given it. I got myself a strength, but I know you love me. Wow! Okay, this next song, I'm gonna need a lot of crowd participation here. And I know you can help me. I know you gonna help me? Let's do it. Make some noise for DJ Who the Crowds! Let's crown the king. This is the world makeover. Mashiach will come take over. You ain't gotta be me or see what I see. All you gotta do is take a look forward. Lift up your eye to the sky. Spread out your hands. Say thank you, smile. Get 'em up, leave 'em up, ha ha. Yep, pump up the volume every day. Stand in place, heart racing over to say. Pressure building, trying to hold my face. My mind is drifting like not today. Wake up from everything. Break out your shell and scream, Hashem, you're the king, Hashem, you're the king. Everybody! Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Imloch, Leolam. Can't hear you! Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Imloch. Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Imloch, Leolam Va'ed, Hashem feel the cold in the rain. I wanna get up and leave. Said I wanna get up, everything's always the same. I wanna get up and leave. Now I'm standing here, night so clear, like the shine upon your crown. Yeah, we're up so high in the midnight sky, and we'll never come back down. Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, our Father. King David's rock your honor. We give our life the stronger. We think you drop the blessing, the profit, success, Haslaka. The word is yours, you offer it to whomever calls you. Hashem Melech, Hashem Malach, Hashem Imloch, Leolam Va'ed. 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 Hey, yeah. Wake up, my friend, we gone. We praising our shit with all of our soul. The Cleavers is fighting, we know. We waging a war, we won't let them go. Even if the world don't turn, the fire will burn. The ace down me, a core upon some sacrifice. You put ace on me, we clapping loud, screaming loud. We're gonna take that crown, bring it back straight to the king. Then we bow, my hook complete. Yeah. Pick up a mitzvah, lay down the hate. All on my bar, all on my zay. The feeling is great, what we can say. Praise Hashem, His name is great. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Jerusalem, I can't hear you. Here we go. Thank you so much to Alex, JNS. You guys are doing amazing work. So happy to be about it. Yossie Hollander!
Nissim Black and DJ Hudacris. We still got great program for you tonight. Okay. Great Britain is home to one of the world's largest and most influential Jewish communities, yet it faces rapidly growing challenges from anti-Semitism, extremism, and social polarization. Lord David Wolson, a distinguished barrister, member of the House of Lords, and a former UK Justice Minister, has been a leading voice in defending the rule of law, democratic values, and Jewish communal life. Please welcome Lord David Wolson.
Anti-Semitism is not only a Jewish problem.
Careless talk costs lives.
The increase in anti-Semitism is obvious.
Many feel that they are not protected by those whose job it is to enforce the law.
Speak up for the values which we all hold so dear.
Lord David Wolson.
Well, thank you very much. Nissim Black is an internationally acclaimed musician. I am a lawyer and the Shadow Attorney General. Only one of us fills halls with people who actually want to hear them speak. That was absolutely fantastic, Nissim. May you go from strength to strength. Well, it's been an amazing 24 hours for me so far in Jerusalem. Yesterday, as you may know, Britain saw the resignation of a Prime Minister only 2 years after winning a landmark general election. And today Westminster is already turning its attention to who might replace Keir Starmer. For years, Israel looked at Britain as a model of political stability, and Britain looked at Israel as the country that changed governments every few months. Looking at events over the past few months, and in particular the past 24 hours, I'm no longer entirely sure which country is meant to be setting which an example. But political instability is not the most important story. What concerns me far more is what recent events tell us about the health of democratic societies, and in particular, the position of Jewish communities, both in the UK and across the West. Yesterday afternoon, members of the British Parliament in Westminster debated a petition calling for an investigation into what was described, and I quote from the motion, as pro-Israel influence on UK politics and democracy. Now, let me be clear. Parliament should debate difficult issues. Free societies depend upon argument. No government, no institution, and no country is immune from criticism, and that includes Israel. Indeed, some of the strongest criticism I hear about the current Israeli government comes from my neighbours in Tel Aviv, because Israel has a robust, if sometimes unruly, public square. But democratic societies depend on our ability to distinguish between criticism and prejudice, between scrutiny and suspicion, between legitimate investigation and conspiracy theories. As Shadow Attorney General, I spend much of my political life thinking about the role of law in a democratic society. One of the most important functions of law is to draw distinctions. Britain should investigate hostile foreign interference. Britain should investigate espionage. Britain should investigate covert influence operations by hostile states. Russia, China, and Iran all pose genuine challenges to our national security. But democracies must be equally careful not to confuse foreign interference with the lawful participation of their own citizens in public life. And the moment we begin treating ordinary political engagement as inherently suspect, we weaken the very freedoms we claim to defend. And that's why many British Jews viewed yesterday's debate with concern, not because they fear debate, not because they oppose scrutiny, but because they recognise certain patterns. The language changes, the political context changes, the targets change, yet the underlying suggestion can sometimes sound remarkably similar. The notion that Jews or those associated with the Jewish state possess hidden influence requiring special investigation is not a new allegation. It is one of the oldest lies in history. And so for many British Jews, this debate felt uncomfortably close to a narrative with which we are all too familiar. And I felt some of these changes immediately after October the 7th. You may have seen a speech I gave in which I talked about comparing people serving in the Israeli army, some of whom were, as you know, very close to me, with my concerns for my daughter in London, wearing a Magen David, a Star of David, on the London Underground. And I was worried about her for the first time in my life. And that thought was new to me, not because Britain was free beforehand from anti-Semitism. No society has ever been free from anti-Semitism, but because many Jews had come to regard their place, our place, in British society as secure, accepted, and uncontroversial. And many people realised after October the 7th that assumptions that we had taken for granted could no longer be taken entirely for granted. And that has been, I think, one of the most painful consequences of the months since then. Not simply the increase in anti-Semitic incidents, not simply the abuse, not simply the intimidation, but the sense among ordinary Jews that they are being asked to justify their place in public life in a way that nobody else is expected to do. And yet I do remain optimistic. The story of the British Jewish community is one of the great success stories of the Jewish diaspora. For more than 3.5 centuries, Jews have contributed to every aspect of British national life, in Parliament, in the law, in medicine, in science, in business, in education, in the arts, in public service. Jews have not merely helped build modern Britain, but the contribution continues today. But the challenges are real. Anti-Semitism is real. Extremism is real. The pressure upon democratic societies is real. But so too is the resilience of the Jewish community. And I think we need to emphasize one absolutely central point. The protection of the Jewish community is not simply a Jewish issue. It is not a favour granted to Jews. It is not a concession. It is not a special privilege. It is a test of whether a democratic society can remain true to its own values. When citizens are free to participate in public life without fear, then democracy flourishes. The protection of Jews is not separate from the protection of democracy. The two are inseparable. As Rabbi Lord Sachs always taught us, a society which harbours anti-Semitism is a society which is sick. A society which tolerates anti-Semitism is a society which is terminally ill. And that's why all of this matters, not simply for the Jewish community, not simply for Britain, but for the future of democratic society itself. And of course, we meet this evening in Jerusalem, the one place in the world where nobody needs to explain why Jewish security matters. But the future of Jewish life has never depended solely on what happens in Jerusalem. It also depends on what happens in London, in Paris, in Berlin, in New York. And therefore our task is to have confidence in our identity, confidence in our values, confidence in the rule of law, confidence in democratic institution, and confidence that even in the online world of 2026, the truth is ultimately stronger than prejudice and stronger than conspiracy. The challenges are enormous, but so is our determination. And if Jewish history of the last 3,500 years teaches us anything, it teaches us this: that those who repeatedly predict the decline of the Jewish people have a remarkably poor record of success. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure our next speaker could speak for 4 hours, but I'm going to ask you to do just a little bit less than that tonight. He's a man that provides energy and just incredible energy on all issues, political, sports. Just brings it every single day, day in and day out, always never afraid to speak truth to power. He took over from Don Imus in New York City. That should tell you something about how talented he is. I think also I've seen you in action, and I would say, surprisingly, you're one of the most sensitive interviewers I've ever seen. Really incredible. And we heard from you the other night, but I know you've got a little bit more to say. So I would like to invite my dear, dear friend, Sid Rosenberg, the morning show host at WABC 77 Radio, New York City. Sid, welcome to the stage.
All right, before I start, what we should all do, everybody here, is give the man to my left who just introduced me a well-deserved standing ovation and round of applause for putting together 3 unbelievable days, the great Alex Trayman. He's pretty good. He is pretty good. This is only the second annual. It feels like there's been 100 of these. It's put together so well. This whole team, I don't want to leave out everybody, but I'm going to anyway. So it's Alex and everybody else. Avia, you're great too, wherever you are. I love Avia. So before I get into my little 7-minute speech, I have to tell you that walking around here the last couple of days, there's no Aliyah for me. I still live in New York. I'm sorry. Everybody I meet is like, I live here now. How about you? But you all seem to know me, and the reception has been beautiful to the point where I called my wife. I was crying. I said, these people actually know who I am. They care. So I want to thank all of you for that. I've got a friend who came in from Long Island. He's a doctor, John Batash. He flew all the way here just for this. And the ultimate honor for me is a man that came in from Miami today. He's going back to Miami tonight. He's celebrating an anniversary with his beautiful wife, Hannah, as his beautiful daughter, Tila, is. For Simon Falek to be here tonight, it's a very, very big deal for me. So he is one of the greatest human beings God ever created. Trust me, the great Simon Falek. You guys all love Simon Falek? There you go. What a great guy. Love him. So I'm going to talk about a mayor from my city. I guess you know where I live. It's pretty good, guys. That's right. His name is Zoran Mamdani. I love you folks. I got yelled at because months ago I referred to Zoran Mamdani as a terrorist. And I was told that I shouldn't do that. He's not wearing a vest, doesn't have a gun in his car, hasn't shot anybody. If that's your definition of a terrorist, you don't get it. Let me give you an example. Tucker Carlson's a terrorist. Candace Owens is a terrorist. Mamdani is a terrorist, and the jury is still out on my friend J.D. Vance. I don't know yet. We'll see. I don't want to go that far just yet because he may be my nominee. I am happy to hear a bunch of people tonight defend President Trump. I woke up this morning. This is when you know you made it, folks. Somebody sent me a video of me on Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera defending President Trump. I sent it to my wife. She said, Sydney, I love you, but don't ever send me a video from Al Jazeera again. I said, well, that's how you know you made it, these people. So this Mamdani comes out. You know, my Knicks won the NBA championship last week. There we go. There we go. I know you guys in Israel love basketball. We've got Denny. Denny's a great player on the Portland Trail Blazers. Handsome guy, too. So my Knicks won the NBA championship, and this mayor, who claims he's a Knicks fan, he knows about 4 players in the history of the team. He does this speech, and somebody wrote him the history of the Knicks. He sounded like he knew what he was talking about, but at any rate, he always finds a way to attack us, no matter what. St. Patrick's Day, he attacked the Jews. Knicks win a championship, he attacks the Jews. That's his favorite sport. It's not basketball. It's not even soccer. It's attacking the Jews. So he referred a couple of days ago to AIPAC and the Jewish people, us, as a bunch of monsters. You all hear this? A bunch of monsters. So quick story. A couple of months ago, I was aggravated with President Trump. I love him like a father. We're good friends. We text each other the whole thing. I said, Mr. President, do me a favor. Please stop saying Mamdani's a nice guy. He's a scumbag. Sorry. Not sorry. And included in that, I put out a tweet, and I described Mamdani as a terrorist, a jihadist, a communist, a socialist, and then I called him some insect. That's what bothered him, by the way. Not jihadist, not terrorist. I called him an insect. He got upset. So I got a bunch of calls from people. You know who called me? Not the Muslims, the Jews. So when you're trying to figure out why we're not really winning this war in America, this raging war, Jewish people call me to say, that's not right. That's not right. So the next day, and my millions of listeners in New York City, I apologize. But now, here's where tonight I will make more news in America and around the world than anybody else, maybe even Trump, because I am here tonight to tell you 100% I am revoking that apology. He could be angry. The Jews could be angry. I don't care who's angry with me. I'm past the point. I've given this guy months to prove me wrong. Say, hey, Sid, look what I've done. And almost every day, he finds a new way to disappoint me, anger me, and show me that everything I said about this guy is exactly right. Only in this beautiful country are there more Jews than in New York. Now, look, it may be 20%, it may be 30%, I don't know. But there are Jews that voted for this guy. Our own people that voted for this guy. They're the ones yelling at me. What's going on? We had 1,300 beautiful people raped and murdered in the streets in this beautiful country. And today, just so you know, in America and in New York, is election day. There's one race in particular. Dan Goldman against Brad Lander. You may know the names, you may not. It doesn't matter. They're both Jewish, except they're not. Kind of like Bernie Sanders. He's Jewish, but he's not. Or Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schmuck Schumer, that putz. Or Jamie Raskin, another a-hole. We are filled with Jews in America that side with the Palestinians, that talk about this lovely place, Palestine. And I'll give you $100 right now if you can point to me on the map exactly where Palestine is. I'll give you 1,000. It doesn't exist, you dumb bastards. It doesn't exist. There's no place called Palestine anywhere in the world today. So now I've revoked the apology. So now we'll see what New York says tomorrow. But to end this, because I got to be quick tonight. See, the other night they needed me. Bibi was 4 hours late. I had to speak for an hour. Mark Levin is still speaking somewhere. He was fantastic. He quoted the whole history of the United States. I love that. You love Mark Levin? Is he great or what? He's fantastic. So good. So good. Tonight the guy walked over and said, you got 5 minutes. I'm doing 8. But Mamdani is just a symptom of the problem. So while we are in great shape here with Bibi Netanyahu, he spoke Sunday night, and I got to tell you, I don't know how you don't love that guy. I watch him like these little kids were just dancing to Nissim Black. That's how I watch. He's my hero, him and Trump. It's the greatest time in the history of our world, having President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu in charge. If you don't believe that, you're somewhere between naive and stupid and closer to the latter. Bibi was amazing here on Sunday. But he is just a symptom, Mamdani, of a larger problem, which is, and somebody mentioned earlier, I forget who it was, Chicklets, I think, is that his name? Whatever it is, doesn't matter. The guy was great. Whoever he is, he's fantastic. I love that guy. And he said that Mamdani has turned New York City into a mosque. On Father's Day, the whole Upper East Side, Muslims in the streets praying publicly. The whole Upper East Side. I have nothing against the Muslim people. God bless them. I really don't. It's radical Islam I've got a problem with. And Mayor Mamdani is radical Islam. It's kind of like Democrats, right? We hear Democrats are not bad people, just the progressives. Every Democrat's a progressive today, by the way. Can you find, outside of John Fetterman, is there one Democrat that's not a progressive? Is there one? So, I got to be careful when I talk about a certain group of people. But my trust is about here on a scale of 1 to 1,000. So we have politicians all over the United States. DSA, they call them. You familiar with this? Democrats, Socialists of America. They want to take over our country. They hate Jews. They hate Israel. They hate everybody in this audience. Mayor Mamdani in New York City, I'm going to say this again, would be very happy if every one of you beautiful people, and you're all beautiful, were dead. That's a very strong statement. I'm getting in a lot of trouble. I don't care. I'm done. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. And it's time for Jewish people, all you guys out there, to do what they do here in Israel. I said this 2 nights ago. Stand up for yourself. Don't take the yarmulke off. Don't hide your Magen David. Go out there and say, I'm Jewish, and I'm proud of it. Thank you very much.
American Jewish communities are confronting profound questions regarding security, identity, education, and communal continuity. Understanding those challenges is only the first step to shaping effective responses. Please welcome veteran and soon-to-be retired CEO of B'nai B'rith International, Dan Mariashin, together with the chair of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations and former president and chair of the board of AIPAC, Betsy Burns-Korn, and Malcolm Hoenlein, Executive Vice Chairman Emeritus of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations and President of the Great Synagogue of Jerusalem.
Alex, thank you very much. Thanks to JNS for bringing all of us together for this magnificent conference. We'll walk away from this meeting so much more educated, informed, and inspired by all of the terrific speakers who have graced this stage. So Sid Rosenberg has talked about the Mamdani effect, and I won't say more about Mamdani except to say this, and I have felt this from the beginning. Jews have done so much to build the city of New York over 350 plus years, and the disrespect which the community has been on the receiving end of these past few months, to me, has been greatly discouraging, but not surprising. So there's a Senate race in Michigan, there's House races in New York and in New Jersey and in other places, not to mention city council races somewhere in the United States. And we're watching the Mamdani effect grow. And I remember, it wasn't that long ago, that on any issue, I'm talking now about the last 15 or 20 years, any issue that came before Congress on Israel usually was able to garner 400 votes in the House and maybe 89 or 90 votes in the Senate. And in just a few short years, the situation has turned around. So that's one issue I'd like to talk about, have our guests, have our other speakers talk about tonight. The Dan Goldman was also referenced by Sid Rosenberg and Lander. And something happened a couple of days ago. Some of you have read this. It's been all over the place, where Dan Goldman, who's running in a redistricted congressional district, went into a coffee shop in Brooklyn called Poetica, interestingly, Poetica, to use the bathroom and to get a cup of coffee. And he was recognized, and the $9.82 that he spent on this cup of coffee was refunded to him. Why? Because the person behind the counter said to him, or the manager said to him, "You're a genocide enabler." And then, to underscore it, on the Facebook page of this restaurant, the owner went on to say, "We don't accept genocide enablers, homophobes, fascists, etc." This is becoming a daily occurrence in our country and already in Europe, of course, for many years. And so with all of this raining down of this kind of disrespect and discrimination and worse, how do we deal with it? We are a small community, relatively speaking, a small community that has worked hard to get to where we are in the United States. And the question before us today is, how can we turn this around? There are only 15 million Jews in the world. There's only one state of Israel. And disunity is the last thing that we need. So with that, Betsy, let me ask you, what is your prescriptive for bringing the community back together in some way? You can have your opinion about this government or that government here, but we have only one Israel, and we're living outside the state of Israel, and we need to be unified in some way. What do you say?
Well, first, let me just say it's an honor to share the stage with the two of you. You have dedicated your entire lives to advocacy, Jewish continuity, and you've really just done an amazing job, and we really owe you too such a tremendous amount of gratitude. Just for context, the Conference of Presidents, if you don't know what it is, it's the convening body for the 50 major Jewish organizations in the United States. And one of the things that we do work on is trying to promote unity and trying to promote partnerships and collaboration. So one of the challenges that I'm seeing in our collective area is that there's this myth that Jewish philanthropic dollars are finite. Now, it's not infinite, but we certainly haven't exhausted of resources. There was a study that I just saw that last year, American philanthropy spent $600 billion. Now, that is not Jewish philanthropy, but the trend is there, and the trend is still going up. So there are dollars there. Part of the issue, though, is this next generation of Jewish philanthropists, the Gen Z generation. They're very focused on metrics, return on investment, impact investing, and maybe a little bit less so on institutional loyalty or even habit. So they're very concerned, and we should all be concerned with outcomes, not just incomes. So what are the ways to deal with this and this is a problem with a lot of different organizations, is there's a lot of redundancy. And we do need to figure out each organization's core competencies, and if something is not your core competency, collaborate, partner, or hand off to something associated. And I believe that if we can do this, our organizations are going to be so much stronger, because our future success is not just about what we can build individually, but what we can build and accomplish together.
Thank you, Betsy. Malcolm, I have heard you speak many times over the years, and many of your speeches have always ended with an appeal for unity. This was before we really need the unity. So how do you see it from the long view over this period of years? And what can we do now? Because we don't really have a lot of time. We have to do something to break through and push back.
First of all, it's a pleasure to be with both of you and to have this opportunity at JNS, which is doing an amazing job dealing with the exact issues that we're talking about. And we value it, and we have to support it and to enable it to do more. First of all, it's not me who invented this idea of unity. It's God who imposed it as the one precondition to every miracle that happened to the Jewish people when we stood Ki'ish Echad B'Lev Echad at Mount Sinai to the rescue of Russian Jews, Ethiopian Jews, Syrian Jews, Yemeni Jews, Iraqi Jews. It was only Jews put aside the difference and recognize that what we have in common far outweighs our differences. We have to hold the dividers to account. We have to hold those who speak against Israel to account. We have to stand up against them and tell them that the community will not tolerate it and know that they are not going to be accepted in our circles anymore. We've allowed that cancer to spread, and our enemies don't need to do anything but quote them against us. And our young people look at it and say, well, maybe they're right. Maybe the critics are right. They're confused. So number one is education. Our kids don't know. In some respects, we have failed them in terms of education, but also we promised them never again. We did not deliver that. We are delivering it yes again. And so we have an obligation to them, all of us, each of us in our own way and through our organizations today, to rethink. And what Betsy said, I endorse. And you know, last year at the JNS conference, I begged for a Doge of the Jewish community that leading funders get together with forensic accountants and all of the 160 organizations addressing anti-Semitism be called before it and say, what are you really doing? And those that are not doing be held to account. Those that are doing be funded. And that we use these funds to increase the Jewish self-defense capacity, because we see you can't just rely on external forces to expand the efforts of SCAN, and which I'm privileged to have helped co-found, and many of the other initiatives that deal with our physical security. Then we have to deal with the security of our kids. You know, one individual that spent tens of millions of dollars of his own money setting up schools for Jewish children in public schools who can't stay there anymore because it's not safe for them. And across the country has already set up 10 schools just for Jewish kids in public schools. The problem is we also have 1,000 Jewish teachers who can't stay in there. And only if all of us stand up on all of these issues, and frankly, Van Jones taught me a lesson, and he said, you guys are making a mistake talking about Mamdani all the time. He said, the more you hammer metal, the stronger it gets. Ignore him. Stop talking about him. Criticize him when it's appropriate, but get others to criticize him. Put the onus on the Christian community, the non-Jewish community, the black community, the Muslim community to hold him to account in the same way that we hold those who act irresponsibly in our community to account. And that we focus our efforts and our energies on positive and getting the message out, telling who we really are, to stop the lies, the distortions, and to hold to account all of those who engage in it. They get away with it because we let them get away with it. And it's time for all of us, and I don't care if you're from the left or you're from the right, all of us will pay the price for it. Our children will pay the price for it. Our grandchildren will pay the price for it. And we have right now, do not have a glorious record to stand. We've done great things. We saved Soviet Jews and all of the other communities that were in danger. But now we're in danger. And our future, this is how serious, and I spoke about this for almost 20 years, because it was not something new. We saw this happening, but nobody was willing to stand up to it. And that means all of you and all of us. We didn't do all we should have done to stop this cancer, and excised it in the beginning. It's metastasizing in every sector. Whether now Qatar putting $100 billion into Hollywood, all of the hundreds of billions of dollars spent on our campuses, the Chinese, the Qataris, the Turks, the Russians, all of them, because they know if they destroy American society, they destroy American society. So the message to the world is, we're saving Western society. We are only the front. We're the canary in the mine, but we're tired of it. No more. We're not going to be the test case for Western society. You've got to stand up and fight your battles, because it's your survival as well.
So we have time for a lightning round, question and answer, very quickly, because you just made a reference to other groups coming forward to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Very quickly, friends and allies. Again, we're a small community. We need friends and allies. We have some. We have a lot, but we need more. Quickly, how do we go and build that circle wider to help us especially during this current crisis?
One example, which I think is really appropriate and has been very successful, is right prior to October 7th, Jonathan Greenblatt had this idea to put together the communities in the Jewish community, the 7 Jewish communities in the diaspora with the largest Jewish communities, except for Russia, of course. And it's United States, Canada, Australia, Argentina, Britain, France, and Germany. And we meet on a regular basis. And what's been so amazing is that we've been able to share so much of what's been going on in our communities and best practices. And one of the things that came up recently, which we should all be very, very concerned about, is the Canadians told us maybe a year and a half ago about what's called APR, anti-Palestinian racism. We have some Canadians in the group, so I don't know if raise your hand if you've heard of APR, but it's very, very dangerous. We see it seeping into definitely the United States, and I know into Europe. And basically what it means is if you say anything about a Palestinian narrative, then you are being accused of being an anti-Palestinian racist. So I think there are groups like this that should continue to work with each other around the world, and we should continue to work with Israel. Gideon Sar started up the G50, which I think is going to be a tremendous success.
Malcolm, I'm going to steal 25 seconds here. The floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, it needs a lot more time than that, but to do it justice, because this is the critical question for all of us to face. So number one, listen to our young people. Don't just talk to them. Hear what they say they need and try to help supply it. How we bring back that generation. There are tens of thousands, I would say hundreds of thousands of young Jews since October 8th who want to come back to the community. They're looking for ways. They're creating them. In the biggest social clubs in New York, they hold Friday night events now. And they call them then Shabbat events. And they want to do more. They want to be closer to our community. We do not do enough to welcome them. We have allies in every community that you can imagine. In the black community, there were 68 dinners this year between blacks and Jews around the country, going back to the days of the civil rights movement, thanks to a couple of leaders who took the initiative. We can have hundreds of events like that. There are many in the black community who want to be with us, many in the Hispanic community. Many of them are evangelicals, by the way. We can reach out to the Hindu community and the Asian American communities who are subject to the same kind of quotas as we are, the 6% at Harvard, Yale, Stanford, all the universities, because they are overachievers like Jews, and we are being cut back. Even though they deny it, it's a lie. There are quotas in our universities again, and these are our allies because they're feeling and the discriminatory impact as well. We can build on the common interests with each of the communities. We have not done it. We abandoned the coalition movement. We have to reinstate it. We also have to find ways to reach in as we reach out, that we have to reach into our community, make those that do not feel welcome, do not feel part of our community, have been cut off for geographic, for ideological, for whatever reasons, bring them back into the community. I've long advocated and spent my life in umbrella organizations, not because it's easy, but because I really believe in Klal Yisrael and the message of Achdut, of the unity, which means that we recognize that the whole is far greater than the sum of the parts. That when we all come together, we become a power that can overcome challenges. When we're divided, every challenge throughout Jewish history was too great. That is what Esther said when facing Haman. Leich kanosat kol Yehudim, gather all of the Jews, because he said we are a nation divided and separated. Throughout a history, every miracle you see where the Jews responded, recognized unity. It doesn't mean you violate principle. It means that you look and find that nexus of common interest, which is what the Conference of Presidents does, bringing together this wide spectrum of organizations. You can always find something we can agree on and build on that, but build with respect for each other, with tolerance for each other, understanding for each other, because only together we survive and thrive, and standing together with the state of Israel. And if you don't like some government or you don't like some individual, too bad. Stand with Israel, stand with what Israel stands for, stand for her security, and tell the world that we are united with Israel, and whatever differences, you'll find ways to give it expression.
Okay, Betsy, Malcolm, thank you very much. An honor to be with you on this stage.
Since October 7th, overwhelming support for Israel from the conservative right has been challenged, as major media personalities, including Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes, have led the charge to delegitimize Israel and fan the flames of anti-Semitism. For a deep dive into the battle for the soul of American conservatism, I once again present to you one of the most important and prolific conservative columnists in America, JNS Editor-in-Chief Jonathan Tobin.
Good evening, and has this been a summit or what? Just going to share a few more thoughts for you about an issue that we're covering and that we care deeply about. The year 2024 was a watershed year for American conservatism. It marked not just the triumph of President Donald Trump, but of a platform that rejected the toxic leftist ideologies linked to anti-Semitism that had taken control of the Democratic Party. The revival of American conservatism under the MAGA banner was made possible by a realization that the woke catechism of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, was a formula for division that exacerbated racial divisions rather than healing them. This was a rejection of American exceptionalism and the basic values of Western civilizations that are the foundation of the republic founded 250 years ago. As such, it was clear that the war being waged on the West by the progressives through their long march through the institutions of American education and culture was destroying the fabric of American life. And no one knew this better than American Jews, or at least those not so blinded by ideology and partisanship that they were ready to recognize reality. Liberals had endlessly repeated the lie that Trump had called the Nazis who marched in Charlottesville in August 2017 very fine people. But in the aftermath of the Hamas-led Palestinian Arab assault on Israel on October 7, 2023, the worst mass slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, the American left had embraced that day of atrocities and immediately sided with the murderers and not the Jewish victims. In the years since then, we have literally seen thousands of Charlottesville-type anti-Semitic demonstrations targeting Jews by supporters of these modern-day Palestinian Arab Nazis who chanted for Jewish genocide and terrorism against Jews wherever they lived. And Democrats, like President Joe Biden and former Vice President Kamala Harris, were too afraid of their left-wing base to confront or condemn them. Indeed, it was Biden and Harris and others on the left who were treating these anti-Semites as if they were very fine people. It was the liberal presidents of elite universities like Harvard, Penn, and MIT who couldn't say whether advocacy for Jewish genocide violated the rules of their schools. And it was Trump who pledged to use the power of the federal government to punish them and to defund those schools who had tolerated and encouraged the targeting of Jews in ways that they would never have treated any other racial, religious, or ethnic minority if they didn't change their ways. We should be grateful to President Trump for keeping that promise and for doing more to fight anti-Semitism than any of his predecessors, Democrats or Republicans, as well as for his historic support for Israel. And the overwhelming majority of American conservatives not only agreed with him, but saw this as in keeping with the principles of their movement, something that its modern founder, William F. Buckley, had stood for throughout his life. But in 2024, we also saw the flowering of a new version of an old disease on the right. While Republican office holders were overwhelmingly pro-Israel and friendly to the interests of the Jewish community, podcasters like Tucker Carlson and others like the even crazier Candace Owens and the neo-Nazi groyper Nick Fuentes were building new and large audiences of young people who had already been marinated in the Jew hatred enabled by left-wing educators. In the years since, they may not have won many electoral battles, but their voices grow louder and louder, and their influence has been seen even in some institutions of the right that we thought weren't vulnerable to the siren call of anti-Semitism. These right-wing Jew haters are little different from their counterparts on the left in their rejection of the Judeo-Christian heritage that is the foundation of American liberty and their embrace of anti-Zionism, which is indistinguishable from anti-Semitism. Indeed, Carlson's rants against Israel and the Jews are similar to the lies and the smears we hear from the likes of Zohran Mamdani and the New York Times. It's horseshoe politics at its worst. Still, they have been condemned and verbally cast out of Trump's MAGA movement by the president himself. And the GOP and Republican voters have punished right-wing anti-Semites. That's why Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't run for re-election and why Thomas Massie will be sent back to his Kentucky farm next January. They are still a minority on the right, but it would be irresponsible to deny that their influence is growing. And that is something that has become an even bigger problem since the murder of Charlie Kirk, who was a friend of Israel and the Jewish people. And when, at the gathering of his Turning Point USA group last December, the new anti-Semitism being mainstreamed by Carlson was debated, sadly, it was Vice President J.D. Vance who said that he would not choose between those who oppose Jew hatred like Ben Shapiro and those like Carlson who seek to normalize and mainstream it. At that point, it became apparent that his immoral neutrality on the issue was creating a crisis for American conservatism. And that crisis has only grown worse in the last 6 months as some on the right have opposed the war on the anti-American Islamist terror regime in Iran and sought to falsely blame Israel, American Jews and even evangelical Christian supporters of Israel for the participation of the United States in that war. Sadly, comments from the White House, and especially Vance, about Israel and the war in recent weeks are not just irresponsible. They have only encouraged the loud and growing anti-Semitism of the right. And if, contrary to our hopes, the outcome of the talks with Iran and Switzerland and subsequent developments lead to the empowerment and enrichment of Iran again, the scapegoating of Israel in some quarters on the right will become an even larger problem. The choice faced now by conservatives isn't only what they think about the war to defend the West from the red-green alliance of Marxists and Islamists, or whether a new appeasement of Iran is a good idea. It's also about whether they will allow the disease of anti-Semitism to take root in their ranks. There should be no doubt that while anti-Semitism on the left is the greater problem today, a failure to confront, condemn, and anathematize those who are either openly anti-Semitic like Carlson and Owens, or those who rationalize and defend them like Megyn Kelly, will not just undermine the conservative coalition that won in 2024, it will also help the left's effort to destroy America and the West and aid those seeking to achieve Jewish genocide in Israel. American conservatives are fighting a battle for the soul of their movement that, sadly, American liberals may have already lost. The arguments in favor of this shocking trend seem to consist of a foolish desire for inclusion, or, and here I am again referring to J.D. Vance, a refusal to condemn old friends and a willingness to insult and scapegoat Israeli allies. But if conservatives don't draw a line in the sand too, as William Buckley did in the 1960s and 90s, throw the anti-Semites and anti-Zionists out of their movement, the cost will not only be paid for by Jews, it will be paid by everyone who understands that the West is fighting for its life against these toxic ideologues. As we have throughout the last few years, we at JNS will not hesitate to condemn anti-Semitism on the right wherever it is to be found, just as we do with the left. We will oppose a new appeasement of Iran, if that is indeed what we're seeing unfolding, with all of the vigor that we devoted to opposing the old version. And given the fact that for all intents and purposes the left may have already become a lost cause when it comes to Jew hatred, this battle for the soul of American conservatism will become even more important in the years to come. That makes it all the more imperative that we not let our loyalty to friends or partisanship stop us from recognizing this problem and doing all that we can to consign Tucker and all of his friends and allies, be they on the internet, on podcasts, and even in high offices, to the moral and political oblivion they so richly deserve. Thank you.
For decades, Charles Jacobs has been a leading voice exposing the human cost. For decades, Charles Jacobs has been a leading voice exposing the human cost of radical Islamic extremism and advocating for those whose suffering is too often ignored. As co-founder of the American Anti-Slavery Group and president of Americans for Peace and Tolerance, he has documented persecution, slavery, terrorism, and human rights abuses across the Middle East and Africa. For many years, Itamar Marcus has been documenting Palestinians in their own words on television, in textbooks, in public squares, and putting all of it online for everyone to see, lobbying Congress and everywhere else about the true nature of the Palestinian Authority and how they run their business. I bring to you Charles Jacobs and Itamar Marcus, Director of Palestinian Media Watch.
The ultimate goal, the absolute ultimate goal is the creation of a caliphate, is the control of the world.
They storm the village, Allah Akbar, slit the throats of the innocent. They burn people alive. They steal the women and children and make them sex slaves. Jihad is jihad. Thank you. On October 7th, 2023, my daughter called me in Boston from Tel Aviv to tell me what had happened. And I immediately recognized what it was, because 25 years ago, I led a campaign to free jihad slaves in Sudan. These were mostly Christians who had been captured in raids on their villages. Christian Solidarity International found a way to raise money and to pay to buy them back. We saved thousands of jihad slaves. Once on Pesach, I flew there to witness their liberation. The slaves told me how they were captured. How were they captured? Raiders screaming Allah Akbar slaughtered the villagers, tortured and raped the women and girls, and took them off as sex slaves and as hostages. So 25 years ago, I got from African Christians a preview of our own October 7th. 25 years later, the jihad now has spread. What happened to us on October 7th is now happening to African Christians today, daily, literally daily, in 19 countries. African nations have their own Hamas. In Nigeria, it's called Boko Haram. Since 2009, jihad raiders have killed 125,000 Nigerian Christians. Churches are burned down almost weekly. African girls are raped and abducted, just like our girls. That's the other one. Yeah. Okay. That's our Noah Levy, and that's Leah Sharibu at age 14 before she was kidnapped in 2018. There are no hostage posters for Leah. She's 23 now, and she's a slave because she refuses to convert to Islam. They married her to her captor. She has 2 of his children. Is Leah different from our Noah? Are we not, after October 7th, brothers and sisters in spirit to the Nigerian Christians? Why stop there? As I said, the jihad has spread to almost 20 African nations. Each nation has its own branch of Hamas. Each is a tentacle of the global jihad octopus. The woke human rights community is deaf and blind to them. Now let's zoom out further to the global frame. There are hundreds of millions of people across the globe who are victims and targets of jihadism. Each is fighting alone. From the Middle East, Christians in Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, Kurds, Druze, Alawites, Iranian freedom fighters. From Africa, the 19 nations. You know about Nigerians in South Sudan. Did you know about the Igbos? Igbos are 40 or 50 million people who are Christians who love Jews and Israel and are being murdered because they're Christians. In India, there's over 1 billion people. We know you think that they love us because of our technology, but guess what? They know a lot about jihad. Europe is rising against the invasion of would-be jihadists. Each one of the targeted peoples are fighting separately against the tentacle of the octopus of the global jihad. That needs to be changed. We are all in the same boat. Before I explain how we're going to turn that fact into a movement, let me ask Itamar to tell you a bit about jihadism.
Thank you very much, Charles, for that, and thank you for everything you're doing to expose this and to organize a solution to it. Now, Charles has been describing what the jihadists are doing. I want to tell you in 3 minutes the ideology behind jihad. What do they hope to accomplish in the long term for this? And I want to start by giving you 3 examples of 3 different ideologies to show you the common denominators between them. And where's the... Okay, and I'm going to start with Iran. And first of all, I'm going to start with the wording jihad. What is jihad? Jihad is war for Allah. And why is this so important to understand? Because wars for nationalism can be resolved, but if it's a war for Allah, there can be no compromise. The Shiites and the Sunnis have been fighting for 1,346 years because they each have a different interpretation of Islam. Wars for Islam don't end. Now, I want to give you 3 examples of how this is defined. First one here, this is from the Iranian Constitution, and this is from their preamble. The army of the Islamic Republic of Iran will be responsible not only for guarding and preserving the frontiers of the country, but also fulfilling the mission of jihad in God's way. That is, extending the sovereignty of God's law throughout the world, the formation of a single world community. The goal of Iran is not just Israel and this region. The goal is every single person in the world. The goal is humanity, all subjugated under their interpretation of religion, their interpretation of what they say is God's will. So these are the Shiites. What about the Sunnis? Here what you have is a text from a book called Jihad is the Way, written by the head of the Sunni Muslim Brotherhood in the last century in Egypt. And this is what he writes. The Islamic Ummah can assume its rightful position, which was intended by Allah as the most exalted nation among men, as teachers of humanity. You are the masters of the world. The only option is jihad for Allah. The religion of Islam requires its believers to deliver this religion of truth to all humanity. Again, it's not just limited to the countries even where Charles talked about. The goal is all humanity subjugated under Islam. What about the Palestinians? There are many who think that the Palestinian Authority issue with Israel is about land. Well, first of all, Hamas, you saw their jihad on October 7th. But what about the PA? Aren't they the moderates? Well, I want to show you the Mufti of the Palestinian Authority defining why they have to fight against the thieving Israelis, the thieving Jews who stole their land, and this is what his explanation was. The texts clearly say that if an inch of Muslims' land, which is all of Israel, is stolen, jihad becomes a personal religious commandment for everyone who's capable of it. This is Sharia. According to the top religious figure in the Palestinian Authority, destroying Israel is not for Palestinianism, it is for jihad, it is for Islam, it is Islamic law. Now, the final picture I'm going to show you here, it's going to the next generation also. This is a picture of a march on October 23rd, 2023, and the children were marching down the streets of Jenin, which is the Palestinian Authority, it's not Hamas. And what were they screaming? Blow up the Zionists' head, strike Tel Aviv, jihad is our path. Jihad is being passed on, religious war to the next generation. Now, Palestinians for years, the Palestinian Authority has been talking about the need to exterminate the Jews. In one of those sermons, they said, why are Christians not going to be exterminated and the Jews are going to be exterminated? And their answer was given that the Christians are going to submit to Islam, but the Jews are too stubborn, they're not even going to submit to Islam. Now, we have to understand this problem isn't going to go away. We have to understand that we're all in this problem together. And I want to praise Charles for the new coalition that he is putting together right now of all the different people who are challenged and victims of jihad. And Charles is going to tell you about the International Freedom Coalition that he is building. It's a great, great idea. Thank you.
Well, I don't have time to say much, and so what I'll say, we are supported with, I'm working with Walid Faris and Ayan Hirsi. You should know that. And that I know that we Jews are depressed because we think we've lost our friends. All the ones that the people on the left said they were our friends have betrayed us, and many of the people, as Jonathan said, on the right who betrayed us. We have natural allies that number in the hundreds of millions of people. Don't mourn, organize. Thank you. Because he said not to touch me.
Physically protecting Jewish communities today requires more than security presence. It requires partnerships between law enforcement, intelligence agencies, and local communities. Paul Goldenberg has spent more than 3 decades at the forefront of that mission. As Chief Advisor for Policy and International Policing at Rutgers University's Miller Center on Policing and Community Resilience, a former senior advisor to the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, and a pioneer in combating hate crimes and domestic terrorism, he has helped shape policing and security strategies in the United States and around the world. Please welcome Paul Goldenberg.
You know, it's always nice to be the only Jewish cop in the room. For full cop in the room. But just know there are a few of us out there. So the first time I was happy is when I went to Israel for the first time and I met a lot of Jewish cops. So look, I'm going to read some notes because I'm going to be talking to you through different optics. Quite frankly, my optics may be peculiar to some of you. But what you did hear is I was the first state chief of a hate crimes and counterterrorism division at the state level in these United States. We were responsible for hundreds of arrests, everything from skinheads to Islamists, jihadists, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm a person that really came from the street. I spent several years, actually 6, deep undercover in the streets of Miami and made my way up to a senior level in policing in the state of New Jersey. So when my mother was at the Mahjong games and they were sitting around in the circle and talking about their sons and I had long hair and an earring, she said, I think he's a drug dealer, but he makes a lot of money. And I'm not kidding you on that. So look, I'm going to present some notes because I want to stick to the time and I want to be able to show very quickly a video that you all need to see. I will assure you, this is the most unique policing engagement project in the world. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. And thanks to, and I'll say it again, thanks to the Heidemans and to the March of the Living, it was really created around that program. So I know Phyllis isn't here, but really, I mean that. And I'm going to say it again one more time. So, my perspective, as I said, is unique. I stand before you as a Jew and as a lifelong member of the policing community. For more than 4 decades, I served in those various roles. And I'll tell you what woke me up, not woke. Several years ago, I was in France. I worked on the ground with diaspora communities on behalf of governments, not as an individual just doing it on my own. And I was in France after the Halimi killings. I was walking with a senior French gendarmerie official down a beautiful boulevard as he was showing me various parts of the city. We turned a corner and I came upon a building with absolutely extraordinary security, even in my line of work. Armed soldiers at every entrance, armored vehicles positioned outside, rifles scanning every approach. There was nothing symbolic about any of it. It was operational security. I've seen it before. And I assumed, and I asked him, must be an embassy, must be a dignitary, must be a VIP. He looked at me with a straight face and he said, it's a Jewish school. It's a Jewish school. That rocked me. So this was 16, 17 years ago, and I said, that'll never happen in the United States. Not going to happen in North America. It's not going to happen. So because of that moment, the abstract became real, and it forced a question that every democratic society has to confront. How, in 2026, did we reach a point where Jewish children require military protection simply to go to school? And I'm singing to the choir, which makes it that more difficult. And what does it say about us if we begin to accept this as normal? As normal. That is what's extraordinary. That experience is one of the reasons that I'm here today. So now I have a new title. At this stage in my game, I don't need another one, but this one I'm very proud of. I am the chair of the International Delegation of Police from around the world, and I have the privilege now of working with leaders. Thank you. We have created a program alongside March of the Living called Operationalizing Never Again, Not on Our Watch. And I'll explain a little bit more about that. It's not just symbolic. Our mission, ladies and gentlemen, is straightforward: to ensure that police leaders understand not only the history of the Holocaust, but the warning signs that preceded it, and the responsibilities that fall upon democratic institutions when those signs appear once and again. The police are the linchpin for democratic societies. We forget that. They forget that. And they're pretty beaten down right now and very much feeling dehumanized for a lot of reasons. Look, as a Jew, I recognize the warning signs. As a national security professional, I recognize the threat indicators. And what concerns me most is why we're here today. It's how familiar some of today's developments have become. And I say familiar. Because history teaches us the hard truth. The Holocaust did not begin with Auschwitz. It did not begin with deportations. It did not begin with gas chambers. It began with gradual dehumanization of Jews. Gradual dehumanization of Jews. It began when Jews were no longer viewed as neighbors, as citizens, or as members of society. They were portrayed as something much less. Outsiders, threats, vermin, monsters. I have to tell you, 3.5 decades in this business, when I heard that comment from the mayor of one of the largest cities in the world, just across my river, it put a chill down my spine, and I'm a pretty jaded individual, by the way. A chill down my spine. That's a very bad beginning. What scared me even more is what I didn't hear. And it took days for some, even in our own community, to finally step up. So I have to ask,
What are we to make of a moment in 2026 when we're being murdered by extremists, North America, Europe, and public figures can still use language that dehumanizes us and is now mainstream? What are we to make of moments when people in positions of influence can refer to us as they do now, when Jewish communities are literally still burying our dead from these attacks? They know it. They knew it. They knew what those words meant, and they also knew that just a couple of days before, the FBI broke up a plot to take out potentially members that they thought of AIPAC. So I'll say it. As someone who spent a lifetime in the business, I can tell you this. Dehumanization is never the end of the story. It's the beginning. And when we see it returning now to public discourse, when we see the violence against Jews becoming normalized, and when we see Jewish communities once again questioning whether they can live openly, should we recognize it for what it is? History is not repeating itself. It's rhyming in ways that should concern every single human being in North America and around the world. It doesn't end there. Violence rarely appears overnight. It's cultivated, it escalates, and once it becomes normalized, for those of us in policing, it's going to be much harder to stop. So that's where police become indispensable. It's the missing link. It's rarely talked about. Resources are rarely put out to them, and they are one of the most important, indispensable resources to our community. Right now, our democratic societies are being tested, and there is no substitute for the men and women entrusted to uphold what we call the rule of law. Their role is not simply to just respond after the violence occurs. It's to recognize the warning signs early enough to prevent violence from occurring in the first place. This is the program that we're involved in. This is the program that we're engaged in. We are creating a world-class professional development program, the first ever for police in democratic societies to come together and better understand how the Holocaust is the baseline. Since October 7th, the Jewish communities have experienced historical and sustained rise in intimidation, harassment, and violence. And across the diaspora, many now ask the question, how much more can a people take? How much more can a people take? How can we send our kids to school? How do we send our kids to synagogue? How do we go, feeling the way that we do? I'm confused as a former law enforcement person when I hear that protesters are screaming death to the Jews outside of a synagogue in New York City, and the Jewish Americans entering that synagogue feel terrorized that the only thing the elected officials come back with is, let's do a 50-yard barrier. A 50-yard barrier. In my day, I don't know what's happened in the past 15 years. When you have people stating that I am not going to enter my house of worship in these United States because I feel terrorized, and there are people standing in front telling me to die, and the best we're coming up with is 50-yard barriers, and that's not questioned? I don't understand. I don't understand. So in my travels throughout Europe and beyond, I've met with police leaders who are now understanding the threats against these communities. However, there are some that still view, not in the United States or Canada, I can go on record, they still look at some of these Jewish communities as part of a geopolitical space that aren't a part of their own nations or their own countries. Some see synagogues as Israeli embassies. I know that sounds crazy, but that's the truth. We are working feverishly to ensure that they understand that the Jewish communities there are theirs. They're their own. So what I have described today is not theory, it's really an academic exercise. Our program is happening right now, and I just want to show a quick video of what it looks like.
For many police chiefs and senior law enforcement leaders, operationalizing Never Again, Not on Our Watch became far more than another professional development experience. It became a renewal of purpose. As these leaders return home, they carry more than memories. They carry a renewed commitment to ethical leadership, community trust, and the responsibility to confront hatred before it turns to violence, and division before it becomes destruction. Operationalizing Never Again, Not on Our Watch is quickly becoming one of the most meaningful leadership experiences in the law enforcement community worldwide. What began just 4 years ago with a very small group of officers has grown into a global movement. This year, nearly 130 chiefs, sheriffs, commissioners, commanders, and law enforcement leaders from around the world came together in one place, united by a single purpose: to remember, to honor, to learn, and to declare on behalf of the communities they serve.
Representing the men and women of police around the world.
Never again, not now, not ever, and not on our watch.
So in wrapping up, I sincerely want to thank the Heidemans, Phyllis, Richard, thank you for all you do. I want to thank Paul Miller from the Miller Center for what he does. I want to thank JNS for doing an outstanding job reporting on this. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be hundreds marching next year, hundreds. I'm going to say something. I officially represent, right now, nearly several million the major police associations around the world, and they know what I'm going to say to you. We are going to try. Never again on our watch. Thank you very much.
For decades, Stephen Perlis and Richard Heidemann have been at the forefront of the legal fight against terrorism. Perlis, one of America's leading international litigators, has helped secure landmark judgments against terrorist organizations and state sponsors of terror. Richard Heidemann has pioneered some of the most consequential anti-terrorism cases in U.S. history, helping establish legal precedents that allow victims and their families to pursue justice and hold terrorist networks financially accountable. Together, they will discuss how the courtroom has become a critical front in the fight against terror. Please welcome Stephen Perlis and JNS Summit Chairman Richard Heidemann.
Steve, thanks for flying in specially to be at the JNS 2026 International Policy Summit, as you did last year. We've worked together now for more than 2 decades in cases against Libya, Syria, Iran, the Palestinian Authority, the PLO, Arab Bank, and others that we have accused of providing material support for terror. You're the dean in this field. You brought the first seminal cases, Eisenfeld, Duker, Flato, and the Marines. The 241 Marines that were blown up in Beirut. Tell everyone, what was your vision when you first started? What was your passion? And how did you put together the evidence, particularly regarding the Hezbollah murderer sponsored by Iran of 241 Marines?
Well, first, Richard,
Thank you very much for the invitation. As you know, I don't accept public speaking engagements, but for you, as my friend, I'm always here for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to make new law, you focus on the facts. You pound on the facts, you meet your burdens of proof, and beyond, well beyond. And let's look at the example of the Beirut Marines, where others might have been satisfied to look at expert reports. We assembled a counterterrorism team. We flew them into Beirut. We bagged, and I put it just that way, we bagged the engineer that built the bomb that killed those 241 U.S. servicemen. My team, and to be clear, for security reasons, I could not be on the ground in Beirut, but my team got him into a hotel room, exacted a detailed confession for him about Iran's role in that bombing, and I guess we must have been doing something right, because as soon as we tendered that to the federal court system, the Department of Defense classified that interview, we'll call it that. Technically, it's called a deposition de bene essay, and my understanding is that to this day, the information provided by that gentleman to my team remains classified. What was interesting to me, and frankly a bit disappointing, was if we can find this gentleman with our meager resources in the private world, why wasn't there a writ? Why hadn't the United States found him? Why wasn't there a writ of extradition outstanding for him? If there had been, I'd have put him on a Gulfstream and flown him back to New York City and manacled him to a lamppost outside the U.S. Attorney's office. There was no writ of extradition. We had no choice. We turned the murderer of 240 U.S. Marines free, and he, as far as I know, he remains in that status.
Steve, those Marines, the press seems to paint it as it was just another attack. Terrible, but just another attack. Who committed the attack?
Based on the information that we secured during our investigation, the Iranians committed that attack using Hezbollah for what I'll call administrative and logistical support on the ground. But make no mistake, it was an Iranian attack. The suicide bomber that drove the largest non-nuclear device at that time detonated in the history of mankind was not Lebanese, he was not Hezbollah, he was an Iranian, and his identification remains classified, but I can assure you we identified him by name, by his rank in the Iranian military, and by his service number.
Take it now to the issue of pursuing justice and converting that to accountability, but also converting it to recovery for the U.S. Marines and their families. How did you lead that?
I like to talk about deterrence versus compensation. Compensation is how much money you can provide for victims. Deterrence is about how much money you can take away from material supporters of terrorist attacks so that future would-be terrorist material supporters or terrorist financiers will think twice about doing this. The idea is to prevent future attacks by deterring them. What we did in the case of the Beirut Marines is we got ahead of the intelligence data. We worked with the United States, with the government of the United States. Stuart Levy, who was then Secretary, he was actually Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, who I know was working with the Israeli intelligence services, and the United States tipped us off to almost $2 billion that the Iranians had illicitly laundered into the United States and was on deposit in a major U.S. bank. Our job was to get at those funds and restrain their removal from the United States before the Iranians and their money launderers in Europe could get ahead of that program.
The Iranians hired big law firms to fight the collection battle that we've been pursuing. Went up to the Supreme Court, came back down. Tell everybody the final result.
That 1.9 billion, well, I should have put it, 87% of that $1.9 billion has been distributed to U.S. Gold Star families and disabled veterans from the Beirut Marine Barracks bombing. And I will tell you the remaining 13% has gone to other terror victims who leaned into the effort and supported our activity in that field, and it was only fair that we take some of that Beirut Marines money and share it with other American families who'd suffered losses.
Kol hakavod and toda. Let's shift to Libya.
Okay.
You represented the Labelle disco bombing victims. Together we represented victims of Abu Nidal terror attacks sponsored by Libya and Syria, tried the case in federal court, and it has followed a path that led you meeting with Gaddafi, me going to Scotland and meeting with Gaddafi's lawyer, and working with the judges, working with the State Department. Why don't you tell the people what it was like to bring Gaddafi to justice?
Well, I think you're a little overstated. So why don't we back up a little? As Gaddafi gave up his nuclear program and turned west, and I always lived by the rule: as geopolitical wheels turn, opportunities for enforcement of these kinds of judgments present themselves. But you have to be ahead of the turn. You can't be playing catch up. You have to be ahead. So as we saw that wheel starting to turn, we sent lien notices to every American oil company and every American oil field service company that we thought was going to Libya, 19 of them. The result was Muammar Gaddafi invited me to Tripoli to meet with his prime minister, to be fair, not with him in particular, but I can tell you the U.S. Department of State blessed that trip. I went to Tripoli. I will tell you it was an experience. And we settled. Okay, took a little doing. But Mr. Gaddafi provided those servicemen that we represent and our mutual clients. I think the total number ran a little over $500 million in reparations. And so we now have 92 American disabled veterans from that bombing who have received their reparations from the government of Libya. And that's not to take anything away from the civilians that you represent, because their family tragedies are just as awful as the ones that those servicemen suffered.
And let me add, so Abu Nidal was one of the most vicious terror organizations in the world, led by Abu Nidal. In 1985, a group of Abu Nidal terrorists trained in the Bekaa Valley in Syria, on the border between Lebanon and Syria. They were dispatched to various parts of Europe. One group went in November of 1985 and hijacked an airplane, an Egypt Air flight. The other group went to Vienna and hit the Vienna airport, and the third group went to Rome and hit the Rome airport. We came up with the idea, let's go see if the terrorists will talk to us. I interviewed the Abu Nidal terrorists in each of the prisons, U.S. for the hijacker, Rome, and Vienna. They gave us affidavits. One gave a deposition. We gave it to the State Department. The State Department gave it to Gaddafi and told Gaddafi, unless he settled our cases, he couldn't get off the State Department list of state sponsors of terror. But that's not the end of the story. We said together to the State Department and to the Libyans, you can't settle just our cases. You have to pay every single American claim, no matter which law firm represents those people, because justice is not one family. Justice is for all victims together. And indeed, Steve, tell the end of the story.
Every single American claimant was given the opportunity to file their claim with the Department of Justice before the Foreign Claims Settlement Commission of the United States. And if you're counting the Lockerbie proceedings, I would think some $2 billion of Muammar Gaddafi's money was distributed to the American victims of Gaddafi's reign of terror through the Foreign Claims Settlement Commission proceedings that Richard and I stood up through those settlement negotiations.
Steve, we're out of time. What's next? Iran? Syria?
Crypto.
Thank you all very much.
China. Are we back? Good. China and India together account for nearly 3 billion people and are both ascending economic superpowers. Understanding Israel's relationship with each of these two very different giants is essential to understanding the Jewish state's